Chapter 2996. It seems to be something related to the divine dragon. But, when I carefully sensed it, I found that there was nothing. It should be Jun. He is still on Panga continent, inheriting the legacy of the dragon sacrifice. I wonder what he is doing this time. Now, the situation had evolved into a life and death battle between the two of them. In order to resist him, Long Chen was also making a final push, which was the realm of life. If he could get something similar to the death realm in the realm of life, his chances would be greatly increased. Now, he just had to wait for the dragon to come to this world. Long Chen was eager to see a miracle happen to his daughter. If it was really an ancient blood spirit dragon, it seemed he could work hard to have a few more children. Ancient god Wildlands hasn't woken up yet? In the Divine Kingdom, Lingxi was living a leisurely life. I'm afraid it will take some time. Long Chen accompanied her almost all the time. He even let Lingxi come to the cave abode of Panga's heart. After all, the Divine Kingdom was not as good as the core of this original incipient world. In this cave abode, even Yen seems to be devouring the power of Panga's heart. In this way, her growth speed seems to have accelerated again. Now that she moves a lot, she should know that you and I are here. Lingxi's smile was filled with happiness as she gently caressed her smooth abdomen. Long Chen was the same. He was a little nervous. He was completely quiet, waiting for time to pass. He accompanied Lingxi at all times, and his gaze never left her. He quietly accompanied her like this, and in reality, it was a rare moment of peace. Long Chen knew that this was his responsibility as a husband. Not only did he have to fight outside, he also had the responsibility to accompany the mother and daughter. You haven't talked to Sister Xuanji lately, said Lingxi suddenly. I just don't think it's appropriate for you to do that with a child. That means, if I don't have one, you can do whatever you want. Lingxi's bright eyes flickered. Long Chen thought about it and said, she told me that it's good for her to follow us like this. At least she can be at ease and not worry about my safety. I can also be at ease and not worry about her safety. She's very satisfied. That's Sister Xuanji's personality. Lingxi nodded slowly. She nestled in Long Chen's arms and felt the movements of the child in her womb. She suddenly said, if we really give birth to an ancient blood spiritual dragon, you can give it a try. At least we'll have more experts in the war against the sky-devouring clan in the future. However, I'm already very satisfied with having Yen. You can give it a try with Sister Xuanji, otherwise, Yen-er's growth will be quite lonely. Ah. Long Chen was shocked. He had never thought of having a child with Li Xuanji, but he remembered that when they were in the dragon sacrificial continent, she had promised that if she became a god, she would travel the world. Long Chen had seen countless women, but the ones that truly moved him and made him desire them were only Lingxi and Li Xuanji. It wasn't a physical desire, but a desire to hold the other party in his arms. If he didn't have feelings for her and didn't have many memories of being together, no matter how beautiful a woman was, no matter how noble her status was, it would be difficult for her to arouse Long Chen's interest. As for what he could do with Li Xuanji, he naturally desired it. Lingxi pursed her lips and said, since you were young, there have been many girls who have fallen for you. But as time went on, their love for you gradually became a kind of respect, a kind of faith in God. It seems that only Sister Xuanji and I have been by your side until now, but she is unwilling to disturb us, and also unwilling to let me share you with her. I don't know what to say either. We are both women, I only hope that you do not let her down. Long Chen thought about it. During this period of time, he had indeed neglected her. It seemed that ever since he took her away from the god-fiend Buzhou mountain, he had not interacted much with her. Li Xuanji had also been quietly cultivating and growing. He said, everything is still too unstable now. I do owe her a lot. When I settle down with Jun and settle down, I will talk to her more. Lingxi looked at him with a smile. She would only have such a peaceful smile when she was by Long Chen's side. You are all my most precious treasures, grow up together. Long Chen leaned on Lingxi's lower abdomen, listening to the baby's voice. The miracle of life was unfolding in front of him. The only regret was that after a long time, there was no movement from the ancient god of the wilderness. Long Chen could only wait silently. It seemed that for a long time, he had not experienced the passage of time so calmly. He saw with his own eyes, as time passed, like a river slipping away little by little. Little dragon Yen grew up slowly. Every time she grew up, even if it was just a little, Long Chen could see it. At this moment, life and time were intertwined. Watching the growth of this little life, Long Chen had a wonderful experience. He actually understood that everything in the world was made up of extremely complicated rules, such as cause and effect. The countless threads connected by cause and effect were also a part of the world. Time and life were also a part of the world. This child will definitely be very beautiful when she grows up. Lingxi followed him, growing from a slightly unruly, mischievous girl to a motherly mother. Her every look and every move made Long Chen immersed and amazed. Unknowingly, he watched the little dragon grow up and fell into the world of rules. Beautiful, immersed in the world of rules, Long Chen, who hadn't felt so peaceful in a long time, heard the two words Lingxi said. As he wandered in the world of rules, many wonderful ideas came to him. He suddenly thought of the Era Sky Fiend. In terms of the temporal laws, Epic Sky Fiend is a genius. Temporal prison. Bones of beauties, these were probably the two strongest rules of the Era Sky Fiend. Time passed in front of him, and the little dragon grew up bit by bit. In the death world, countless pillars of time descended. It seemed like everything was still, but in fact, it was only him that was still. In his arms, Divine Emperor Yuhua dissipated bit by bit among the bones of the beauty. These images constantly bombarded Long Chen's quiet mind. When Ling Shi looked up, she suddenly saw that Long Chen's eyes were blank and illusory. His eyes seemed to contain a boundless world, and there was only one thing in them, and that was the flow of time. Sometimes it was fast, sometimes it was slow, sometimes it was still, sometimes it was explosive. She knew that Long Chen had reached a critical state, so she didn't disturb him and maintained her current state. She enjoyed the look in Long Chen's eyes as he looked at her, enjoying the tranquility and warmth at this moment. However, she also understood that peace was to prepare for a new battle. After Yen is born, I will also work hard to help Chen. Recently, she felt that even if she didn't cultivate, she seemed to have made a huge leap. Perhaps it was because of the 3 lives love thread. Anyway, she was growing very fast and knew almost all the 18 heavenly rules and spirit techniques. She was about to reach the perfect realm of Divine Emperor or even the ultimate realm of Divine Emperor. She might even become an ultimate god in the future. Chen, we must defeat all enemies. D. June. Primeval Troll, and the Sky-Swallowing Clan. Divine Demon Giant Beast, Chaotic Sky-Swallowing Dragon. Lingxi murmured in her heart. She also knew that there was a devouring dragon servant who killed Long Chen's father. As Lingxi waited quietly, the days passed one after another. One day, Long Chen's eyes suddenly regained their luster. The power of time gradually faded from his eyes, and it was as if nothing had happened. However, upon closer inspection, it was possible to see that there was something different about him. He was even more mysterious. Time would change and twist as it flowed through his body as if time had become his child. How is it? Lingxi dared to disturb him and asked. I've comprehended a new rule of time that's more powerful than the sword of time. It's a little similar to the Era Demon's white bones of beauty, but also like a time prison. It's more like a mixture of the two, a mixture of time acceleration and time stillness. Because of this disorder, it's formed a time lethality that surpasses the sword of time. Its effect should be no less than the death rain, or even stronger. White bones of beauty, Lingxi remembered that this rule was very powerful. I have to thank Yen. It's her growth that gave me such a deep understanding of time. It's been so long since we met, and so much has happened. She is the result of the 10 years of pursuit, the battle of the imperial domain, the eternal rebellion, the killing of the primeval troll, and the defeat of the gods. Everything has come together to make her who she is. Time, karma, fate. All of these things seem to be connected. In fact, even death and life were connected to all of these things. They had accompanied Long Chen the entire time, never once disappearing. Alright, I won't lament anymore. There's still a long way to go. If we want to talk about the future, we have to get rid of Dijun first. We're all people who have inherited the destiny of the dragon sacrificial continent. Since we've been in a stalemate for so long, it's already time to decide who lives and who dies. He just didn't know whether the birth of Xiao Longyan or the battle with Dijun came first. What's the name of this rule of time? Lingxi asked. It's called, the Heart of the Great Void. It wasn't just the rule of the Great Void Cosmic Dragon, but also Long Chen's. At this moment, the Wildlands sect leader suddenly appeared outside the cave abode. His arrival made Long Chen nervous. Long Chen, there's a result, the Wildlands sect leader said from outside. The Wildlands ancient god had probably woken up from his slumber. Since Long Chen had Lingxi returned to the god nation, she came out and stood in front of the Wildlands sect leader. He mused, the ancient god of desolation isn't the epic heavenly devil. If he controls it, it's basically impossible for me to obtain the realm of life. However, I still have to enter and take a look. The important thing is that no matter what, I can't offend this ancient god of desolation. Even if the realm of life is important to me, I have to wait until I can contend against him in the future. Please enter. The savage sect leader was extremely polite. The green swirl had already opened. Inside was a jade-green world filled with life energy. Standing outside, it was basically impossible to sense what was inside. Since that was the case, Long Chen didn't hold back. After thanking the savage sect leader, he descended into the swirl of the realm of life. The moment he entered the realm of life, the door to the realm of life closed, leaving only the savage sect leader outside. Master actually agreed after hearing his name. How strange. I was about to talk about the chaos demon. The savage sect leader mumbled. After a few words of doubt, he left. After the chaos of the ancient demons, there were many things that he had to deal with personally. Blue sky, white clouds, clear mountains, and green water. Long Chen stood above a dense forest. As far as the eye could see, the entire world was filled with jade-green trees and colorful flowers. It was a beautiful sight. However, it's completely different from the death world. It looks like an ordinary world. It doesn't even have the dense Pangu spiritual energy of Pangu continent. The level of spiritual energy here is only equivalent to a world of order. This made Long Chen wonder if he had come to the wrong place. He had randomly brought him to a world of order. The ancient god of desolation and the savage sect leader shouldn't have done such a thing. Man Ji had been to the realm of life before. According to his description, the realm of life should be like this. Long Chen sensed it carefully. He could roughly sense that even the tiniest speck of green and insignificant sand seemed to be hiding a majestic life force. This life force made the sand speck seem to be alive. They were communicating and whispering to each other. Boom! The entire world changed. The dust in the air, the dewdrops on the leaves, and the wildflowers by the roadside all seemed to be alive. It was just that Long Chen couldn't understand their level of life. A strange world. This was Long Chen's definition of this place. After I came in, the ancient god of desolation didn't show any interest. Why didn't he appear? Or is it that he's not interested in me? At least ask me why I came in. Some time had passed. Long Chen walked in this boundless realm of life, but he didn't see any information about the ancient god of desolation. It was as if other than him, there was no normal living person in this world. He calmly walked forward. He wanted to know if the realm of life was related to the Taiji lifeform's dragon. After all, if this world was controlled by the ancient god of desolation, he couldn't take anything away. He walked to many places. One day, 2 days, and the last 10 days. He didn't see the ancient god of desolation, but the biggest discovery was that no matter where he went, every flower, tree, sand, and water seemed to be alive. Even if a drop of water was divided into two, it seemed to be alive. What are you talking to me about? Long Chen put a grain of sand in his hand. It was real sand. It couldn't move, but it hid a powerful life force. It seemed to have intelligence. He could even vaguely feel that it was trying to communicate with Long Chen. Crack. Long Chen used a little strength and crushed the sand. In an instant, a majestic life force rippled out, almost flipping him over. This made him extremely shocked. Such a grain of sand has such life force. Then how much power does this boundless and seemingly ordinary world have? He was almost certain that this miraculous world was related to the Taiji lifeform's dragon. His bloodline is always connected to this place. Let's walk over there. There seems to be something different. One day, Long Chen suddenly felt something. He quickly walked forward. He didn't expect Mo Xiaolang's feeling to be stronger than his. He was still quietly cultivating. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. Big brother, something is attracting me. It's a strange flame. Long Chen rushed quickly. Since the ancient god of desolation hadn't appeared, he didn't need to be polite. Not long after, he saw a green mountain. It was like a sword piercing the clouds. Ancestral fire. All of a sudden, Mo Xiaolang exclaimed. He didn't expect to see the ancestral fire here. When Mo Xiaolang shouted, Long Chen hadn't seen it yet. He thought it was at the top of the mountain. He didn't expect Mo Xiaolang to tell him that the mountain was the ancestral fire. It's this green mountain. Long Chen looked carefully and found that there were many trees on the mountain. It didn't look big from afar, but when he got closer, he found that the mountain was boundlessly huge. It was just that, there were no flames at all. Big brother, let me out. Long Chen looked around and found no danger. He let Mo Xiaolang out. When he opened his divine country, he found that it was distorted. It was exactly like the death realm. From this, it was clear that this was the Taiji lifeform's dragon's life realm. Then if this was the ancestral fire, it should be the Taiji lifeform's dragon's companion ancestral fire. The Hadal demon ancestral fire was the 9th ancestral dragon's companion ancestral fire. The Firmament Emperor ancestral fire was the Chaos Destiny dragon's companion ancestral fire. And this green mountain, it's the Chaos Green Fire. Mo Xiaolang said without hesitation, his eyes wide. There was a kind of mystical dragon called the Chaos Green Fire Dragon. They were born around the Chaos Green Fire and fed on it. But in truth, they could only devour a very small portion of the Chaos Green Fire. The might of the ancestral fire was earth-shaking, but very little of it had been passed down. Let's wait and see. After all, the Chaos Green Fire was in the realm of life, and now that it was occupied by the ancient god of desolation, it was his. Of course, he couldn't just let Mo Xiaolang devour it. Although Mo Xiaolang would definitely want it. I understand. Mo Xiaolang nodded. But we have to stimulate it and make it take shape first. He went to the foot of the mountain, and a flame appeared in each of his hands. They were the Hadal Demon Ancestral Fire and the Firmament Emperor Ancestral Fire. He threw them at the foot of the mountain. Under his nurturing, the two flame seeds were very strong now. If Senior wants it, please show yourself and let us know. Long Chen said a few words. However, after a quarter of an hour, there was still no response. That's enough. Long Chen could roughly see that the wildland's ancient god was more curious about them. He probably couldn't control the primal chaos green flame, so he wanted to see how Mo Xiaolang would devour it. All right. Mo Xiaolang had been waiting for this moment for a long time. With Long Chen's approval, he roared and charged into the primal chaos green flame. Using his sky-swallowing race's instincts, he devoured the primal chaos green flame. This process wasn't difficult. In the end, it depended on whether or not Mo Xiaolang could digest and suppress the primal chaos green flame. If he failed, he would naturally explode and die. Now, within his body, the 9 nether demonic ancestral flame and the firmament emperor ancestral flame formed a firm fortress. A huge amount of the primal chaos green flame was devoured into his body. With the sky-swallowing race's digestion, this process was slightly slow, but Long Chen was full of confidence in Mo Xiaolang. After about a day, the Green Mountain had completely disappeared. Now, all of it had been devoured by the sun-devouring fiend wolf. The sun-devouring fiend wolf's body was now occupied by 3 kinds of flames. Among them, the 9 underworld's demonic ancestral flame and the heavenly emperor ancestral flame, 2 opposing flames, took up more than half, while the primal chaos green flame itself took up nearly half. At this time, the black and white flames were working together to attack the primal chaos green flame. Hoo. As the core, the sun-devouring fiend wolf was already surrounded by the 3 colored flames. Long Chen had no choice but to retreat and let him digest the primal chaos green flame. Thank you for your generosity, Senior. Ancient God Savage Wilderness hadn't said a word. He was probably willing to give the primal chaos green flame to Mo Xiaolang. Long Chen thanked him. Although this method was a little shameless, he felt that Ancient God Savage Wilderness wouldn't mind. Time passed bit by bit. Just like when he devoured the Firmament Emperor ancestral flame, it wasn't very smooth. He encountered some problems, but Mo Xiaolang solved them one by one. The Firmament Emperor ancestral flame and the 9 nether demonic ancestral flame were working together rapidly to occupy more territory to curb the primal chaos green flame's arrogance. After about another day, one could see that the 3 flames had grasped a balance, each occupying 1/3 of the space. Success. The primal chaos green flame seemed to have submitted to Mo Xiaolang. Even the other 2 ancestral flames had submitted. If the primal chaos green flame had a mind of its own, it would have quickly sensed that Mo Xiaolang was different. Whoosh. Surrounded by the 3 ancestral fires, Mo Xiaolang grew rapidly. He even made a breakthrough in his realm and broke through to a new realm. That was the realm of perfection, realm Divine Emperor. Now, Mo Xiaolang should have no problem fighting against Ultimate Realm Divine Emperors alone. It was just unknown if he could make it to the Divine Emperor list. Long Chen fought alone in the Death World, increasing the distance between him and Mo Xiaolang. However, with Mo Xiaolang's talent in breaking through to the next realm, he believed that he would catch up soon. The Sky-Swallowing clan didn't lack speed. Big brother, it's done. Mo Xiaolang's eyes were filled with excitement. 3 colored flames, cold, hot, and purifying. Different flames had different effects, but they were all extremely powerful. In the future, I will collect more ancestral flame inheritance blood essence. Who knows, maybe Xiaolang will be able to collect more ancestral flames too. If he can collect 10, he will definitely be stronger. He has already grown to such a level, his future is limitless. From the beginning of the battle until now, no matter how fiercely Long Chen charged, Mo Xiaolang could always follow closely behind him. The Green Mountain behind him had already disappeared. Big brother, I'd better go back to the God Nation and adjust myself, said Mo Xiaolang. Long Chen let him adjust himself while he looked at the endless world, deep in thought. Since the savage wilderness ancient god hadn't appeared yet, he might as well explore this world boldly. Let's go. He stepped forward and continued forward. This was an extremely peaceful world. It seemed to be filled with life, but at the same time, it seemed to be lifeless. There seems to be something over there. After walking for another day, Long Chen looked to the far east. In the depths of the clouds, there seemed to be a huge thing similar to the Green Mountain he had seen earlier. Could it be another ancestral flame? That shouldn't be possible. Furthermore, what was being transmitted over wasn't the feeling of the ancestral flame. Regardless, Long Chen quickly approached it. When he got closer, he realized that it was a tree. Of course, it wasn't as big as the builder tree, but for this world, this tree that reached the clouds was considered big enough. A huge ancient tree stood proudly in this world of life. There was unimaginable life energy in this ancient tree. It was more majestic than anything else Long Chen had seen. This majesty had exceeded a limit. That limit was that when Long Chen approached it, he realized that the tree actually moved. This was actually a tree, different from the life tree of the human race on the model's sacred tree. But this seemingly lifeless thing really moved. Its branches and leaves danced, sending a murderous intent. Roar. Suddenly, a large number of branches rushed out from the crown of the tree. Long Chen was shocked to find that these branches were actually in the shape of a divine dragon. The dragon's tail was inserted into the trunk, while its body and head were left outside. It was clearly a branch, but it completely looked like a divine dragon. This reminded Long Chen of the blood fiends in the death realm. Looks like the tree that grew the divine dragon is the blood fiends of the realm of life. They are also strange creatures. The blood fiends of the realm of death are formed from the sea of blood, but this tree is formed from the power of life. Just as this thought formed in Long Chen's mind, the ancient tree with the bodies of tens of thousands of divine dragons attacked Long Chen. As expected, the attacking power of this ancient god was relatively strong. It was even stronger than the death world's blood fiends. It's probably because there are too many blood fiends, so their power is scattered. I've only encountered such an ancient tree after being in the life realm for so long. This ancient tree is simply the amalgamation of a large number of blood fiends. No wonder it's so strong. It seems that I have to deal with it seriously. Swoosh. Chapter 2999. The death world's blood fiends were condensed from the blood sea, so they were almost immortal. The majestic ancient tree before him was naturally the same. This ancient tree was at least equivalent to the aggregation of hundreds of blood fiends, which was basically equivalent to the aggregation of hundreds of deity emperors. If the army of the life and death worlds could leave, it would be a terrifying force for Long Chen. Boom. What appeared in front of Long Chen was a large number of divine dragons. Rumble. Countless divine dragons blotted out the sky and bombarded Long Chen. As the divine dragons moved, the entire realm of life trembled. Every divine dragon possessed the power of rules. It was a unique life rule. Under this rule, all divine dragons possessed boundless vitality and the ability to recover. At the same time, they also possessed the ability to plunder the lives of others, similar to the source of life. Thousands of laws enveloped him. Even if the other party had not completely approached, Long Chen could only rely on the fire of life to preserve his own life. He did not expect that such a simple ancient tree would be so difficult to deal with. It was even close to the Chaos Fiend Feast. If it was before Long Chen reached the ultimate godly king realm, he would definitely have a headache. But now, he was completely confident. He was only slightly surprised. At this moment, he grasped the eternal grade creation divine weapon, the heaven-sacrificing spear, and immersed himself in the sea of time. At this moment, his eyes were illusory, and his temperament was transcendent, very similar to Long Qinglan. The power of time. The heaven-sacrificing spear's light of punishment erupted with blinding light. The surrounding territory of millions of meters was completely enveloped by the light of punishment. The intense light completely obscured all vision, and even burned all things. However, because the surrounding things were created by the power of life, and not evil, they were not directly attacked by the light of punishment. But Long Chen's focus was not on the light of punishment. He turned into a phantom of time and charged at the ancient tree. At this moment, the scene of him interacting with Lingxi surfaced in his mind. The many thoughts about time appeared at this moment, and they gathered on the heaven-sacrificing spear. The current Long Chen's entire body became illusory. When he collided with the countless divine dragons, the heaven-sacrificing spear lightly pierced out. This was the first time he had used the newly comprehended rules. Even Long Chen himself didn't know how powerful this time law would be. The heart of the great void. The heart of the great void could be used in any way. Both the ghost blood curse and the sacrificial spear could be used. It was just that the sacrificial spear was not as bloody. As he stabbed with his spear, an endless vortex of time erupted. The vortex of time instantly enveloped the ancient tree. Under this vortex, the ancient tree was completely still. All the branches maintained their current state until Long Chen rushed near the trunk of the ancient tree. The sacrificial spear pierced directly into the trunk. Ding! There was a crisp sound. When the sacrificial spear pierced the ancient tree, it only moved. However, just as it could move, it began to age from the spot where Long Chen's attack had struck. This was a rapid aging under the influence of time. It was a kind of collapse under the passage of time. In that instant, the ancient tree suffered from time acceleration that was billions of times faster. No matter how vigorous its vitality was, under the merciless passage of time, it still collapsed and disappeared. The ancient tree that had just regained its movement was turned into ashes by Long Chen's heart of the great void. This was the power of the heart of the great void. This was something that Long Chen had learned from the Era Demon. It was a chaotic fusion of time acceleration and time freezing. The power of the heart of the great void naturally surpassed that of the white bones of beauty and the prison of time. It was even faster than the combination of these two. Under the attack of the heart of the great void by Long Chen, there was no chance for the opponent to show mercy. By the time Long Chen put away the heaven-sacrificing spear, the huge ancient tree had already turned into countless jade-green motes of light that scattered down. They were like raindrops that swept through heaven and earth. After receiving these motes of light, the surrounding trees and sand became even more majestic. This creature with such a strong vitality is still like this under the heart of the great void. It seems that this move may be able to take away Di Jun's life. Other than Di Jun, Long Chen did not believe that any other god kings in the infinite worlds could withstand this move of his. It was simply impossible. After obtaining the heart of the great void, Long Chen actually had the ability to truly fight with Di Jun. It was just that before this, he wanted to figure out the death reign. It's done. He looked down at the vast land below and looked around. He was puzzled. Ancient God's savage wilderness let me in because he wants to see me. Is it really just to let me come to the realm of life to take a look? Even when I took away the chaos green fire and destroyed this ancient tree, there was no reaction at all. There was definitely something wrong with him. Ancient God's savage wilderness should have come out to take a look at him. Just as he was thinking about this, a skinny old man suddenly appeared in front of him. He was not even as tall as Long Chen. He was stooped and wore a tattered linen robe. His eyes were dull and his head was bald. There were only a few strands of white hair on his head. His wrinkles were deep and he even trembled. He was completely an old man with one foot in the grave. There was not the slightest trace of energy coming from him, and he was extremely withered. Presumably, with a light push from Long Chen, he would be reduced to ashes. For such an old man to appear here was naturally an eye-opener for him. After all, ancient God's savage wilderness was a barbarian. Every barbarian was tall and mighty. It was very common for their bodies to be 4 to 5 meters tall. He had guessed that ancient God's savage wilderness would be an indomitable person. He would never have thought that it would be this old man in front of him who looked like he would be blown away by the wind at any time. Of course, no matter how surprised he was, he still said respectfully, "Junior Long Chen greets Senior Ancient God." No matter what, this person in front of him was one of the top experts in the myriad realms. He was the #1 person in the Western Star region. He was a supreme existence in the myriad realms. He was even more famous than Northern Sky God Luya. Of course, this old man did not have any savage wilderness aura. Facing such a terrifying expert, Long Chen naturally respected him. He was also a god who had existed before the epoch. It was just that he had been changed by the giant demon god beast and lost his memories of that period of time. Long Chen really wanted to see what this ancient god's savage wilderness's attitude was. His eyes were cloudy and he looked like a man with one foot in the grave. He was sizing up Long Chen. Suddenly, he shook his head helplessly and said, "The things I can remember are very limited. I can only guess. Perhaps you are the successor of the first world, the world that was destroyed by the sky-devouring clan. That powerful creature is called the Divine Dragon." Boom. These words were like a bolt from the blue to Long Chen. In the myriad realms, the gods had changed the sky-devouring clan, causing them to lose their memories before the epoch. Especially regarding the dragon sacrificial continent, they had completely lost their memories. Even the records had disappeared. Instead, Primeval Troll knew about those things. Long Chen really did not expect that this ancient god's savage wilderness in front of him would say such a thing. He knew about the dragon sacrificial continent and the divine dragon. Before Long Chen could speak in shock, he looked in the direction where the ancient tree had disappeared and said, "I've forgotten too many things. It was only when I came to this realm of life, saw the divine dragon on the tree, and fused with the core of the realm of life here that I remembered that before the epoch, there used to be a creature called the divine dragon, who lived in a world that was countless times more terrifying than Panga continent. It was called the dragon sacrificial continent. But now, the divine dragon has wiped out the sky-devouring clan, and we are just tools for them to devour the myriad realms. This was the realm of life, the former territory of the Taiji spirit dragon, and also a secret place. Therefore, when the ancient god's savage wilderness said these things, Long Chen was not worried at all. Instead, he was excited. Perhaps this powerful ancient god's savage wilderness, who was almost as powerful as the real divine dragon, could become his helper. Because, he was more or less awake. This was the thing that had excited Long Chen the most recently. "Senior, you're right. I'm from the dragon sacrificial continent." Even now, Long Chen still found it hard to believe. "I've already expected this. I've actually asked around about you and heard others describe your form after your transformation. Therefore, I also expected you to come to the realm of life. It's just that when you came in, I discovered something strange. As the last inheritor of the dragon sacrificial continent, you're actually together with your enemy, the sky-swallowing clan. This really surprised me." He was talking about Emo Xiaolang. Long Chen hurriedly said, "Senior, every race has different existences. Even in the sky-swallowing clan, there are people who can destroy worlds, but there are also people who are kind. That brother of mine grew up with me, and we helped each other to get to where we are today. It's not easy. He's not my enemy, but my best helper." Ancient God's savage wilderness was someone who had seen the world, so he didn't really care about this matter. He said, "It's not easy for you to have such a generous heart and to be able to distinguish right from wrong. However, the sky-swallowing clan is ever-changing, and they are people who can devour worlds. This is their instinct. All living beings have instincts, such as eating and breeding. Sometimes, emotions can't win over instincts." Ancient God's savage wilderness's words were vague, but Long Chen understood that he was reminding him that Emo Xiaolang was originally from the sky-swallowing clan, and his instinct was to devour. It was hard to guarantee that after he obtained terrifying power, he wouldn't walk the same path as the demonic gods and beasts. Of course, he was just reminding him. Long Chen didn't want to talk about this problem because he had great confidence in Emo Xiaolang. He firmly believed that all living beings were different from inanimate objects, and their biggest characteristic was emotions. Because of emotions, he had brothers, loved ones, parents, children, and countless others. These were all emotions, love, and it surpassed instincts. He and Ancient God's savage wilderness stared at each other. Ancient God's savage wilderness actually didn't have many memories. In a world that is destined to be destroyed, all my lofty sentiments are nothing but meaningless struggles in the eyes of heaven and earth, Ancient God's savage desolation said indifferently. Therefore, he didn't care about the chaotic green flame or anything else. He stayed in the realm of life, silently experiencing the passage of time and the destruction of the world. Long Chen smiled inexplicably. He knew that no matter what he said, Ancient God's savage desolation would not change his mind. After all, this was the current situation. Long Chen still had a long way to go in the future, and actions were always more effective than words. He silently went to the lake. Senior. Long Chen landed in the lake, his body completely submerged in it. Ancient God Savage Desolation looked at him with his cloudy eyes. You are right. You and I are both mayflies now. Long Chen took a deep breath. After saying this, he transformed into a divine dragon. When the primordial blood spirit dragon appeared in the middle of the lake was too small for him. In an instant, all the water in the lake was blasted into the sky, completely overturned, and shattered, turning into life force that dissipated. In Ancient God Savage Desolation's eyes, the lake had already disappeared. He squinted his eyes. This was the first time he saw a real divine dragon. Long Chen said in his dragon form, overturning isn't without fear. It just depends on whether you're a mayfly or a divine dragon. Perhaps I'm a mayfly now, insignificant to the heaven-devouring clan, but it doesn't mean that I can't become a divine dragon. I'm just a mayfly now, so I won't say too much. Right now, I still can't convince you. I can only say that in the future, if I really become a dragon, I hope you won't be as pessimistic as you are today. Ancient God Savage Desolation closed his eyes and was silent for a long time. Suddenly, he laughed out loud. Because of this laughter, his face even glowed. It's a miracle. I've seen how you use the death realm during this period of time, and I'm very moved by your fighting spirit. The only thing I can do is to give you the core of the realm of life, the realm of life. Long Chen had already guessed it. He certainly didn't expect that the realm of life, which he wanted the most, would be in his hands so easily. Now that he thought about it, it was like a dream. But compared to the desolation and regret in Ancient God Savage Wilderness's heart, the core of the realm of life didn't seem like much. If he hadn't lost his fighting spirit, he definitely wouldn't have been willing to give it away. It was the entire wondrous realm of life. From now on, your realm of life is your territory. I've been here for a long time, and it's time for me to leave, Ancient God Savage Wilderness indifferently said. Many thanks, Senior. I will definitely make use of this realm of life and bring it to greater heights, Long Chen sincerely thanked him. Up to you. In any case, it was originally yours. Ancient God Savage Wilderness took out the core of the realm of life from his forehead. Similar to the core of the death realm, it was also in the shape of an eye, a dark green eye. The dark green eye gradually arrived in front of Long Chen and landed in Long Chen's hand. Goodbye. If there's anything else, you can talk to me. Ancient God Savage Wilderness didn't linger. He headed toward the gate of the realm of life and quickly vanished from Long Chen's vision. Chapter 3001. When Ancient God Savage Wilderness left, Long Chen became the only living being in the realm of life. As long as he fused with the realm of life's core, he would be able to control the realm of life like he controlled the realm of death. The realms of life and death were actually full of mysteries. What Long Chen could control now was only a small part of it. After Ancient God Savage Wilderness left, Long Chen looked around at the lush green world. This place is much more comfortable than the realm of death. The realm of life and death was even safer than his divine kingdom. If Long Chen died in battle, his divine kingdom would be exposed, and everything inside would be controlled by his enemies. However, the realm of life and death was not opened. Without the permission of its master, even supreme deities could not enter. Since Long Chen had become the master of the realm of life and death, as long as he did not want the realm of life and death to open, it would not open. Therefore, the people in Divine Kingdom were safer in the realm of life and death than in Divine Kingdom. Of course, the environment of the realm of death was harsh and not suitable for living. However, the realm of life was different. Long Chen had plans to move some people to the realm of life. However, the premise is to fuse with the realm of life's core. With the experience of fusing with the realm of death's core, Long Chen's only worry was that the realm of life's core would clash with the realm of death's core. He needed to try. After a long time, he settled everyone and sat cross-legged in the realm of life. Surrounding him was a lush forest. Long Chen held the realm of life's core in his hand and slowly approached his forehead. He was sure that this was the place. The realm of death's core was also in this position. When the aquamarine eye approached, the blood-red eye on Long Chen's forehead opened involuntarily. There was no hostility, only warmth. In fact, Long Chen did not even need to control it himself. The core of the life realm and the core of the death realm fused together. In the end, they formed a pupil with two colors, blood-red and aquamarine. The blood occupied one side, and the emerald occupied the other. The two did not interfere with each other at all, as if they were perfectly fused together. Long Chen also quickly learned a lot of information about the realm of life. It was just like the dead world. He could control more and more places. After careful pondering and exploration, after about 10 days, due to the advantage of his bloodline, Long Chen could already enter and exit the realm of life at will. He found quite a few exits from the realm of life, but the others were all in a completely sealed state. He could also leave the realm of life, open the gate to the realm of life from the outside, and come in at any time. If the function of the death world was to allow Long Chen to possess a stronger combat strength, then the function of the life world should be a kind of life force. Within the life world, he could control the life force of the entire world. Even if there were no rules that could bring the dead back to life, within the life world, his recovery ability was still terrifying. Not only him, he could also allow this boundless life force to descend upon the head of anyone. Compared to the fire of life, it was even more effective than Mo Xiaolang's primal chaos green flame at the current stage. Even if it was a law of resurrection, because he possessed the realm of life, he would definitely recover faster after using it once. Once he had complete control over the realms of life and death, Long Chen first moved some people out of the divine kingdom. The realm of life does not have the vast power of Pangu continent. The divine kingdom can connect with Pangu continent, but not the realm of life. Therefore, those who came to the realm of life were those who did not need Pangu's spirit energy. Even a speck of dust here was full of life force, as if it was missing a soul, and that was the life. Long Chen closed his eyes and felt the flow of the endless life force through the core of the realm of life. In fact, the realm of life is also an ocean of life force. It's just that it has materialized into mountains, rivers, trees, and all living things, but its essence is pure life force. Through the core of the realm of life, in Long Chen's eyes, the whole world had turned into an endless ocean, and the life force was flowing in it. That was to say, the ocean was flowing in the whole world. In fact, Long Chen could control every ocean current. He needed to think about the rules. He suddenly had an idea and said, I can control the power and killing intent of the realm of death to form the realm of death and kill my enemies with the power of the realm of death. Then, since the realm of life is also an ocean, and I can control the power of the realm of life, why can't I use the power of the realm of life to form a new rule of life? The most important thing about the rules was the idea. Especially for Long Chen, there were all kinds of rules in his bloodline. After having an idea, he closed his eyes and controlled the life force of the whole realm of life, letting them move, and then trying all kinds of possibilities. The killing power of the rule of life might be to take away life, the source of life. This rule was very powerful. In fact, life is more like a kind of bestowment, a kind of salvation. In terms of killing power, it's definitely not as powerful as the ancient blood spiritual dragon, but the Tai Chi spiritual dragon definitely has its own attacking rule. He was thinking about how to use this boundless life force to attack. Life force could make him stronger, and it could also make his enemies stronger, so it was not the best attack. But it had to be used. Perhaps, just like the source of life, I can use the life force of the whole realm of life to form a vortex and absorb the enemy's life force. That's not a bad idea. Finally, after a long time, Long Chen had a rough idea of what to do. He began to try. With the experience of the death realm's killing tribulation, it's actually just a change, a flexible application. The difference is that the death realm's killing tribulation is a chaotic output, while the life realm's killing tribulation he wants to condense is a kind of violent devouring and deprivation. The life force of the life realm will eventually be used up, and the fundamental way to replenish it should be deprivation. Deprivation, taking away life force. The Tai Chi spiritual dragon can create life, give life force, and also take away life force. This kind of taking away is its attack. The jade green eye between his eyebrows lit up. Long Chen closed his eyes, leaving only his jade green eyes. The Heaven's Sacrifice spear appeared in his hand. He unconsciously brandished the Heaven's Sacrifice spear. The people in the realm of life all raised their heads to look at him. Suddenly, Long Chen reached out his hand and pressed down. Instantly, the entire realm of life changed violently. Rumble. Everything in the realm of life suddenly collapsed and disappeared. A perfectly intact world instantly turned into a jade-green ocean. Only the place where Ling Shi and the others were standing on was still a complete piece of land. From a boundless continent to a boundless green ocean, the scene was too exaggerated and miraculous. Even Mo Xiaolang and the others couldn't help but widen their eyes. The realm of life's slaughter. Long Chen uttered these 4 words in a very relaxed manner. Whoosh. The entire ocean of life suddenly rotated violently, forming a huge vortex that covered the entire world, and Long Chen was at the center of it. The vortex was too huge. Although Mo Xiaolang and the others were in a quiet area, just looking at it gave them a soul-stirring feeling. The realm of death's slaughter was pure. And the realm of life's slaughter was strange and terrifying. In Long Chen's hand, the Heaven's Sacrificial spear had completely turned dark green. Even the light of punishment was dyed a deep green. This massive life vortex had already connected with the Heaven's Sacrificial spear. At this moment, Long Chen stabbed out with his Heaven's Sacrificial spear. Buzz. The space in front of him deeply caved in. Of course, there was no enemy in front of Long Chen, as if nothing had happened. But in fact, if there was an enemy, they should have died immediately. It could be imagined that the realm of life's slaughter was as destructive as being hit by the ghost blood curse. The difference was that the ghost blood curse destroyed lives, while the realm of life's slaughter deprived lives and swallowed them into the realm of life, becoming a part of its power. Boom. While everyone's scalp was numb, Long Chen withdrew the sacrificial spear and casually flipped his hand. Suddenly, the entire ocean of life stopped, and the vortex disappeared. In just a short moment, the ocean of life became solid again, and became a quiet and vibrant world. Ancient trees, flowers, and everything grew. It was as if nothing had happened just now. At this moment, Long Chen quietly landed and came to everyone's side. Although the rules had passed, everyone could still feel how terrifying he was. Chapter 3002. The killing tribulation of the world of life, the killing tribulation of the world of death, and the heart of the great void. The ghost blood curse and the heaven sacrificing spear. Be it in terms of nomological laws or creation divine artifacts, Long Chen was top-notch. It was already heaven-defying for an ordinary god-emperor to have an eternal-grade creation divine artifact, but Long Chen had 2. However, he was not very satisfied. In the death reign, there were still 2 treasures. Perhaps in the end, they would become an important thing for him to rely on in the final battle with Di Jun. The Chaos Devil Blade was meant for Mo Xiaolang. In this period of time, Mo Xiaolang had already familiarized himself with it. With the nature of the sky-swallowing race, it was not particularly difficult to control the Chaos Devil Blade. This was because the primeval troll was created by the sky-swallowing race. The Chaos Devil Blade's original owner was actually the sky-swallowing race. Once Mo Xiaolang mastered the Chaos Fiend Blade, his combat prowess would increase rapidly, and he would be comparable to many figures on the Divine Emperor list. Below the eternal-grade destinable divine artifact, Daoist Duobao and the others would not be his match. Long Chen had come to the death realm from the realm of life to retrieve the sky-burying coffin. During this period of time, the sky-burying coffin and the Chaos Demon Saber had been trying to leave the death world, but unfortunately, they failed. Later, the Chaos Demon Saber almost surrendered under Mo Xiaolang's attacks, leaving only the sky-burying coffin to sink into the depths of the Blood Sea. But it knew that it was useless even if it sank. The Death Rain was a world controlled by Long Chen. On this day, Long Chen appeared above the sky-burying coffin after digesting the rules of the world of life's killing tribulation. The creation heroic spirit of the sky-burying coffin was a mass of chaos. It had no form and was hidden within the sky-burying coffin. Submit, or be destroyed. Long Chen asked. You still can't destroy me. The sky-burying coffin said coldly. However, his voice wasn't confident. He knew that the two chaos fiendish demons had died in battle and Long Chen had advanced another realm. Then I'll give it a try. Long Chen sneered. These heroic spirits were all stubborn. If he didn't show them some face, they wouldn't submit. He held the heaven-offering spear in his hand and rushed down. The tip of the spear glowed with a dark green light. A fortune divine artifact also had its own vitality. If their life force was taken away, they would also wither away. After all, to a certain degree, they were also a kind of life. Moreover, their life force was very limited. Once their life force was taken away, the fortune divine artifact's power wouldn't be greatly affected, but the good fortune heroic spirits would be finished. Ding! The sky-burying coffin shook. I admit defeat. Long Chen's powerful attack made this process extremely easy. The heaven-burying coffin, which had once posed a huge threat to Long Chen, had become Long Chen's third eternal-grade fortune divine artifact. The ghost blood curse and the heaven sacrificial spear could be used with both hands. Just like the demon suppressing pagoda, the sky-burying coffin could be used at the most crucial moment. Long Chen kept the creation divine weapon that was carved with skeletons. Now that the sea of blood was roiling, Mo Xiaolang was fighting against the chaos demon saber on the other side. The heaven-burying coffin submission had perhaps dealt a huge blow to the chaos demon saber. In addition to Mo Xiaolang's identity as a member of the sky-devouring clan, not long after Long Chen kept the sky-burying coffin, Mo Xiaolang actually controlled the chaos demon saber. He stepped over the waves of blood and arrived in front of Long Chen. The chaos demon saber's demonic aura soared into the sky, and it was very suitable for him. Big brother, take this. Mo Xiaolang smiled excitedly. He held the chaos demon saber in his hand, and instantly, a three-colored flame was born. Under the control of his ancestral fire, the chaos demon saber erupted with even greater power. The chaos demonic aura and ancestral fire combined, and 4 terrifying powers were activated. All right. Long Chen held the ghost blood curse with one hand, and the swastika symbol spread out. He swept his sword horizontally, and once again clashed with the chaos demon saber. This time, the two collided, and huge waves rose up in the sky. In the end, it was still Long Chen who won. Mo Xiaolang was sent flying, and even the swastika ghost blood curse climbed onto Mo Xiaolang's body. Of course, it was not a hindrance. However, his 3 ancestral fires were rather difficult to deal with, and they also burned towards Long Chen. It had to be said that the ancestral fires were terrifying. If not for the death world, it would not be easy for Long Chen to extinguish them. Although Xiaolang is as weak as me in terms of power, and we both have weaknesses, the ancestral fires have the same advantage as my rules. As long as he catches up in terms of power, he will be a rather terrifying existence. Anyway, I do not want to be his opponent. Big brother, thank you. It was because Long Chen had gone through untold hardships to come to the realm of life, and because Long Chen had defeated the Chaos Demon and given him the Chaos Demon Saber, that he could reach his current cultivation realm. In fact, most of what he had was given to him by Long Chen. The brotherly relationship between them had long surpassed life and death. Mo Xiaolang was grateful, and of course, he wanted to repay. He and Long Chen viewed each other as true brothers. In fact, even true brothers might not have such a blood-related camaraderie. Right now, We both lack an eternal level boundless divine technique, which is why we are weaker than the enemy in terms of power. If only we had this boundless divine technique. They were still cultivating the immemorial scripture, which was a 6th grade immemorial technique, which was definitely not as good as Dijun. The top 10 of the Divine Emperor ranking all had the eternal level boundless divine technique. Although it's a pity, we still have to stay here for the time being. Go familiarize yourself with the Chaos Demon Saber first. I will be of help in the battle with Dijun, big brother. Mo Xiaolang said firmly. Longchen patted him on the shoulder. There was no need to say more. After Mo Xiaolang left, Longchen picked up the ghost blood curse in his hand and looked at Guiqi. This little beauty was beautiful, but her arrogance was not pleasing to the eye. However, Longchen only treated her as a little girl. Why? Even now, do you still think that I am not worthy of using you? In fact, Longchen had already proven that he was more suitable than anyone else for the ghost blood curse. He even had the sky-burying coffin and the sky-sacrificing spear at the same level. The sky-burying coffin had just been retrieved, while the sky-sacrificing spear was incomparably obedient to Longchen, but it was not weaker than the ghost blood curse. I know you are powerful. You don't have to show off in front of me. Guiqi said angrily with her hands on her hips. Longchen did not argue with her. He said, I don't need it. Even if you are unhappy with me, I will still use you. So, you should wait until you defeat Dijun before you make me submit to you. I don't know if you are still alive or not. I don't want you to be finished just as I acknowledge you. It's better if I don't have any feelings for you. Guiqi said coldly. Longchen did not care what she said, but his voice became serious. He said, Guiqi, I will stop fooling around with you. I know that this challenge is very important to me, but that is my own business. It is fate that we have come together. There is one thing that is very important to me, and I want to ask you. In fact, Guiqi was probably joking with him. When she saw him become serious, she said lazily, What is it? You want something from me? Longchen said, I heard that the ghost blood curse comes from a mysterious place called the Ancestral Star. I want to ask you if you know where it is. Ah. Guiqi was shocked. She had never heard Longchen mention this. Fear flashed across her eyes, and she quickly said, You can't go to the Ancestral Star. It's not a place you can go, and it's not a place I want to go either. I would rather die than go there, so don't ask. Longchen understood. In fact, he just wanted to confirm whether such a place existed. He simply said, It's fine as long as you know where it is. Since Guiqi said that, it was obvious that she knew where the Ancestral Star was. Longchen was not in a hurry to go there. He only needed to confirm if she knew where it was. As for the real journey, that would be after the duel with Dijun. It was not too late to force her then. You can't go to the Ancestral Star. I will not lead the way for you. Guiqi was still chattering. Longchen could not be bothered with her. He returned to the realm of life and settled down. He practiced the various rules, familiarized himself with the sky-burying coffin, and adjusted his strength to its peak. Fighting with Dijun required a strong mentality. He was not completely confident yet, so there was a thorn in his heart that kept troubling him. The longer I stay in the realm of life, the more my fighting spirit will be worn down. However, if I stay here for too long, my chances of defeating him will be even lower. This time, he might not be able to escape even if he wanted to. Longchen closed his eyes. Then I'll wait for Yen, to be born. If she's well, I'll go and welcome the duel to celebrate her birth. Longchen clenched his fists and made his final decision. He could not delay any longer. Lingxi was sleeping peacefully in his arms. At this moment, Zhu Shi was playing in the realm of life. She suddenly ran over and pulled Kitten. She was very excited. Seeing that she was about to make a fuss, Longchen brought them to another place. Zhu Shi laughed and said, Boss, that immortal godly phoenix is talking to me. She told me something very interesting today. Kitten stretched and said, "Did she lay an egg? Look at how happy you are. When are you going to lay an egg for me?" "Get lost. I'll tell boss." "If I don't tell you, don't cry and make me tell you later," she said angrily. "Spare me, queen." Kitten immediately put on a long face. "What is it?" Longchen felt that it was not a small matter. As expected, she put her hands on her hips and said word by word, "It's a big matter. That old immortal godly phoenix knows of a very magical place. She has been to that place, but she doesn't dare to go deep. That place is called," at this point, she kept him in suspense. She glanced at Kitten and said, "It's related to you. Call me Grandma and I'll tell you." Kitten's eyes lit up. In fact, he had already guessed it. But to confirm, he decisively called out, "Grandma." "Haha." She laughed loudly. When Longchen glared at her, she coughed and said word by word, "That place has the power of time. It's like a tunnel, as magical as the realm of life and death. I think that's the time tunnel." Chapter 3003. Time Tunnel. Longchen had a hunch, but when he heard it, he still found it hard to believe. Time tunnel. Kitten screamed, spread his arms, and hugged Shi tightly. Before Shi could react, he gave her a big kiss on the cheek. "My time tunnel. Huh, is the heaven finally looking out for me? Ah, help, boss." Just when he was at the peak of his success, Shi threw a ball of anger at him. One fled, and the other chased. It was a lively scene. "Get back here, you stinky cat. Ah, help. Boss, help. This crazy woman is going to kill me." Kitten ran around Longchen at the top of his voice. "All right, Shi, I have to talk to Immortal Divine Phoenix for a while." Longchen took out the divine item that Shi had used to contact the Immortal Divine Phoenix. It was a feather of the Immortal Divine Phoenix. Through the feather, he could see the figure of the Immortal Divine Phoenix. "Senior, have you really been to that time tunnel?" Immortal Divine Phoenix said, "I don't know if it is the time tunnel you mentioned, but it is indeed a very large whirlpool, about half the size of Pangu continent. The flow of time is sometimes fast and sometimes slow, and there is a tunnel in the center. It is very difficult for ordinary people to see it, and I can't go deep into it. After all, the flow of time in the tunnel is too fast, even tens of thousands of times faster. I suppose it is the time tunnel you mentioned." After hearing what she said, Longchen was almost certain that it was the space left behind by the void cosmic dragon, the time tunnel. "How many people know the location of this place?" Longchen asked first. "It seems that this place is very important to you," said Immortal Divine Phoenix. "I don't think there are many. There is no news about this place in the myriad worlds at present. It is very remote, and ordinary people will not come to such a place. It is the furthest edge of the myriad worlds. The fewer people knew about it, the better." Only then did Longchen ask, "Senior, this place is very important to me. I hope you can give me the location." He looked at Immortal Divine Phoenix expectantly. The Immortal Divine Phoenix was silent for a while. "I can, but I have a condition." "Senior, please speak. Personally, I think that place is very dangerous. Even I don't dare to enter that tunnel. It wasn't easy for me to find a divine phoenix with a bloodline similar to mine, so if you want to go in, please don't bring Zhu Shi along. At least let Zhu Shi stay with me while you are in the time tunnel. I heard that the ancient god gave you the realm of life. If she doesn't want to, she can stay in the realm of life." In other words, the Immortal Divine Phoenix was completely concerned about Zhu Shi's safety. That was too simple. "I'll stay in the realm of life." Zhu Shi was still unwilling to go to the Immortal Divine Phoenix's side. After all, they were not familiar with each other. "No problem." Longchen answered her. Of course, he wouldn't let Zhu Shi take the risk. I will mark the location of the time tunnel on the star map and send it to Pangu's heart. As expected, a few days later, the immortal divine phoenix sent the location of the time tunnel to Long Chen. Long Chen took a look and found that it was actually at the edge of the eastern star sector, slightly closer to the southern star sector. It's quite a distance from here. Long Chen asked Ghost Blood Curse Ghost Chi, which star sector is the ancestral star in? I won't tell you to go there. I don't remember the past. Just tell me where it is. North. One was in the east, and the other was in the north. The time tunnel and the ancestral star were the two places that Long Chen had to go to. He thought about it. He wasn't very confident about the ancestral star. No matter how terrifying the time tunnel was, it was still on the same level as the realms of life and death. Thus, he decided, if I finish off Dijun, I'll go to the time tunnel and help Kitten's main body. At the same time, it was the world that once belonged to the Void Aeon Dragon. The Void Aeon Dragon was the third ancestral dragon after the first and second ancestral dragons. Even Long Chen had been created by this third ancestral dragon. Boss, you're really too handsome, too confident. I love you so much, I really want to devote myself to you. You've made such a wise decision, I can't help but wish you a house full of grandchildren, a group of concubines. Kitten immediately hugged his thigh and grinned from ear to ear. He had chosen Kitten because he had been with him for too long. They were brothers, but Long Chen had given most of his things to Mo Xiaolang, so he didn't take much care of Kitten. On the other hand, Ghost Chi wasn't willing to cooperate. Long Chen also realized that the ancestral star would be more troublesome, so it was better to leave it for later. Don't talk so much nonsense. When you get your main body, you'll be the strongest. Our team still needs you to protect us. Kitten laughed. Don't worry, you little minions. As long as you follow me, I'm sure you'll have a good life. Stinky Kitten, look at how cocky you are. Do you want to die? I'll burn all your hair off. Zhu Shi was infuriated by his arrogance, and the two of them started fighting again in the realm of life. Even now, Kitten is still like a child. Mo Xiaolang watched him fight with a faint smile. However, he is indeed the one who hasn't panicked since the beginning. Among us, he is the calmest. It's about time for him to take charge, Long Chen said. Their next target had been confirmed to be the time tunnel. Their path to becoming stronger. The only one blocking their way was Dijun. When everything quieted down, Long Chen listened to the movements in Lingxi's stomach. The little dragon's vitality was getting stronger, as if it was trying to communicate with Long Chen. At this moment, ancient god Savage Wilderness found Long Chen. Recently, Dijun has been wandering around Pangu's heart, waiting for you. This person isn't simple. He might have an original incipient grade creator divine weapon, and it's fused with his body. That's why I'm warning you. Original incipient grade. Long Chen was shocked. Perhaps this was Dijun's trump card. He had obtained it from the dragon sacrificial continent. To be honest, I'm tempted too. But that original incipient grade creator divine weapon has a high compatibility with him. It seems that it belongs to the dragon sacrificial continent, and outsiders can't use it. Otherwise, I would have taken it, said ancient god Savage Wilderness. Thank you, senior. His reminder had at least allowed Long Chen to be prepared. He would not force the Wildlands ancient god to deal with Dijun for him. On the journey, there were some enemies that he had to defeat himself. If he did not do so, there would always be imperfections in his heart, and it would affect his future cultivation. Dijun was the one person in Long Chen's life who needed him to be defeated the most. Otherwise, he wouldn't have endured until today. The dragon sacrificial continent used to be extremely powerful and vast. It's normal for it to have such a divine item. But if you don't have enough confidence, you'd better think twice. Long Chen knew what to do. Ancient god Savage Wilderness continued, in addition, although I'm not suitable to deal with Dijun for you today, I can help you a little. I've accumulated many things over the years, some of which I can't use myself. For example, I gave the ghost blood curse to the three of you in the third heaven. Recently, when I saw that you only have the boundless divine technique at the primordial grade, I suddenly remembered that I also obtained a treasure from the dragon sacrificial continent. It's just that I don't have the divine dragon bloodline, so I can't use it. Today, I'll give it to you. I hope it'll be useful. Hearing this, Long Chen was looking forward to it. Thank you, Senior. How could something given by ancient God's savage wilderness be simple? In fact, Long Chen was very grateful to ancient God's savage wilderness. He didn't defeat Di Jun for him, but gave him the most precious thing. There was a saying that it was better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. Whether it was the core of the realm of life or the thing that ancient God's savage wilderness was about to give, it should be considered fishing. He wanted Long Chen to become stronger, not just to deal with Long Chen's opponents. The former was to help Long Chen fundamentally. It's this thing. An invisible object appeared in ancient God's savage wilderness's hand. It seemed to be a pearl, but it couldn't be seen or touched. However, Long Chen could clearly feel its existence. From it, Long Chen could feel a dense divine dragon aura. It was indeed something from the dragon sacrificial continent. Actually, this thing was found in the realm of life. I once pondered it, and there should be a boundless divine technique hidden inside. It should be at the eternal level. Because you don't have a divine dragon bloodline, you can't activate it. Just take a look for yourself. Ancient God's savage wilderness placed the invisible object in Long Chen's hand. An ice-cold aura melted into Long Chen's hand. It was a refreshing feeling, as if a divine dragon had drilled into his body. I can only help you to this point. You still have a long way to go. You have to rely on yourself to take the most important step. My cultivation is also limited, so I can't help you complete everything. However, I really hope that you can obtain victory in this decisive battle. Long Chen will naturally do his best. I can't let Senior down. Long Chen bowed deeply to him. I'll be leaving first. Ancient God's savage wilderness left the realm of life once again, leaving this place to Long Chen. He gave Long Chen what he needed the most. After ancient God's savage wilderness left, he began to study this invisible object. He closed his eyes and carefully sensed it. In his hand, there seemed to be billions of divine dragons galloping around the invisible ball. In Long Chen's hand, 5 types of ancestral dragon blood essence appeared and fused into the small ball. The small ball suddenly trembled and turned into liquid, fusing into Long Chen's arm. Then, it spread to his limbs and bones, covering his entire body. Chapter 3004. There were some bloodline advantages that couldn't be made up for with other methods. For example, this boundless divine technique from the dragon sacrificial continent. Even the wildland's ancient god couldn't use it. However, once it fell into Long Chen's hands, it instantly became Long Chen's. Of course, even after the transformation of the boundless divine technique, Long Chen's understanding of this new power was still very limited. He didn't even know the name of this boundless divine technique. Trillion Shrine Palace. Chaos Origin Divine Power. Under the first transformation of the boundless divine technique, it became an invisible power as if it had completely disappeared. However, Long Chen could still feel its existence. He could even feel that this new power was more solid, magnificent, and majestic than the Chaos Origin Divine Power. It's definitely the eternal divine power. Even though only a small portion of the boundless divine art's power had reached this level, Long Chen could roughly guess that the value of an eternal grade boundless divine art would not be lower than an eternal grade fortune divine artifact. The wildland's ancient god had given him another big gift. This colorless pearl made Long Chen feel very relaxed. He didn't even need to spend too much effort cultivating. The power in his body was automatically transforming. It was as if this divine object had been waiting for him for a long time and finally met him today. Of course, it was also because of his bloodline. His bloodline, which had inherited 5 kinds of ancestral dragon's blood essence, was a kind of suppression to anything from the dragon sacrificial continent. He was waiting for the transformation of all his power to complete. That would be the time when he would be unprecedentedly powerful. He was also waiting for the birth of Long Yen. This was also the final moment. Now, Yang Yu and the others were watching Lingxi at all times. After all, the birth of Long Yen might be in the next moment. This was something that couldn't be predicted. Another 10 days passed. Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief. He finally managed to transform all the divine power to the eternal divine power before the birth of Long Yen. It was only after attaining the eternal divine power that he realized the gap between the primordial chaos realm and the eternal divine power. It was no wonder that Di Jun and the others could have the power to crush him. The power of the eternal divine power was too huge. It could probably destroy even a primordial chaos realm. In fact, only ultimate gods deserved to possess such power. Now, Long Chen's God's spiritual source energy had transformed into an invisible force. This made him look like an ordinary person without any god power. He didn't even look like a god king. But in reality, the invisible God's spiritual energy was like an endless ocean, surging within his body. Long Chen didn't know the name of this boundless god technique, so he casually named it, Invisible Dragon Essence. Actually, he knows that the reason why he doesn't know the true name of the infinite divine technique is because he hasn't fully activated it yet. As soon as I touched it, it melted into my power and helped me reach eternal realm. Besides that, I don't know anything else. The only possibility is that I haven't fully understood this thing yet. It should have a higher level that I need to cultivate to activate. It should be an original incipient grade boundless divine technique. This was obtained by the ancient god of the wilderness in the world of life. Moreover, the ancient god of the wilderness had said that this was at least an eternal realm boundless divine technique. In other words, it could be an original incipient grade 1. Long Chen had only activated a small part of it, but he had already achieved the eternal realm boundless divine technique. Therefore, his guess was quite possible. If it really is an original incipient grade boundless divine technique, then this gift is very precious. Items of original incipient grade are all precious treasures to the supreme god spirits. Even in the entire universe, they are top-notch treasures. I don't think there is an origin-level boundless divine technique in the universe. This is the highest level of power. In the current universe, besides the Origin Dragon Palace, there should be no other items of origin. Original incipient grade. The first original incipient grade item that Long Chen knew about was the one that Di Jun had. And now, it could be an original incipient grade boundless divine technique on him. No wonder the ancient god didn't give it to me the first time. He didn't want to give it to me at first. After all, he hadn't studied it thoroughly. But then he was willing to give it to me. This is a great help to me. Long Chen understood this kindness. Ancient God's savage wilderness was still on his side. However, I still don't have the ability to stimulate the deeper things in this colorless bead. The eternal realm power is enough for me to perform to the extreme. Starting from the death world, he had the heart of great void, and the life world. Then his realm rose. Now, he had the eternal realm power. After continuous rapid progress, Long Chen was much stronger than when he was fighting the chaos demons. I just don't know if I am qualified to compete with the Divine Lord now. Di Jun could make the domain master of the Dark Heaven domain helpless. If I want to defeat Di Jun, I think I have to have the same ability. So, unknowingly, I have become the top existence in the universe. Long Chen's heart was filled with hot blood. Since he had just left the dragon sacrificial continent, he hadn't experienced many things, but his cultivation base had advanced by leaps and bounds. From the demon god Buzhou Mountain to the Pangu continent, he was already comparable to the supreme god spirits. He had become one of the supreme beings in the universe. In that case, why can't I kill the sky-devouring clan in the end and restore peace to the universe? Long Chen's eyes were full of hatred and hot blood. Today, he had more confidence in himself. It seems that you have succeeded. Ancient God's savage wilderness had been watching him. At this time, he was outside the realm of life. Long Chen opened the realm of life and let him in. You must have felt that there are 2 layers in this colorless bead. You have opened the first layer and achieved the eternal realm power. I think if you can open the second layer, you should be able to achieve the original incipient realm power. That should be the case. Senior has given me such a precious treasure. Long Chen will never forget it. In the future, I will remember today's kindness, Long Chen said solemnly. This is not a big deal. If you can save the universe in the future, then you will be my benefactor. Ancient God Savage Wilderness paused, studying Long Chen. Suddenly, he said, seeing your continuous growth, your power has reached the sky, but it seems that you are still not confident in fighting Di Jun. In terms of realm and principles, my disciple is stronger than Di Jun. Except for the original incipient realm creator divine weapon, he should be more terrifying than Di Jun. You can try fighting him first, and then you will have some idea. His disciple was the current master of the Savage Wilderness, Divine Reverend Savage Wilderness. Can he come and teach me? Long Chen's eyes lit up. To be honest, he was lacking a standard. He wasn't sure how strong he was, so he didn't know if he could defeat Di Jun. It would be great if Hierarch Manhuang could come and spar with him for a bit. Long Chen's eyes lit up. Of course, no problem. I will let him in. Ancient God Savage Wilderness's wrinkled face smiled. After Long Chen thanked him, he turned around. Lingxi had many people to take care of her, so it wasn't a big problem. The fight would only last for a while. If she came back, he could just stop it. It wouldn't be a problem. Not long after, the Wildlands sect leader arrived. He stood respectfully behind the Wildlands ancient god. With his tall stature, the Wildlands ancient god, who was also from the barbarian race, was only equivalent to one of his arms. Master, I'm ready. I heard that Long Chen has made rapid progress recently. I can't wait to see if you have the power to resist Divine Reverend. If you do, you will be a super genius that has never been born in the past millions of years. Savage Wilderness Sect Master's eyes were filled with battle intent. He was an existence stronger than Di Jun. Since that's the case, let's go to the death world. Please follow me. There were many people in the life world. The death world was more like a battlefield and was more suitable for combat. He opened the door and entered with Ancient God Savage Wilderness and Sect Master. Not long after, Ancient God Savage Wilderness disappeared into the darkness, leaving Long Chen and Savage Wilderness Sect Master facing each other. Savage Wilderness Sect Master looked around and smiled. This place is advantageous to you. I can't use Panga's possession here, so my combat strength will be greatly reduced. However, if you just want to test your level, I only need to use one move. If you can receive it, it means that you have the power to resist Divine Reverence. You should be around the same level as Di Jun, alright. Long Chen's fighting spirit surged. Emicham, Savage Wilderness Sect Master didn't waste any time. He stretched his arms and legs. His tyrannical muscles were full of impact power. His physical strength was beyond ordinary people, and the most violent part was his eternal level power. In terms of strength, barbarians generally surpassed their opponents. Although Long Chen had eternal level power, it only shortened the distance between him and Savage Wilderness Sect Master. Get ready. Suddenly, Savage Wilderness Sect Master appeared in the distance. Boom. With a tremor, his power exploded. With him as the center, the earth-shattering blood sea rushed towards Long Chen, forming an incomparably terrifying first wave of attack. Under his aura, the entire death world was stirred up. Boom, boom, boom. Every time the Wildlands sect leader moved his muscles and bones, a loud rumbling sound could be heard. Right now, his entire body was covered by an earthen yellow energy. Under that energy, the surrounding blood sea was changing, turning from liquid to solid, turning into an endless land. Take this. Before attacking, Savage Wilderness Sect Master didn't forget to remind Long Chen. He roared and decisively attacked. It was a very simple punch. His attack should be a well-controlled attack. It was a kind of test. As long as Long Chen could receive it, it would be a symbol of strength. After all, he was a true supreme deity, and his realm far surpassed Long Chen's. Desolate God Fist. One punch. Chapter 3005. The Attack of a Supreme Deity. Long Chen squinted his eyes, trying to feel the power. Not to mention the majestic attack, just the rules of the god of Tai realm, although simple, had undoubtedly pushed the power of the Wildlands sect leader to the extreme. When he opened his eyes again, he was in a desolate world. Everywhere was barren, and a destructive force was rushing towards Long Chen. That was the suppression of countless worlds on Long Chen's body. Destruction. Within the rules of the attack, the Wildlands sect leader could vaguely be seen. However, his face was as huge as the entire continent. Boom. Boundless divine might. The might of a supreme deity had already activated Long Chen's death rain. He used his own strength to control the death rain, making it impossible for Long Chen to draw the power and help he needed from the death rain. How do you deal with it? The voice of the Wildlands sect leader covered the sky and earth, rumbling loudly. This was a spiritual attack, targeting the primordial spirit. Under such an attack, the opponent of the Wildlands sect leader might be mentally crushed before he could be defeated. It was time to counterattack. Ding. At this moment, Long Chen was very decisive. He directly took out the sacrificial spear. The silver spear spun in front of him, letting out a sharp screech. Thousands of sharp lights exploded, piercing through the surrounding desolate power. In the raging wind of the desolate world, Long Chen was incomparably calm. At this moment, he held the sacrificial spear with one hand. Suddenly, his forehead split open, and a green eye appeared. At the same time, there were not pupils in his eyes, but an endless sea of life. It was exactly the same as when he used the death rain. The difference was that it was the realm of life that was tumbling. On the other side of the realm of life, other than where Lingxi and the others were, the entire realm of life had once again turned into an ocean of life, forming a huge, heaven-defying whirlpool, forming a terrifying suction force. On the other side of Long Chen, the sacrificial spear was completely green. There were countless green lines on it that were rotating, condensing at the tip of the spear, forming a green light dot. Death rain. The power of the realm of life appeared in the realm of death. The Wildlands sect master couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Although Long Chen was currently in the death world, there was a boundless dark green vortex behind him. This was a vortex of life energy, incomparably majestic and boundless. Long Chen was in the center of this vortex of life, and his heaven's sacrificial spear was the core of this vortex of life. The moment the desolate god fist descended, Long Chen completed the life realm killing tribulation and violently stabbed out. The heaven sacrificing spear was like a snake coming out of its hole. Swoosh. The charge of the heaven sacrificial spear triggered a change in the whirlpool of life. The whirlpool spun at a terrifying speed. Wherever the heaven sacrificial spear went, the entire great desolate world was destroyed and swallowed by the heaven sacrificial spear into the world of life. This was a contest between rules and rules, between strength and strength. In terms of rules, the Wildlands sect master was still weaker than Long Chen even though he was at the godly venerate level. In terms of strength, even though Long Chen had attained the eternal rank, he was still inferior to the Wildlands sect master. Of course, if he had still been at the primordial chaos realm, the difference would have been even greater. Fortunately, Long Chen used the heaven sacrificial spear. The heaven sacrificial spear's divine power of creation became the key to Long Chen's victory. He relied on the heaven sacrificial spear to move forward and the life realm killing tribulation to absorb life. No matter how powerful the Wildlands sect master was, he still couldn't stop Long Chen from robbing his life. Bang! The heaven sacrificing spear and the Wildlands sect master's fist were inches apart. The laws and power between the two collided. The impact Long Chen had to endure was too terrifying. He had no choice but to ignite the flames of his life in order to prevent himself from being sent flying. This was the absolute superiority of his opponent in terms of power. However, the life realm killing tribulation was also a huge problem for the Wildlands sect master. Although he was confident that he could suppress Long Chen, at this moment, his arm withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. His vigorous blood chi and life force were all crazily swallowed by the heaven sacrificial spear. The Wildlands sect master's expression changed. Enough. He suddenly laughed, retracted his fist, and retreated, leaving Long Chen's attack range. His laws were also retracted, and he stopped attacking. The death rain, which had turned into a primordial world, reappeared in front of Long Chen. All right. Long Chen understood what the Wildlands sect master meant. When the Wildlands sect master retracted his hand, Long Chen also hurriedly retracted his attack, withdrawing the heaven sacrificial spear and the life realm killing tribulation. Under his control, the eye between his eyebrows first disappeared. Then, the entire life realm returned to normal. From the sea of life, it once again became a complete world, as if nothing had happened. In an instant, the death realm became quiet. The Wildlands sect master still had a surprised look on his face. He said somewhat helplessly, "It's about time. Based on the situation where you broke my move, he can probably face Hierarch and not be defeated. He can also contend with supreme deities. Di Jun is roughly at this level. It can be said that the current you is already one of the top dozens of top experts in the myriad worlds. The God Kings were considered emperors in the myriad worlds, the level of experts. Divine Kings were considered ordinary experts. As for supreme deities, they were the emperors of the emperors, the experts of the experts, the supreme figures of the entire myriad worlds. Long Chen had now officially stepped into this level. From the battle with the Wildlands sect master, Long Chen had gained some confidence and experience. At least now, when facing Di Jun, he clearly did not need to flee and be passive anymore. He had almost been killed by Di Jun in the blood spirit abyss, and had been forced to flee to the death realm twice on Panga continent. He remembered all of these in his heart. But now, there was a huge gap between him and the last time. The ancient god of the Wildlands sect appeared again. He smiled and said, "The most important thing this time is that the power of the eternal level has come into play. Otherwise, there would be a huge gap between your strength and the enemy's." Long Chen was well aware of this, so he had to thank the ancient god even more. "To be honest, you can challenge Di Jun at any time. We'll wait and see. Of course, you can decide when you want to do it yourself. Anyway, with the life and death realms, Di Jun won't be able to defeat you. You have countless chances to make a comeback. It would be difficult for Di Jun to obtain the Origin Dragon Palace." In contrast, Long Chen was very curious about the original incipient grade creator divine artifact he had. Perhaps, he could snatch it. Compared to the Origin Dragon Palace, Long Chen might be able to use the original incipient grade item. Then, the ancient god of the Wildlands and the Wildlands sect master left first. Long Chen returned to the life realm. As soon as he returned, he couldn't wait to come to Lingxi. At this time, Lingxi was in a strange state. She was shrouded in a white halo, which made it hard for people to see her clearly. In the light, there was a vague red color of the immemorial blood spirit dragon. Yang Yu, Divine Emperor Yu Hua, and the other dragon emperors were nearby. At this moment, they were surrounding Lingxi, waiting for the birth of a new life. "Chen, it should be today." Seeing him, Lingxi's bright eyes brightened. To her, Long Chen was the absolute backbone. Relax a little." Although Long Chen told her to relax, he couldn't help but feel nervous. After all, this was his first child. He discovered that when he looked at Lingxi's lower abdomen, looking at the little fellow that alternated between a baby girl and a little red dragon, he couldn't help but feel a sweetness in his heart. He really wanted to give birth immediately. Everyone was waiting in anticipation for that moment to come. The whole realm of life was silent. Even Kitten and Zhu Shi, who were usually noisy, were quiet at this time. They hid at the side and watched stealthily. Because of her parents, Long Yen was destined to be a little princess the moment she was born. Not far away, Li Xuanji also stood at the side and watched in a daze. She didn't come out for a long time, but when she heard about Long Yen, she couldn't help but come out. It seemed that the time had come. Lingxi seemed to be a little confused. She spoke like she was talking in her sleep. At this time, she leaned against Long Chen. Long Chen held her palm tightly. It was a little warm, but it felt cold. Everyone, move away. Don't look. Yang Yu was going to have a baby granddaughter soon. He was more excited than anyone else. After a while, everyone waited in the distance. Under Long Chen's control, many trees appeared, surrounding him and Lingxi. Although it was not suitable for him to be here, Long Chen was still worried. After all, this child had been born for too long. His eyes were fixed on the child who had his eyes closed at all times. Suddenly, Lingxi let out a painful sound. Long Chen also became nervous, but he soon found that the situation was wrong. The vitality of Lingxi in his arms was rapidly declining, and the little girl's vitality was becoming more and more vigorous. She was actually devouring Lingxi's life. Chen. Lingxi could sense it as well. In fact, she could even see that her body was withering away, and the child in her womb was like a bottomless pit, crazily devouring and cleansing, as though it was preparing for her birth. If this went on, Lingxi would die directly. Long Chen was shocked. He didn't know what was going on, but he had a choice in his heart. If he had to choose one, he couldn't let Lingxi die for this child. But if he didn't stop this situation, in his eyes, this child was indeed like a bottomless pit. Even if it completely devoured Lingxi's vitality, it would still be difficult to fill her up. This sudden situation had already extinguished the joy and nervousness in Long Chen's heart. Don't be afraid. He held Lingxi's hands tightly. No matter what, he wouldn't let anything happen to Lingxi. Chapter 3000. Recently, my writing hasn't been very smooth, but after some adjustments, I will give everyone the best climax tomorrow. The strongest and most beautiful part of the Dragon's Blood, the last chapter of the Myriad Worlds, which is also the final chapter, I will definitely do my best to finish it. Thanks so many readers for following me along the way. Chapter 3006. Don't panic. While Long Yen was frantically devouring Lingxi's life force, Long Chen held down the restless Lingxi. She couldn't think properly now, so Long Chen made his own decision. Of course, he knew that Long Yen didn't do it on purpose. This child's potential and bloodline were too terrifying, so her birth required such a strong life force. As a child, she could only absorb from her mother's body and didn't know that the huge gap in her body would lead to her mother's death. Therefore, Long Chen didn't blame Long Yen. What he did was directly control the realm of life. This was the realm of life, and what it lacked the least was life force. At this critical moment, Long Chen summoned a huge amount of life force and poured it into Lingxi's body. He already had some achievements in understanding the rules of life, so it wasn't difficult for him to use the realm of life's life force to sustain Lingxi's life. After Lingxi stabilized, Long Chen transferred the power of the realm of life. He didn't need Long Yen to devour it, but directly poured it into the fetus body and let her digest it. With so much power available, Long Yen didn't need to devour Lingxi's body. The situation finally stabilized. What's going on? Everyone was shocked to see a huge amount of heaven and earth turn into a river of life and flow towards Long Chen. However, if something happened, Long Chen definitely wouldn't be so calm. Although everyone was nervous, they didn't dare to disturb him for the time being. It's okay, Long Chen patted Lingxi's nervous face. Now that the realm of life's power had gathered into a river and replaced Lingxi, Long Yen had enough replenishment. Under the nourishment of the realm of life's power, the child became very majestic. She might be very weak at the beginning, but if she continued to devour like this, she would definitely be much more terrifying than a normal child when she was born. After all, she's the little ancestral dragon. You can't blame her for this. Ling Shi had gotten through the tense moment just now, and now, she hurriedly spoke up for Long Yen. She was worried that Long Chen would not like this child because of this. All right, I definitely understand. Don't worry. Long Chen was no longer nervous. He was actually looking forward to the birth of this child. She had devoured so much life force, and her starting point would be incredibly high. At the very least, he could be sure that she was different from Long Chen. She would be born with godly spirit power. Just like that, they waited. Eventually, 4 hours passed. 4 hours had been thrilling and thrilling. Fortunately, the speed at which the dragon face was absorbing life force had weakened. It wouldn't take long before it was saturated. By then, it would be time for the baby to be born. This child, if we hadn't coincidentally come to the realm of life at this time, how could there be so much life force for her to absorb? Long Chen thought that it was a close shave. He had come to the afterlife realm at the right time. Otherwise, Lingxi would have lost her life. Thinking about what would have happened in the realm of life and the difficult decisions she would have had to make, even Lingxi was frightened. Fortunately, she's fine now. We're really lucky. Lingxi said contentedly. At this time, the dragon face had almost stopped devouring life force. Long Chen took a closer look. He couldn't imagine that this little fetus had a majestic life force that was not inferior to his own. It surpassed everyone else here except for Long Chen. She hadn't been born yet. What a little monster. This could only mean that his bloodline was too powerful. If the dragon face was born normally, he would have to consider whether he should give birth to a few more children as soon as possible to play with. Chen. Just as Long Chen was relaxing, something new happened. Lingxi gritted her teeth. Long Chen could feel that after devouring a large amount of life force, the dragon face was not idle. She directly devoured the pure immortal source energy in Lingxi's body. At the same time, she's also devouring the spiritual energy in the surrounding world. However, there's not much spiritual energy in the surrounding world, so Ling Shi has become her main target. Under her devouring, it won't be long before Ling Shi's strength is completely devoured. At that time, Ling Shi, who has already become a divine emperor, might become a cripple. What a troublesome fellow. Long Chen had no choice but to open the divine kingdom and send Lingxi in. After all, the divine kingdom was now connected to Pangu continent, which was a primeval incipient world. The Pangu spirit energy here was the most powerful spirit energy in all the worlds. Whoosh! As soon as she entered the divine kingdom, Lingxi became the core. All the Pangu spirit energy devoured by the origin dragon palace in the whole new world was gathering toward Lingxi. I can only say that the dragon face's devouring ability is too terrifying. Long Chen quickly asked Lingxi. After all, she knew her own situation better than anyone else. Lingxi answered with some difficulty. It seems, she still feels that it's too slow and too little. She wants to absorb it from me. Lingxi had the ready-made pure immortal source energy in her, which was most effective for the dragon face. Although the divine kingdom had a lot of natural energy, which was almost the same as the normal level on Pangu continent, it still could not satisfy the child. I'll go. Long Chen became nervous again. One was his woman, and the other was his daughter. He had not been so nervous for a long time. Even the divine kingdom could not satisfy the dragon face. The only way was to get out of here. What's wrong, Chen? Yang Chen, you and the others have made progress. The dragon face is absorbing a lot of energy, which has affected Xiaoxi. I have to take her outside. Yang Yu was startled. How could this be? Go outside? Isn't Di Jun waiting for you outside? There's no other way. Long Chen did not have time to think too much. The place with the densest natural energy on Pangu continent was Pangu's heart. He hoped that when he got out of here, the dragon face could concentrate on absorbing Pangu's natural energy and let Lingxi go. Even in the divine kingdom, Lingxi could not hold on for too long. Although her life was not in great danger this time, Long Chen did not want to waste all the cultivation base that Lingxi had worked so hard for. He opened the realm of life and rushed out. As soon as he got out, he brought Lingxi out of the realm of life. This was Panga's heart, but it was the territory of the barbarians. For the dragon face, this place was too small. Long Chen had to bring her to the sky above the heart, where she could absorb the Panga's heart and Panga's natural energy from all directions. It was the most abundant supply. What about now? Because of the connection of the 3 lives threads, Long Chen could actually feel that the dragon face was also devouring the energy from him. Lingxi breathed a sigh of relief and said, "It's much better now. It's stable now." Rumble. A great amount of Panga's natural energy surged toward Long Chen like a torrent. It came not only from Panga's heart, but also from the entire Panga continent. Long Chen was located slightly above Panga's heart. For a moment, this place had become the core of Panga's natural energy. It was great news for Long Chen that Lingxi was fine. He looked around and could not help but smile bitterly. It looks like Yen is going to be born here in such a high-profile manner. Long Chen had mixed feelings about having a daughter like this. She was not even born yet, and he could not help but wonder what would happen when she was born in the future. Long Chen, what's wrong? On the barbarian tribe's side, the barbarian sect master and many barbarian divine emperors had already noticed the commotion. "It's nothing. Please allow me to stay here for a while, sect master," said Long Chen quickly. After all, this place was above someone else's head, and it was devouring the natural energy of Panga continent. Of course, they would be curious when they saw that the natural energy around them had been greatly reduced. "That's not a problem. But since you are here, Di Jun will definitely show up. According to the previous agreement, we can't help you," said the sect master. Long Chen would not break this agreement. Ancient God Savage Desolation had already helped him too much. No matter what, he had to personally take action in the fated battle with Di Jun. Suddenly, he took a deep breath. Did Yen ask me to choose this most important moment, the moment of her birth, to complete this fated battle and celebrate her birth? Long Chen had been waiting for the birth of his dragon face, waiting for himself to grow stronger. He had decided to come out and fight Di Jun at that time. But every time, he was hesitant, wondering if he was Di Jun's match. After all, he might have an original incipient grade divine item. If he hesitated for a long time, it would not be a good thing for him. At least in his heart, he was already a loser. Today, because of the birth of his dragon face, in order to prevent Lingxi from getting into danger, he had to come to Panga continent and leave the life and death realms. As long as he came here, it meant that Di Jun would come to find him. Must it be like this? Why don't we just stay in the divine kingdom? I'll suffer a little. Lingxi grabbed his arm. No, now that things have come to this, I no longer have any leeway to retreat. I'm just sorry that I couldn't be by your side when Yen was born. However, I will give you the best news and give you a satisfactory answer. He did not know when, but his blood was boiling. You have to come back alive. Lingxi's eyes were filled with tears. There was nothing more reason for Long Chen to fight than this sentence. Lingxi had to stay here. Di Jun would come, and he had to fight. I will come back alive, Long Chen said with certainty. For a long time, he had lacked the ultimate reason to face Di Jun. But today, he saw it in Lingxi's tearful eyes. He also saw it in the young life of his dragon face. This ultimate reason is to come back alive, to see his wife and child, and to enjoy the joy of life. This is not a trivial matter, but the most important thing in Long Chen's life. This is my promise to you and Yen. You just need to let her come to this world safely. Tell her that her father is an amazing man. After saying this, a figure appeared in the sky. Chapter 3007. Di Jun was near the heart, guarding it at all times. Perhaps he had expected that one day, Long Chen would appear in front of him. Today was the moment. When Long Chen raised his head with Lingxi in his arms, who was absorbing the endless Pangu energy, he saw Di Jun hovering in the sky. His left eye was like a blazing sun, and his right eye was empty and hollow, staring at Long Chen with scorching heat and indifference. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. Chen. Lingxi called softly. Facing Di Jun, she could not help but feel nervous. But soon, a determined look came over her face as she said, "Don't worry, go and fight. When you come back, I will let Yan and I see you safe and sound. You have to let us see you too. I promise you, and you have to promise me." Fate had allowed Long Chen to complete this predestined duel at this most critical moment. In that case, we must both abide by the agreement. Long Chen stared into her eyes, and he saw Lingxi's resolute gaze. This was the moment when he trusted Lingxi the most. Since fate had chosen this moment, it was just the right time for him to vent all his anger and passion. By now, the ancient god of wildness and the sect master of the wildness sect had probably learned about what had happened here. However, according to the previous agreement, they stayed in the heart and did not participate in the competition between Long Chen and Di Jun. Even all the experts on Pangu continent could feel the confrontation in this place. In fact, the news of the duel between Long Chen and Di Jun had long been spread across all the realms, and now countless people were waiting for the new situation. Today's duel was bound to shake all the realms, and the impact it would have was unprecedented. The battle between the number one on the Divine Emperor list. Who would be the strongest Divine Emperor in all the realms? The suspense was all in this day. Long Chen decisively handed Lingxi over to Yang Yu, Yuhua Divine Emperor, and the others. They were all women and knew more about this than Long Chen. If there was any trouble, the immortal godly phoenix could also help. She happened to be nearby and had rushed over at this time. Because of Zhu Shi, the immortal godly phoenix and Long Chen were on good terms. Don't waste time. Di Jun sneered and waved his hand. Following his move, an enormous column of fire descended from the sky, striking towards Long Chen. In a flash, it seemed to have ignited all of Pan Gu's spirit power, making the sky above the heart of Pan Gu shine brightly. Di Jun was not a gentleman. His target was not only Long Chen, but also Lingxi. As long as Lingxi had to stay in this place, she would be his trump card. For the sake of obtaining the Origin Dragon Palace, he was nothing more than a villain. Long Chen didn't say a word. This time, he left Ling Shi and charged into the clouds under everyone's gazes. He split the pillar of fire in half with a single slash, and the two halves split in two directions, forming a sea of fire in the sky. Meanwhile, Long Chen was already in front of Di Jun. "Let's go." Long Chen gave him a look, then flew into the starry sky. Di Jun could tell from the look in his eyes that Long Chen would not run away this time. He was ready. With that, Di Jun was temporarily relieved. Of course, he would not be despicable enough to think of killing Lingxi first. "Fine, I'll give you a chance to have a fair fight." Di Jun smiled faintly and followed Long Chen. Under the gazes of billions of living beings, the two of them rushed up into the starry sky. The vast Pangu continent gradually shrank in their eyes. When he turned around, he saw that Ling Shi was looking at him. Her smile and calm demeanor were the most boundless strength in Long Chen's heart, and the little life in her womb was the source of all of Long Chen's fighting spirit. Although he looked ordinary at the moment, the truth was that the blood in his heart had long since been boiling, and his fighting spirit had long since broken through the heavens. This level of fighting spirit was unprecedented. He could not forget Lingxi's smile and the pulse of the little life. Because of this, as a husband and a father, at this moment, he was so confident, so courageous, and so full of fighting spirit. When they came to the infinitely high starry sky, where the whole Pangu continent had become small, Long Chen knew that this was the battlefield he wanted. Fighting here would not affect Lingxi. Of course, those experts on Pangu continent could also see the situation of their battle. 10,000 meters away, Di Jun hovered in midair. On his left was a blazing flame, his golden hair fluttering in the wind, and on his right was ethereal, as if it did not exist. However, he had control over space. This was his world, his battlefield. The power of the laws had begun to spread before the battle began. What made Long Chen most afraid was that there was a layer of strange thing on Di Jun's body. He couldn't tell what it was, but it was like an armor that had already fused with him. Long Chen couldn't imagine how hard this thing was and how hard it was to break through it. He could feel that this thing was definitely related to the dragon sacrificial continent. When I was in Panga's heart, I felt a fluctuation that made Origin Dragon Palace react. It must be the thing on Di Jun now, and it must be his greatest trump card. Whether I can defeat him this time, it will depend on whether I can break this trump card. At this time, Long Chen could not think about when he was confident. He could only win and go back alive. This was the only choice he had given himself. As a father and husband, nothing was more important than seeing his daughter and woman. It was the hot blood flowing in Long Chen's heart, his greatest perseverance and fighting spirit at this moment. It was an immortal power, a spiritual will. Even if he did not close his eyes, all Long Chen could see was Lingxi's smile at him, and the movement of the little life. Touched by life. Di Jun could not understand Long Chen's current emotions. He did not understand that this was actually the best moment for Long Chen. Everyone desired different things. To Di Jun, the so-called daughter was nothing more than an insignificant thing. It was far less important than the Origin Dragon Palace. It's a pity. It seems like you care a lot about your children who are about to be born. However, this is fate. You won't have the chance to see them. It is indeed a sad thing for a child to have his father die in battle when he is just born. However, you don't seem to have a choice. Di Jun said word by word in an indifferent tone. Long Chen's gaze was unprecedentedly calm. He said, the reason why humans, gods, and demons are so noble is because of their emotions. You are an emotionless person, no different from the beasts in the mortal world. You have no right to discuss my matters. Since I am here today, I will not run anymore. You have chased me for dozens of years, and today is the end. Di Jun sneered, yes. However, this is your end and my new starting point. Everything in the draconic sacrificial continent is destined to belong to me. You are indeed heaven-defying, but it's a pity that you were born too late. Since that is the case, there is no need to say anything more. Many years of grudges and fated enemies. Today, I, Long Chen, will settle everything with you cleanly. Of course, I couldn't ask for more. After Di Jun finished his last sentence, his gaze had already changed. From a deity, he had turned into a killing maniac. He had chased after Long Chen for far too long, reaching the limit of his endurance time and time again. He had truly waited for too long for today. Therefore, he was excited. Boundless excitement. His excitement and fanaticism were the most insane power he had at this moment. Roar. He was almost unable to suppress it. Looking at Long Chen, he let out a beast-like roar. Everyone was looking at them, witnessing this battle, witnessing Di Jun's madness at this moment. Under this madness, Long Chen indeed appeared very insignificant. However, in Long Chen's eyes, it was as if he had returned to his childhood. Although he didn't have the strength to truss a chicken, his opponent was just a wild wolf. He had something he needed to protect, and he had strong emotions in his heart. These were all weapons that Long Chen wouldn't give up even if he died. Your life, everything you have, I, Di Jun, will take it all. In that instant, right in front of Long Chen, Di Jun suddenly split into two. A golden-haired Di Jun and a silver-haired Di Jun appeared. The golden-haired Di Jun's anger soared to the heavens, like a sun, burning with raging flames. As for the silver-haired Di Jun, he was cold and indifferent, mysterious and illusory, as though he had fused with space itself. After splitting into two, each clone was incomparably powerful. At this moment, Di Jun's aura towered to the heavens, causing Long Chen to feel a terrifying pressure. Fortunately, he had fought against the Wildlands sect leader before, so he had a certain degree of confidence. In that instant, even the blazing flames of the golden-haired Di-jun didn't seem so terrifying. In that instant, the battle erupted. Di-jun charged forward, directly attacking. The golden-haired Di-jun was at the front, while the silver-haired Di-jun was at the back. Indistinctly, Long Chen could see that the golden-haired Di-jun was holding a stone in his hand, while the silver-haired Di-jun seemed to be holding a longsword. Although it was an invisible longsword, it was definitely an eternal grade fortune divine weapon. Before Long Chen could take a closer look, the golden-haired Di-jun attacked in a frenzy. The stone in his hand was the eternal opal. The eternal opal that had once suppressed and stabilized the dragon sacrificial continent. Long Chen had no idea that the dragon sacrificial continent had actually been destroyed by Di-jun. The Tao of Sun that I cultivate is not weaker than Shen Yi. That sun is not just Shen Yi's territory. The golden-haired Di-jun's aura was magnificent. For a moment, large areas of the starry sky were burning under his control. At this moment, the eternal opal in his hand burst out with an unprecedented super light, piercing through the universe. Even on Panga continent, almost every place was covered by this light. Rumble. An explosive sound came from the sky. Chapter 3008. In front of Long Chen, the fireball with the blonde Emperor Jun and the eternal opal as its core was enormous. Being right next to it, he could naturally feel the terrifying lethality. If this law were to be thrown onto Panga continent, it would definitely cause terrible damage, even greater than the damage caused to the barbarians during the chaos of ancient demons. Since he is cultivating the law of refining sun, then this should be the refining sun. Even at this moment, Long Chen was still able to keep his mind calm. Compared to the huge fireball, his entire body was covered in waves of fire, making him look very small. Di-jun, on the other hand, had a majestic aura. Frankly speaking, just this rule alone was no weaker than the Wildlands sect leader's wilderness god fist. Ashes of all things, refining sun imperial flame. Endless waves of sound erupted from the refining sun. In the eyes of the crowd, the enormous refining sun was already crashing down towards Long Chen. It was so terrifying that everyone could not help but worry about Long Chen. The flame was too fierce, too intense. For Long Chen, there was only one thing in the entire world in front of him, and that was the enormous fireball hovering in the starry sky. And the law that could burn everything. Boom! Boom! As the refining sun imperial flame moved, even the starry sky was set ablaze. Countless broken stars were directly turned into ashes. It was as if the flame was used to split the sky and earth. Such a law showed how determined Emperor Jun was to kill Long Chen, as he had used an absolute killing move right from the start. In the Divine Kingdom, the realm of life, and the heart of Pangu, countless people who were concerned about Long Chen could not help but clench their fists as they watched the scene. Even under the test of the flame, their eyes did not dare to move away. Bam! In their eyes, Long Chen moved. It was hope and dawn. In the face of the terrifying refining sun imperial flame, Long Chen remained calm. When the flame approached him, he was already prepared and had a plan in place. Buzz! In front of the refining sun imperial flame, he, who looked very tiny, suddenly took out the sky-burying coffin. Big. Under his control, the eternal grade fortune divine artifact grew infinitely, blocking in front of Long Chen. Under his power, the heaven-burying coffin was displayed to the extreme. The bronze coffin with countless skull carvings appeared in front of everyone. It was incomparably fiendish, and it formed a sharp contrast with Di-jun's flames of righteousness. The sky-burying coffin emitted a bloody light. Long Chen's actions were very straightforward. He manipulated the sky-burying coffin to devour the burning sun imperial fire. The golden-haired Di-jun and the eternal incandescent stone were the cores of the burning sun imperial fire, so they were also devoured by the sky-burying coffin. When the lid of the heaven-burying coffin closed, the heat and light between heaven and earth suddenly disappeared. It was as if the burning sun imperial fire had never appeared. Just as everyone was finding it hard to accept and understand this miracle, the entire heaven-burying coffin lit up again. It even started to burn. Although Long Chen used this fortune divine artifact to suppress Di Jun's laws are too ferocious. They are resisting inside the fortune divine artifact. If Long Chen can't stop them, the fortune divine artifact might even be destroyed. The Wildlands sect leader explained to the god emperors. At this moment it was purely a battle to see who was stronger. Would the burning sun imperial fire destroy the sky-burying coffin, or would the sky-burying coffin suppress the burning sun imperial fire? The answer was revealed in an instant. Long Chen descended from the sky and landed on top of the sky-burying coffin. His eyes were filled with illusory colors, and his hands instantly pressed on the sky-burying coffin. Heart of the Great Void. Until now, this was the strongest time law. It happened directly inside the sealed sky-burying coffin. At the same time, he used the power of the sky-burying coffin. The Heart of the Great Void had the power to stop time and accelerate time. It was almost equivalent to a time prison and white bones. When used inside the sky-burying coffin, its power surpassed the Chaos Demon's return to chaos, and was even faster and more violent. The sky-burying coffin could be said to be Long Chen's territory. Boom. When time stopped, in order to kill Blonde Di Jun, Long Chen used his ultimate killing move. The sky-burying coffin and the Heart of the Great Void were definitely his strongest combination. Moreover, it was also his first attempt. Actually, he had a lot of confidence. This was definitely a combination that could terrify Di Jun. At that moment, time stopped inside the sky-burying coffin, and it became a time prison. The White Bones Law descended on Blonde Di Jun, and it was difficult to resist. No matter how powerful the burning sun imperial fire was, it could not do anything at this moment. Success. Long Chen did not have much joy in his heart. All of this was actually within his plan. When Blonde Di Jun began to weaken and die under the power of time, Long Chen directly threw Mo Xiaolang into the sky-burying coffin. Roar. After rushing in, Mo Xiaolang turned into a sun-devouring dire wolf. He had waited for this moment for too long. Now that Blonde Di Jun, who had been hit by the Heart of the Great Void, was no match for him at all. The tricolored ancestral fire quickly pounced forward. The power of the smelting sun imperial fire had yet to disappear. The sun-devouring dire wolf looked like it had seen a feast and was gorging on it. Of course, the fastest thing he could do was to use the fire-forbidden domain to devour the golden-haired Di Jun, Long Chen. Golden-haired Di Jun could only watch as his power flowed away and his life force declined. However, this was the Heart of the Great Void. This was the most terrifying part of the rules of time. Once hit, there was no corresponding rules of time to alleviate it. Only death was possible. Who asked Di Jun to be directly hit by the Heart of the Great Void? You've lost. Before Mo Xiaolang was swallowed by the law of time, he had used the fire-forbidden realm to devour him. In this way, he could forcibly absorb most of the power from Di Jun. Of course, the burning sun imperial fire and the eternal opal were his targets. Now that Di Jun was powerless, Long Chen saw that the flames on the sky-burying coffin were gradually dissipating. He knew what to do, so he put the coffin away. Such a move naturally caused a great uproar on Pangu continent. Although no one knew the specific process, however, it was obvious that the fact that Long Chen was able to put away the sky-burying coffin meant that the golden-haired Di Jun wouldn't be able to come out. The battle had just begun, yet Long Chen had already killed one of the other party's fire clones. He had directly killed half of his opponent. Didn't that mean that he was almost certain to win next? In fact, he could absolutely crush Di Jun. For a moment, all the barbarians on Pangu continent could not believe it. After all, they thought that this was a stalemate. At least, most of them thought that Di Jun had a higher chance of winning. After all, he had suppressed Long Chen several times before. He had turned defeat into victory so quickly. In fact, even Long Chen himself felt that things were going smoothly. But at this time, he was very confident that when Blonde Dijun was devoured, there was no way he could turn the situation around. Mo Xiaolang was a member of the Sky Devouring clan, and his devouring basically represented the death of Blonde Dijun. With half of his opponent's combat strength dead, there was nothing to worry about. It seems that I have slightly weakened the lethality of the Heart of Great Void. This thought flashed across Long Chen's mind. All of a sudden, even though the crowd below was cheering, he sensed danger. It was too smooth. Blonde-haired Dijun was dead, and silver-haired Dijun was dead. Why did he let me kill Blonde Dijun? He was a fool, obviously not. From the beginning, he seemed to have disappeared. Especially now, there was no trace of him in the whole world. At that moment, Long Chen had a creepy feeling. He had realized that on the surface, he had won a complete victory, but in fact, it seemed that Dijun was still in control of everything. At this moment, there was a feeling of suffocation. Silver-haired Dijun was here. He had been lying low for a long time, and even at the cost of Blonde Dijun, he wanted to give Long Chen a fatal blow at this moment. It was not that Long Chen had the upper hand and crushed Dijun, but that he had fallen into a trap. Perhaps there were not many people on Panga continent who knew this. Suddenly, silver-haired Dijun appeared in front of Long Chen. He had lost a clone, but he did not react at all. There was even a strange sneer at the corner of his mouth, which meant that everything was still under his control. When Long Chen saw him, it was already too late. After all, for this moment, Dijun had been preparing for too long. The gate of the universe, the forbidden zone of eternity. The law of space. Using the gate of the universe, Long Chen displayed the nomological laws of space. The moment Dijun appeared, the gate of the universe opened up beneath Long Chen's feet. It was so close that he couldn't dodge it. Inside the gate of the universe, a terrifying space swallowed Long Chen. It was easy to imagine that it took an existence like Dijun such a long time to use this move, and he even had to use Blonde Dijun as a cover. How powerful was the law of the forbidden zone of eternity? At least, when the power of the law burst out, Long Chen could not hold it and was directly swallowed. It was just like Blonde Dijun being swallowed into the sky-burying coffin. At this time, Long Chen was swallowed by the law of space and disappeared in front of everyone. At that moment, Long Chen remembered many things. Finally, he saw a detail. When Dijun and the silver-haired Dijun had fused into one, the original incipient grade treasure had fused with them. However, when they separated, the golden-haired Dijun didn't have any protection while the silver-haired Dijun had everything. Moreover, the second ancestral dragon's symbiotic dragon, the sacrificial dragon, was good at space law, but not fire law. Long Chen always thought that the two clones, blonde and silver-haired, had the same status. Now that he was swallowed by the law of the forbidden zone of eternity, he knew that it was not the case. It was even possible that silver-haired Dijun was the real body, and the blonde Dijun might be a part of him that he didn't care about. Boom. While he was still in shock, Long Chen fell into a magical space. This space was not big. It was surrounded by smooth gray walls, but it was definitely completely sealed. When Long Chen came in, the gate of the universe was closed. In this kind of space, as long as I open the Death Realm Dragon Gate, I can go back. Long Chen knew that just like the sky-burying coffin, it could not trap him. However, when he used the law, he found a terrible thing. Chapter 3009. This was a strange space. It was the law of Emperor Jun's eternal exclusion zone. It was not a large space, but just like the sky-burying coffin, it locked Long Chen in here. When he first came in, Long Chen was not very worried. Just like the sky-burying coffin, he could complete the transfer from the Death Realm. But when he entered the eternal exclusion zone and was about to open the gate to the Life Realm or the Death Realm, he suddenly found that he could not move in the eternal exclusion zone. It was an absolutely locked space. It was an application of Emperor Jun's space freeze. There's no need to struggle. Even if you're an ultimate god, you won't be able to move after falling into my gate of the universe's eternal exclusion domain. I used my avatar to attract your attention and spent so much effort to display the laws. How can I let you out so easily? In this gray space, silver-haired Emperor Jun suddenly appeared in front of Long Chen. Of course, he could move at will. Space freeze was somewhat similar to time stop, but they were not the same. One suppressed space, while the other locked time. They were different in nature, but the effect was the same. In the eternal exclusion zone, the law of space that Emperor Jun had been brewing for a long time was clearly more terrifying than the time prison of Era Heavenly Fiend. I just didn't expect that you could kill my clone while I was preparing for the eternal exclusion zone. Obviously, you, Long Chen, already have the strength to fight me. But unfortunately, you still lost. In Di Jun's hand, the divine sword gradually revealed itself, appearing in front of Long Chen. It was a transparent divine sword, slender and clean, like a transparent crystal. However, upon closer inspection, one could clearly see the power of this divine sword, because there were tens of thousands of spaces hidden within it, and each space seemed to contain a real world. Oh, this is the Myriad Worlds divine sword. There are 10,000 worlds in it, corresponding to the 10,000 worlds in the Myriad Worlds. This is the miniature of the Myriad Worlds. It was a spatial divine sword. It was made up of 10,000 spatial fragments, including Panga Continent, the Third Heaven, and so on. This was Emperor Jun's real weapon. With a casual wave of his hand, the 10,000 worlds inside began to collide and revolve, releasing terrifying spatial fluctuations. At this moment, he was standing in front of Long Chen, and his ethereal eyes narrowed as he looked at Long Chen. The Myriad Worlds divine sword, an eternal grade fortune divine artifact, was slightly raised. In terms of power, the Myriad Worlds divine sword could completely suppress the ghost blood curse. It was much stronger than ordinary eternal grade fortune divine artifacts. Ever since I let you escape last time, I've been preparing for the eternal exclusion zone. Today, I've finally put it to use. Although you've still killed one of my avatars, I still have to thank you for this. As my cultivation level increases, the Raging Flames law has gradually lost its effect. It's far inferior to my space law. A long time ago, it had already become a burden to me. I couldn't bear to part with it. Today, you've helped me kill it. In fact, you've opened a new path for me, a pure path of cultivation. No matter what he said, Long Chen couldn't move. He couldn't even say a word. The space was frozen, pressing down on Long Chen like countless mountains. He could communicate with Emperor Jun through his nascent divinity, but there was no need. What Long Chen needed to do now was to figure out how to break Emperor Jun's eternal exclusion zone. It's over. Emperor Jun couldn't help but laugh. He had been waiting for this moment for too long. Not only was he stronger than Long Chen, but he had also come up with a plan. This eternal exclusion zone was prepared for Long Chen. The loss of blonde Emperor Jun was nothing to him. His foundation was the space law, which was also the reason why he had completely transferred the primordial dragon pagoda to this body. Their eyes collided. The Myriad Worlds godly sword was waved. Long Chen could already feel the danger of death. What a coincidence, your child is about to be born. I can somewhat understand your feelings now, but it's a pity that fate sent you to this place. You can only accept it. If we are both chosen by the draconic sacrificial continent, chosen by the divine dragon, but ultimately, I'm stronger than you. When I get what you got, I will have a brighter future. The Myriad Worlds godly sword was raised. Emperor Jun raised the Myriad Worlds godly sword high up, his silver hair fluttering. Don't you want to say a single word before you die? Emperor Jun stared into Long Chen's eyes and said solemnly. Long Chen was unable to move. Even if he was filled with boundless anger, the power of the space freeze still prevented him from moving, and he couldn't show it on his face. What Emperor Jun saw was a calm Long Chen with a calm gaze. Oh, it's not that you don't have anything to say, you're just in despair. I understand. At this moment, Emperor Jun made his move. Outside the Forbidden Zone, everyone was staring at this place, waiting for the result. Everyone could see that although Long Chen killed the golden-haired Emperor Jun, he seemed to have fallen into the silver-haired Emperor Jun's rule and hadn't come out yet. How was he doing? On Panga's heart, the speed at which the dragon face was devouring Panga's spiritual energy had slowed down. It was almost time for the birth. Under the protection of Yang Yu and the others, Lingxi was a little tired. However, she couldn't help but widen her eyes and look at the movement in the starry sky. Her heart was beating rapidly. No matter how she called out to Long Chen, there was no response. Lingxi slowly closed her eyes. She had an extremely ominous premonition. However, this didn't scare her. My mission is to keep Yen safe and welcome his victorious return. I can't give up, and he definitely won't give up. Lingxi knew what kind of person Long Chen was. Before seeing that his wife and daughter were safe, he would never admit defeat. He would do what he promised Lingxi. Thinking of the promise Long Chen made to her before he left, Lingxi gritted her teeth. Even if Long Chen didn't do anything now, her heart was filled with hope. In the most crucial matters, Long Chen had never let her down. Forbidden Zone forever. Die. Emperor Jun waved the Myriad World's God sword in front of Long Chen, who couldn't move at all. In an instant, the Myriad World's God sword raged, and a terrifying space-tearing force burst out. Forbidden Zone destruction cut. The sword swept across. Even in the Forbidden Zone forever, everything was destroyed by the space-tearing force. This is the end of you, Long Chen. Emperor Jun roared. His voice reverberated throughout the Forbidden Zone of Eternal World. Rumble. Under the power of the Forbidden Zone destruction cut, in front of Emperor Jun, Long Chen, who was imprisoned in the Forbidden Zone forever, began to crumble bit by bit and turn into ashes. Not only Long Chen, but the entire Forbidden Zone forever was destroyed. The Forbidden Zone forever and the Forbidden Zone destruction cut were, in fact, just the same rule. The Forbidden Zone forever imprisoned the opponent and completely bound the opponent with the power of space, while the Forbidden Zone destruction cut worked with the power of the Forbidden Zone forever to destroy everything. Rumble. What everyone saw was a towering, transparent sword energy suddenly shooting out of the starry sky. It raged and shattered a starry sky that was 1/10 the size of Panga continent. In fact, this was also the explosion of the Forbidden Zone forever. It was almost one of Emperor Jun's most terrifying killing moves in the law of space. Long Chen had merged with the Forbidden Zone forever, so the explosion and destruction of the Forbidden Zone forever was his destruction. Emperor Jun suddenly appeared. The Myriad World's divine sword was still rippling with the infinite power of space, tearing everything apart. Everyone saw Emperor Jun, the hundreds of millions of miles long sword energy in front of him, and the countless destroyed spaces in front of him. As for Long Chen, he had completely vanished. Boom! Boom! Endless explosions echoed between heaven and earth, causing a deafening rumble that shook the entire Panga continent. Long Chen had disappeared into the starry sky. No one else saw it, but Emperor Jun clearly felt that Long Chen had been torn apart by the power of space during the destruction of the Forbidden Zone forever. Of course, Emperor Jun would not doubt it. After all, even an ultimate god, as long as he was trapped in the Forbidden Zone forever, even if he did not die, he would be seriously injured by the Forbidden Zone destruction cut. The Myriad World's divine sword was famous for its lethality. Emperor Jun had relied on the Myriad World's divine sword alone to get to the top of the Divine Emperor list. Boom! Most people saw this scene. Emperor Jun could not help but laugh wildly. Above the starry sky, his silver hair fluttered in the wind, surrounded by destroyed spaces. Could it be that Long Chen has died in the battle? What a pity, in the end, even ancient god's savage wilderness let out a sigh. The last thing they wanted to see had happened, and under such circumstances, it was really hard to bear. After all, the child he had been waiting for a long time was about to come to this world. He had just been born, and he had just lost his father. For a moment, the entire Panga continent was silent, and the eyes that looked in the direction of Lingxi were full of pity. Long Chen is dead. Emperor Jun's voice spread across the world. After decades of chasing, he had finally found his son. Of course, he was extremely excited, and an unprecedented sense of accomplishment overwhelmed him. Yang Yu shook her head, tears beginning to fill her eyes. "Aunt Yu, have you forgotten? He can bring the dead back to life." Lingxi's eyes were firm as she looked at the starry sky, as if to prove what she had said. Just as she finished speaking, and just as Emperor Jun was about to open his divine kingdom to search for the Origin Dragon Palace, countless rays of green light converged. About 1,000 meters in front of Emperor Jun, a tremendous power was accumulating and exploding. Boom! Just as everyone was feeling helpless, suddenly, there was an explosion, and Long Chen's figure appeared, unscathed. His fighting spirit towered into the sky, and his killing intent was heavy. In his right hand, the ghost blood curse shone brightly. In his left hand, the sacrificial spear shone brightly. At this moment, Long Chen raised his head between the sword and spear. He had paid with his life in exchange for another chance to fight equally. At this moment, he and Emperor Jun had each died once. Chapter 30:10. On his left hand, the emerald green bracelet that could bring him back to life had already dimmed. No one knew when it would shine again, and this was almost Long Chen's only chance. After the previous confrontation, both sides had a certain degree of understanding. Just as Long Chen appeared and Di Jun was at his most shocked, Long Chen unleashed an unprecedentedly powerful attack in the starry sky. This was his limit. Boom! For a moment, heaven and earth seemed to explode. All of a sudden, a green ocean of life appeared in his left eye, and a tumbling ocean of blood appeared in his right eye. The power of life and death had perfectly combined at this moment. Most importantly, an eye appeared between his brows. It was the combination of the core of the death realm and the core of the life realm. The fusion of life and death had given birth to a bizarre eye that was emerald green and blood red. Rumble. With the heavenly spear in his left hand and the ghost blood curse in his right, on the left was the shadow of a boundless ocean of life. The ocean of life had turned into a huge vortex behind Long Chen, so huge that it blotted out the starry sky in the eyes of the people on Panga continent. On the right was a boundless, violent blood-colored ocean that was releasing endless killing intent. Long Chen's position happened to be between these two oceans and the two worlds. At this moment, he had gathered almost all the power of the life and death realms, and while Di Jun was still in a state of shock, he had unleashed this peerless killing technique that was destined to be passed down through the ages. Death tribulation. Life tribulation. When they were used almost at the same time, it was the death tribulation. As the ghost blood curse unleashed the power of the death tribulation, the heavenly spear thrust toward Di Jun with the law of life that could deprive life. The killing technique of life and death was unleashed at the same time. Everything in its path disappeared, and Di Jun, who was very close to it, could not dodge or escape. The power of the life realm had locked onto him, making it impossible for him to get away. In the eyes of the barbarians on Panga continent, the power of life and death was perfectly combined. The power of law. In the face of all this, no matter how depressed Di Jun was, he had to enter a fighting state from the shock. Obviously, Long Chen had come back to life. This was a fact, and no matter how unbelievable it was, it could not change this fact. Di Jun's silver hair fluttered in the wind under the bombardment of the life and death laws. His eyes were illusory, cold and emotionless. Even now, he didn't bat an eyelid as he gripped the myriad world's god sword with both hands. Just before the life and death calamity descended, he roared and activated the space laws. With the myriad world's god sword, he slashed out once again. The sword slashed down. World extermination slash. Unlike the previous sword of destruction, which was only a part of the eternal forbidden zone. This sword of destruction was an independent law of space, the law of space shattering. As the sword slashed down, a terrible thing happened. The space within tens of millions of meters around the sword, which was almost as close as Pangu continent, was shattered. Di Jun's sword was powerful enough to destroy a great world. Countless fragments of space condensed into a huge sword and pierced toward the life and death calamity. This was a clash of pure nomological powers. It was a clash of the strong, and it was the best way to distinguish the absolute combat power of the two sides. In the space where Long Chen was, apart from where he was standing, everything else was in the midst of destruction. For a moment, everything was destroyed. The life and death calamity collided wildly with the world extermination / Heaven and earth were destroyed. The law of life and death collided with the law of space. Everyone had thought that was the end, but Di Jun had instantly suppressed Long Chen, almost causing him to lose his life. This time, Long Chen had once again reversed the situation. Just as he was about to kill Di Jun, no one had imagined that Di Jun would have a super divine item that could protect him. This is the primordial dragon pagoda. You will never be able to break it in your entire life, Di Jun said calmly, pointing at the transparent pagoda on his body. Indeed, it was the original incipient grade destinable divine weapon. Long Chen couldn't help but feel troubled. At this point, only the primordial dragon pagoda was left. He had just experienced the terror of the primordial dragon pagoda. Did it mean that he had no way to defeat Di Jun? Everything he had done until now was in vain. He didn't have much time to think. Di Jun wouldn't give him a chance to breathe. After the primordial dragon pagoda had done its job, he chuckled. After playing with you for so long, I didn't think that you could be reborn again. However, you won't have a second chance. Let me end this grudge. The Origin Dragon Palace belongs to me. Let it return to me. You don't even know what the Origin Dragon Palace is. How do you know that it belongs to you? Long Chen's eyes were cold. He gazed at Di Jun's primordial dragon pagoda, searching for a way to break it. I am actually stronger than Di Jun. The only difference is the primordial dragon pagoda. No, he can use it, but I can't. This gave Long Chen some hope. However, at this critical moment, Di Jun's speed was unprecedentedly fast. He had reached his limit. Right now, in Long Chen's eyes, and in the eyes of millions of people, he had transformed into a pure silver dragon. He had dazzling dragon scales, and his claws were like precious gems. His eyes shone brightly, but his entire body seemed illusory, flickering and moving at will. Moreover, he was a more mature and complete supreme divine dragon. Hence, his body was extremely huge. When he coiled up, he was a super colossus. At the very least, compared to him, Long Chen was just a tiny dot. What is this? He's too big. He doesn't look like a demon. It was said that Long Chen could also transform into this form. For a moment, countless people on Pangu continent were discussing Di Jun's form. Of course, there were too many people who were watching this battle. So far, the battle was exciting, but vaguely, Di Jun had the upper hand. Especially now, when the dragon sacrificial ceremony appeared in front of Long Chen could feel the pressure of a real divine dragon. In time, Di Jun will surely reach the peak of Tai Immortal Realm. That's the real supreme divine dragon. It's a pity that I haven't found the ancestral dragon's origin dragon soul. Even if I found it, I can only fuse with it when I'm close to the ancestor realm. This was Father's warning. After all, the fusing might cause too much noise, and it might attract the attention of the sleeping sky devourer. This was Long Chen's regret now. He could only rely on his inherited blood essence to fight against the real divine dragon. Yen Er seems to have the origin dragon soul, but she was born by herself. Compared to the adult ancestral dragon, she doesn't cause too much noise now. Besides, the dragon attendants might know about her, so they didn't warn me. It shouldn't be a problem. I'm just afraid that when Yen Er becomes stronger in the future, she will attract their attention. I have to become stronger quickly to protect her. However, he understood that it was useless to think so much. The most important thing was to get through today's calamity. The most important women in his life were waiting for his return. I must go back and see Yen Er. It was also an explanation to Lingxi. It was a promise that a man needed to shoulder. It was a responsibility, everything. However, Di Jun wouldn't give him a chance. When he turned into the sacrificial dragon, the primordial dragon pagoda was still covering him. Although it was an original incipient grade divine weapon, he could still use a part of its power. Using the original incipient grade divine weapon, he could use the sacrificial dragon's rule. This was Di Jun's strongest feature. Previously, he thought that the perpetual forbidden domain was enough to kill Long Chen. In fact, he was right. The perpetual forbidden domain had killed Long Chen once. Di Jun turned into a dragon, his voice imposing. Then, this will be the moment of your death. It was the first time he faced such a massive divine dragon. The sacrificial dragon's body was covered in silver light, fusing with countless spaces around it. It seemed like he was the embodiment of the countless spaces around him. At that moment, his eyes were as illusory as the universe. The primordial dragon pagoda was surrounded by a transparent divine dragon that sparkled with psychedelic light. It was something similar to the Origin Dragon Palace. It gave people a feeling that it wasn't just a simple original divine weapon. Sacrificial dragon's rule, descend. Another space freeze. This was the most depressing thing for Long Chen. However, the primordial cage was different from the perpetual forbidden domain. There was a door in the perpetual forbidden domain that needed to be entered, but the primordial cage directly controlled an endless territory, freezing it and turning it into a cage. It was the ultimate cage in the law of space. The primordial dragon pagoda was glowing brightly on his body. Obviously, he was using the power of the primordial dragon pagoda to control the primordial cage to such an extent. If he wanted to, perhaps he could directly freeze the entire Panga continent. However, he was afraid of the ancient gods of the savage wilderness, so he did not do so. However, what made Long Chen furious was that Lingxi, Yang Yu, and the others were also trapped in the primordial cage. Di Jun must have done this on purpose. Not only did he want to destroy Long Chen, he also wanted to destroy everything about Long Chen. The sacrificial dragon and the primordial dragon pagoda had frozen the entire space above Panga continent. At that moment, the heaven and earth fell silent. Only the sacrificial dragon himself could speak. Staring at Long Chen with his silver eyes, he said indifferently, "It seems like it's a pity, but this is the result. I've always been ruthless. Don't blame me for not only destroying you, but also everything you have, your descendants, and everything you care about. However, I will help you fulfill your lifelong wish, the successor of the ancestral dragon, Long Chen." At the end of his words, he could not help but smile strangely. Chapter 30:11. Of course I hate you, because why can't it be me? I, Di Jun, am superior to you in every aspect. In the stillness, Di Jun transformed into a sacrificial dragon. His enormous body descended above Long Chen. His silver, illusory eyes were filled with too much killing intent, anger, and, of course, jealousy. Ancient God's savage wilderness could recover some of his memories, and Di Jun had come into contact with more people on Dragon's sacrificial continent. It was normal for him to have some of those memories. It was just that he had endured it for too long, and only today, when everything about Long Chen was under his control, did he finally say it out loud. The fact that he could still remain calm after chasing Long Chen all the way from Dragon's sacrificial continent was a terrifying achievement. Now, everything is over. The blade of sacrifice. The primeval cage had imprisoned Long Chen, Lingxi, and the others. It was a rule unleashed by the primeval dragon pagoda, and it was a crushing force for Long Chen. It was even harder to resist than the eternal forbidden zone. But, he could only come back from the dead once. Right at this moment, Di Jun's sacrificial dragon body began to move. His dragon tail began to transform, turning into a huge silver blade. It shone brightly, but it was illusory. With a casual swing, it could cut through heaven and earth, mountains, rivers, the sun, and the moon. This was the blade of sacrifice, the thing he was using to end Long Chen's life. I don't believe you can come back to life again. Di Jun sneered. Under the gaze of all the barbarians on Panga continent, the sacrificial dragon wielded the blade of sacrifice and descended above Long Chen. The blade was raised high, and once it fell, the world would be torn apart, and Long Chen would die. In fact, Ling Shi and the others below Long Chen would also become the targets of the heaven sacrificial blade. The blade of sacrificial heaven could definitely kill Long Chen, and then destroy everything Long Chen had, everything he protected, all his responsibilities and promises. That deadly blade of sacrificial heaven made Long Chen feel somewhat dazed. I can no longer bring the dead back to life. It was just like when he faced the Forbidden Region obliteration / from before. The only difference was that if he was killed this time, he would die. Not only him, but Lingxi, all his brothers and sisters, and all the people on the dragon sacrificial continent would also die. Di Jun would never let them off. When I die, it will be the end of everything. In the stillness, Long Chen saw the still Lingxi. He saw that the young life was still pulsating. She was about to come to this world. How many years had it been for this day? From the beginning until now, he had been fighting for what he had promised his father to accomplish. It was also his long-cherished wish. However, the blade of heaven's sacrifice was going to sever all of this. It contained the power of the primordial dragon pagoda. Everything was the primordial dragon pagoda. In God's nation, countless people were crying. They held each other's hands, shouting and roaring. We can't die. Fight, win. Fight, fight, fight. Go, 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 go. It was a struggle against fate, a rage against disaster. Everyone stood together with Long Chen. Perhaps Lingxi and Long Yan were the reasons why Long Chen couldn't lose at this moment. Perhaps this was just a battle between men. He had promised Lingxi, promised that child. If he didn't do it well, it would be so shameful. I can't do this. At this moment, his eyes were burning as he looked at the blade of sacrifice. His entire body, even every single particle, was erupting with an unprecedented battle intent. His blood vessels, his muscles, his bones, they were all roaring furiously at the same time. It wasn't that he couldn't lose, but that he couldn't die. If he lost, he could make a comeback. But if he died, he would lose everything, and he wouldn't be able to fulfill his promise. At this moment, he was filled with passion and anger. The billions of particles in his body were filled with unprecedented fighting spirit and killing intent. They all gathered in Long Chen's eyes, turning into endless flames that burst forth. At this point, cultivation was no longer just for himself. Long Chen recalled what Long Qinglan had once said to him. Only by being strong could he have dignity, the right to speak, and the power to change fate. Now that he was strong enough, he needed more energy. That energy was responsibility, and that energy was love. It wasn't love, but brotherly love, father-son love, mother-son love, and the feelings he had for the world and his companions. They were all his power, the reason he had no choice but to become strong and survive. For a very long time, he wasn't fighting alone. When he roared, the trillions of living beings in his divine kingdom would fight alongside him. Kill. 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 The love of heroes, the tears of beauties. A battle of survival, a battle of destiny. A battle of life and death, but Long Chen couldn't die at all. Because of this, he had no reason not to go crazy, not to rush to the last moment. The blade of heaven's sacrifice descended. As his life was about to end, many images appeared in Long Chen's mind. Lingxi's gentle and trusting smile, Li Xuanji's silent companionship, Mo Xiaolang's sincerity and hot-bloodedness, Kitten's comical but sincere, and so many more. Every image was a source of strength in his heart. Daddy, he didn't know when or where, but he suddenly heard such a tender voice. Long Chen's heart was filled with hot tears. This must be Long Yan's call to him. She urgently needed him. Even if it was only for this cute little life, he had no reason not to fight. When Dijun lowered his head, the look in Long Chen's eyes gave him a fright. He had never seen such a fanatical, stubborn, and crazy gaze. Just this gaze alone could devour the heavens and earth, it could destroy everything. The will in this gaze was simply the will of the myriad worlds. It was a kind of unyielding, a kind of rage. People were strong because of their strong will. When Long Chen's will merged with the will of the world, it formed a will that was above all things. To Dijun, this was a terrifying blow. You can't kill me. Even under such circumstances, Long Chen's strange smile made Dijun's hair stand on end. No one allowed him to be defeated, so how could he be defeated? A true man should stand up for love and responsibility. Behind Long Chen, all the gazes and hope in his eyes were like boiling hot energy in his heart. They were the reason why he would fight to the end even if he died. The 5 types of ancestral dragon's blood had long merged in his anger and even merged into one. Vaguely, it was already spreading towards the Origin Dragon Palace. At this moment, Long Chen was conscious. He gathered all the power in his body and rushed towards the Origin Dragon Palace. Wake up, wake up. The only thing that could crush the primordial dragon pagoda was the Origin Dragon Palace. The power of emotions, the pursuit of survival, and all his fighting spirit were fused into the formless dragon energy and launched an unprecedented attack on the Origin Dragon Palace. He was using the bloodline of the ancestral dragon to attack the Origin Dragon Palace that he couldn't possibly control. Origin Dragon Palace, today, I will use your power to sweep away all obstacles and open up a new path. This is the only time. Under Long Chen's call, countless mystical dragons, dragon martial artists, and even the commoners were contributing their strength. The mystical dragons and dragon martial artists appeared beside the Origin Dragon Palace. Even if their strength was insignificant, they fused their power into Long Chen's to shake the Origin Dragon Palace. Billions of lives were of one mind and one heart with Long Chen. This was something that Dijun couldn't compare to Long Chen at all. Everyone believed that with the fervent attack and the fighting spirit of the entire race, they would eventually see the light of hope. What did you say? In the endless starry sky, Dijun laughed maniacally. He wasn't intimidated by Long Chen. Let's give it a try then. Actually, all of this happened in an instant. As Dijun laughed coldly, he slashed down with the blade of sacrifice. The huge silver blade cut through the sky and descended towards Long Chen's head. Heaven and earth were torn apart, and everything was destroyed from head to toe. From this moment on, you, Long Chen, will no longer exist in the 10,000 realms. You are indeed a legend. However, in my eyes, you are also a joke, because everything you have is mine. Die. Primordial cage, blade of sacrifice. Silver light flashed, and the sky and earth lost their color. Everything lost their luster. Long Chen's furious face was still flickering in the light of the blade. Just as the blade of sacrifice was about to land on his head, all of a sudden, Long Chen smiled. At that moment, when the power of the masses gathered at the Origin Dragon Palace, when everyone roared and contributed their power, when Long Chen rushed everything into the Origin Dragon Palace, there was a rumble. The Origin Dragon Palace exploded with a golden light, and a terrifying power burst out, penetrating the god nation. A golden dragon rushed out from within. It rushed out of Long Chen's god nation. Even so, under the control of the primordial dragon pagoda, the golden dragon still rushed out. It swam within the primordial cage, and rushed upwards to meet the blade of sacrifice. Everything was changing, and everything was reversing. Rumble. Silver and gold light shone brightly, drowning everything. Kill. From Long Chen's mouth came the voices of trillions of people. At that moment, the golden light swallowed the dragon. Chapter 30:12. Under the golden light, the primordial dragon pagoda had shrunk back into his body. The primordial dragon pagoda had encountered a power that could intimidate it. Jun had not fully controlled the primordial dragon pagoda, but he had never expected such a thing to happen. When the primordial dragon pagoda was gone, he was not much stronger than Long Chen. At this moment, his mind was blank. Heaven, earth, and the universe were like a dream. Boom! Under the power of the origin dragon pagoda, the sacrificial dragon's body collapsed and was riddled with holes. An irresistible impact caused Jun to revert back to his human form. His silver body was almost illusory, as if it would disappear at any moment. His eyes had never been as confused and painful as they were at this moment. He had never been as weak as he was at this moment. On the other hand, Long Chen was not exhausted after using the power of the origin dragon pagoda. Instead, he was full of energy and was at his peak, forming a strong contrast with Jun. Up until now, this battle had been reversed several times in a row. It was an eye-opener for everyone. It was unbelievable again and again, but there were reversals time and time again. It had been a long time since there was such a wonderful battle in the myriad worlds. Until now, when the barbarians saw this scene, they could only gasp in amazement. However, they did not believe that there would be any suspense. At this moment, they were completely immersed in the power that Long Chen had just unleashed. It was simply a power that was impossible for a divine emperor. When the primordial cage was destroyed, everything returned to normal. On Lingxi's side, the dragon face was also in a normal state. Everything seemed to have returned to peace. Impossible. Jun had never been defeated. However, his current weakness was constantly reminding him that he was on the verge of collapsing in this most crucial battle. When the smoke dispersed, he saw Long Chen in front of him. Long Chen was no longer as crazy as before. He was cold and calm, and instantly appeared in front of Jun. Jun was proficient in the law of space. Long Chen was most afraid that Jun would escape. Once he escaped, all the dangers they had just experienced would be in vain. Their eyes met again. However, this time, it was Long Chen who crushed Jun, sky-burying coffin. Long Chen's speed was very fast. At the critical moment, the sky-burying coffin descended. Emperor Jun, who had been defeated by the Origin Dragon Palace's attack, could not evade the power of the sky-burying coffin. Just like blonde Emperor Jun, he was trapped inside the coffin. At this time, Mo Shaolang had already devoured blonde Emperor Jun and returned to the kingdom of God. Long Chen. Jun shuddered at the thought of Jun's fate. However, when he shouted Long Chen's name in the sky-burying coffin, Long Chen had already made his move. Since he had paid such a high price, he could not let Jun leave. Heart of Great Void. In that instant, he transformed into a void universe dragon and pounced on the enormous sky-burying coffin. Using his body, he unleashed the Heart of the Great Void. The Heart of the Great Void swept through the entire sky-burying coffin, trapping Jun like a turtle in a jar. Boom! The power of time swept past. Time, space and time were of the utmost importance in the laws. However, space was only one of the laws of the second ancestral dragon, while time was the third. Space, it was Jun's first time being suppressed by the time freeze. Of course, it was the silver-haired Jun. Under the time freeze, he couldn't move at all. However, the time acceleration also descended on him, hastening his destruction. Being hit by the Heart of Great Void and in such a weak state, he was destined to die. In the time stop, Jun's body was fading away. He was aging, withering, and losing everything. Jun clenched his teeth. He didn't wait for Long Chen to refuse and said, "In my divine country, there are some gods from the immemorial era of Dragon Sacrifice continent. They are my brothers and also your ancestors. They are innocent. I beg you to let them live. Everything I have will be yours. Primordial Dragon Pagoda, Myriad Worlds Godly Sword, etc. Them." They were probably the two demon god emperors and Tai Yi divine king. They did not interact much with Long Chen. Di Jun was the only powerful god of the immemorial era in the draconic sacrifice continent. The others were too far away from him. However, Di Jun still brought them along because of old ties. He was a strange person. He did not seem to care about his lover and daughter, but he made such a request before he died. In fact, even if he did not ask, Long Chen would not harm the innocent like him. I'm different from you. I have all living beings fighting alongside me, and I won't kill innocent people. This is the reason why you lost. If you hadn't targeted Lingxi, the one who lost today might not have been you. Di Jun's body was disappearing under the ghost blood curse and the heart of great void. Only his remnant soul was left struggling. Thank you. Di Jun's last words were sobbing. I, Di Jun, have lived a glorious life. In the era when the divine dragons were extinct, I was the first to rise. I controlled the draconic sacrifice continent and became the first god of the immemorial era. After the draconic sacrifice continent died, I obtained the primordial dragon pagoda and found the origin dragon palace. I rose in the myriad of worlds and established a force in the Taihao domain. I made Lord Taihao and I call each other brothers. I concealed my identity and challenged the battlefield of gods and demons. I fought my way to the top of the Divine Emperor ranking list. I defeated the experts of the myriad of worlds and became the first Divine Emperor. I awakened my memory and knew the secrets of the myriad of worlds. I was about to obtain the origin dragon palace and save the myriad of worlds. But I did not expect that the shabby draconic sacrifice continent would give birth to you. I thought you were just a coincidence, a stroke of luck, and that the true inheritor was me, so I never cared about you. Just a quarter of an hour ago, I still firmly believed that I was the inheritor, but I didn't expect that all my glory was just a stepping stone for you, the successor. Long Chen, I am not satisfied. A hero of a generation, in the moment of defeat, his face was full of tears, crying loudly. He was not satisfied. He was only one step away from the greatest success. Speaking of which, Di Jun is not an evil person. What he wants is harmless to all living beings. He also wants to fight for the myriad worlds. I ask this ancestor, why did he give birth to me, Di Jun, and you, Long Chen? In the end, only his head was left. Di Jun roared with all his strength. The resentful spirit stared at Long Chen. Why? Why? Long Chen did not waver. Because I fought for the divine dragon, for the myriad of worlds. I fought for survival, for the sake of all living beings, for the sake of responsibility. As for you, you fought for your own glory, for your own achievements. Di Jun, it seems that our goals are the same, but our spirits are different. Therefore, you are destined not to be the chosen one. Whoosh. When Long Chen finished his last word, the sacrificial spear swallowed the last remnant of Di Jun's soul in the sky-burying coffin. However, when Long Chen finished his last sentence, Di Jun seemed to understand. Therefore, his eyes dimmed. He was not as unwilling as before because he understood Long Chen's words. It seemed that their goals were the same, but they were fundamentally different. The one who was truly lucky was him. As for the person who was truly chosen, it was still Long Chen. If he was willing to help Long Chen, the situation would be different. However, he insisted on walking the path of a life and death battle with Long Chen. Di Jun had completely disappeared. The entire sky-burying coffin was empty. Only Di Jun's divine country was left. At this time, many gods of the Dragonright continent came out of their divine countries. They knew about this battle, but they probably did not know about the Divine Dragon and the Sky Devourer clan. According to my agreement with Di Jun, all of you can leave. However, you are not allowed to do anything heartless in the myriad of worlds and disgrace the Dragonright continent. Now, Long Chen was no longer on the same level as them. He put away the sky-burying coffin and swept all the important items in Di Jun's divine country into the death rain. When he had time in the future, he would slowly organize them. Then, he would control the gods of the Dragon-Right continent. Long Chen, from now on, we will follow you, said a white-haired girl among the demon god emperors. The others did not object. Everyone looked at Long Chen. Perhaps this was Di Jun's last order. No matter what happened in the past, it was just a competition between you and Di Jun for treasures. The myriad of worlds is vast. Now, we can only follow you. I hope you can give us a chance. All right. Long Chen swept them into his divine country. In his divine country, the world was under Long Chen's control. They couldn't do anything if they wanted. Chapter 30:13. Among the treasures left behind by Di Jun, the most important ones were the primordial dragon pagoda, the myriad world's divine sword, the gate of the universe, and the eternal opal. Among them, the gate of the universe was borrowed from divine Taihao. Of course, it was now in the hands of Long Chen. Long Chen was not going to return such a precious and powerful item to divine Taihao. With the gate of the universe, as long as one mastered the way to use it, he could travel to any place in the myriad worlds at will. It could help the realms of life and death, and it would be even more difficult for others to catch Long Chen. However, what Long Chen was most curious about was the primordial dragon pagoda. If it were not for the special circumstances, he would, of course, study the pagoda first. The special thing now was that something more important than the primordial dragon pagoda had appeared. That was, of course, his precious daughter, whom he had been waiting for a long time. When Di Jun was killed and everything was settled, he did not have the same feeling of disbelief that he had after defeating Di Jun. Instead, he hurriedly left the death world and returned to the starry sky where he fought Di Jun. If it were any other time, he would still be immersed in the excitement and joy of defeating Di Jun. But now, there was something that made Long Chen even more excited. Whoosh! The moment he appeared alone in the starry sky, the whole Panga continent was boiling. Just a while ago, Long Chen had seriously injured Di Jun with a strange method, then imprisoned him with the sky-burying coffin and brought him into the death world. Now that he had come out alone, it naturally meant that the real winner of this unprecedented battle was Long Chen. I can't believe he really won. Unbelievable. It's a miracle that a battle of this level can be so complicated. Di Jun, who was able to repel the Dark Heaven Region Lord, was defeated. From now on, Long Chen will have a bright future ahead of him. No one will be able to stop him anymore. Now, he is the #1 divine emperor in the world. He is an absolute supreme expert under the supreme deity realm. He can even compete with the supreme deity realm and the Tai divine realm. Praises and praises for Long Chen came pouring in like a tide. Even the experts of Panga's heart and the few divine masters were now looking at Long Chen with admiration. Master, I didn't expect his limits to be so shocking. Before the battle, I really thought that he was no match for Di Jun. The Wildlands sect master shook his head and smiled bitterly. It's not just you. Actually, I also think that his chances of winning are only 10%. Ancient God Savage Wilderness and the Savage Wilderness sect master bitterly smiled. However, no matter how many praises and exclamations there were, to Long Chen, none of it existed. He couldn't hear them at all. As soon as he appeared, he rushed madly towards Lingxi. His eyes were only looking at one place. In this place, the dense Panga's spiritual energy had already dissipated. Everything became very clear, as if everything had ended. Long Chen's eyes penetrated everything and fell on Lingxi. Now, Lingxi was floating in the air with her white dress fluttering and long hair dancing in the wind. She looked dreamy. Long Chen originally thought that she would be very tired, but unexpectedly, Lingxi was in high spirits at this time as if she had received a huge nourishment. Her realm had stabilized at the Divine Emperor realm of perfection and was even infinitely close to the Divine Emperor realm of Ultimate Divine Emperor. It wouldn't take long for her to become an Ultimate Divine Emperor. Perhaps all this was because Long Yen had absorbed too much Pangu's spiritual energy through her. Lingxi had been in danger twice before, but now it was a blessing in disguise. When Longchen saw that she was in a very good condition, the nervousness in his heart had already been reduced by half. In the next instant, his gaze landed on Lingxi's bosom, where there was a life form with an incomparably huge amount of life force. In terms of the vigorous life force, it was not inferior to that of Longchen, who cultivated the life law. At the same time, the majestic power in her body was similar to that of Lingxi in terms of realm. After absorbing a large amount of Pangu's spiritual energy, this child was already a divine emperor in the divine emperor realm of perfection when she was just born. There was even a lot of power accumulated in her body. When she grew up, she would obviously be even more terrifying. Longchen couldn't wait to appear in front of Lingxi. His hands were almost trembling as he gently placed them on the young but strong life. This was his daughter. Even though she was just born, she was already very round and cute. He could vaguely see that she had black hair. When she opened her eyes, her pupils were shockingly red. "This is my daughter." Longchen was a little stunned. Although he had watched her grow up, he still felt a little dazed when he saw her in front of him. This little girl was still at a very young stage, but after all, she was born in a high position. Now, she did not cry or make a fuss. Her body and primordial spirit were growing rapidly, and there were changes all the time. Her pair of big red eyes stared at Longchen. As soon as she saw Longchen, she just reached out to Longchen while babbling. "I want you to carry her." Lingxi's face was slightly red. As a mother for the first time, she looked at this little girl with doting eyes. Longchen took the young life and was still in a daze. However, the little girl was much calmer than him. As soon as she came into Longchen's arms, she stretched her little body to her heart's content. From time to time, she used her little hands to pinch Longchen's face and giggled. "Daddy," suddenly, she cried out and stared at Longchen with her big red eyes. It was not surprising that a monster who was born as a god emperor could speak after a while. In fact, she might have even developed her own consciousness when she was a fetus. This call caused Longchen's heart to feel intoxicated, and he wished that he could take out everything he had and give it to this child. "What about me? What about me?" Lingxi asked anxiously when she heard that. "Mommy," the little girl's voice was dragged out. The strange address made Lingxi blush as well. They had forgotten everything now. In their world, there was only this little girl. Of course, this was in front of a large crowd. Longchen and Lingxi played with the little girl for a while, then handed her over to Lingxi and brought them into the Divine Kingdom. After defeating Dijun, he did not want to do anything now. All he wanted now was to have a good rest with his family and brothers. However, he still had to inform the ancient god of barbaric wilderness before fighting on Pangu continent. Under the admiring gazes of the crowd, Longchen landed in Pangu's heart. The ancient god of barbaric wilderness and the sect master of barbaric wilderness were both here. "Thank you for your help this time, seniors. Longchen will never forget your kindness today." The ancient god shook his head and said, "I didn't help you much. Everything you have now is the result of your hard work, and you have won it. The road ahead is still bumpy, and it all depends on your future efforts." Gratitude was something that Longchen only needed to remember in his heart. "We have to congratulate you on your double happiness today," said the sect master of barbaric wilderness. "Not only have you gotten rid of your mortal enemy, but you have also gotten a daughter. Now that you need to enjoy the happiness of a family, we won't disturb you any longer. You can do whatever you want on Pangu continent." "Thank you, seniors," said Longchen with a relaxed smile. To be honest, he could not wait to return to the realm of life. The battle was over, and he had not seen enough of his daughter. After expressing his gratitude to the immortal divine phoenix, Longchen returned to the realm of life amidst the satisfied and amazed gazes of the crowd. He knew that the news of today's battle would spread to all the worlds in an instant. His name and glory would be known by more people. From now on, he would be crowned with the title of the #1 on the Divine Emperor list, the #1 Divine Emperor in all the worlds, and one of the most fearsome figures in the world. At this time, Long Chen was already one of the supreme figures in all the worlds. Even a primeval incipient realm had to be afraid of a figure like Long Chen. But, for Long Chen, none of this mattered at all. The realm of life was safer than the divine kingdom. Therefore, when he did not need to cultivate, Long Chen hoped that those closest to him could stay in the realm of life, such as Mo Xiaolang, Kitten, Ong Lingqing, Yang Yu, and the Dragon Emperor. Of course, the Dragon Emperors were usually very busy, as they were handling the blood essence and origin dragon souls for Long Chen. Of course, Little Dragon Yen and Lingxi were also in the realm of life. The realm of life, with its vigorous life force, was a wonderful place to live. However, Long Chen couldn't find the origin dragon souls of the Tai Chi Spirit Dragon or the Syndicate Dragon here. Anyway, the Spirit Dragon was in the building with Sacred Tree, and the others were scattered. When Long Chen returned to the realm of life and asked Lingxi and the others to come, Little Dragon Yen had become familiar with Kitten, Mo Xiaolang, Soi Yan, and Yang Lingqing. Although she was still a baby, she had matured faster. Shortly after, she could call them. Little Beauty, call me Uncle Cat. Call me Uncle Cat. No, call me first. Call me. I'm Zhu Shi. I'm your aunt. At this moment, everybody was surrounding Lingxi. They couldn't wait to see this little girl playing happily. And all of this was built on the foundation of Long Chen's victory. When he saw this scene, Long Chen understood in his heart that his victory and survival this time were worth it, and how precious it was. Big brother. After Mo Xiaolang devoured the blonde Di Jun, he had reached the ultimate divine emperor realm. The eternal incandescent stone was also of the fire attribute. It was also devoured by Mo Xiaolang at that critical moment. In fact, he had just completely digested it. When he woke up, Long Chen had already won, just as he had expected. With the strength of an ultimate divine emperor, 3 ancestral fires, and the Chaos Devil Saber, Mo Xiaolang was quite powerful now. He might even be able to fight against Long Chen. Di Jun seemed to have left behind an eternal level boundless divine technique called Celestial Emperor's Sun Refining Art. I'll give it to you when I'm sorting things out later. Long Chen had taken a glance at the items left behind by Di Jun. It was the boundless divine technique cultivated by the golden-haired Di Jun. Mo Xiaolang smiled and nodded. Even though he had experienced so many battles and killings, his smile was still so clean. At this moment, everyone let out a cry of surprise. It turned out that at this moment, Xiao Long Yen had actually turned into a chubby red dragon the size of an arm. He flew above everyone's head and giggled happily. From this appearance, it could be expected that he would look like the primordial blood spiritual dragon when he grew up. As expected, it's the ancestral dragon. However, there's a slight difference from the ancestral dragons that appeared in the origin of the divine dragons. The ancestral dragons were already super experts when they first appeared. Compared to those ancestral dragons, Yen is still too weak. However, it seems that she has a lot of room for growth. Before I merged with the origin dragon soul, her room was even bigger than mine. Her future is indeed limitless. However, I have to protect her well. Long Chen secretly made up his mind. No matter what, he would let Xiao Long Yen grow up safely. However, he was depressed. Growing up under the protection of so many people, would Xiao Long Yen have a bad temper in the future? After all, he hated the temper of a little princess the most. Then, he saw Lingxi. With she by her side, she will definitely be very kind. Chapter 30:14. Following that, the days revolved around Long Yen and became peaceful. From the moment they arrived at the myriad worlds, they were chased by Di Jun. It seemed that they had never had peace. Now that Di Jun was dead, all the pressure on them was gone. Long Chen and the rest could go into battle without being so passive. Even if they knew the location of the time tunnel, they were not in a hurry to go there. Instead, they had to be prepared. Long Yan's physical growth was very slow. It would probably take tens of thousands of years for her to grow up. However, she was very smart. It didn't take long for her to be able to communicate with everyone. Sure enough, she was quirky and was quite similar to Lingxi when she was young. Of course, she was more lively. One moment, she would stick to Lingxi, the next moment, she would transform into a small dragon and run around the entire realm of life. Not many people could catch up with her. Fortunately, the realm of life wasn't afraid of her destruction. Otherwise, if it were any other place, it wouldn't be enough for her to mess around. Usually, it was quite depressing for Lingxi to chase her, but Lingxi enjoyed it. Mommy, what is this thing? Ah, Uncle Kitten is here again. I have to run. This small red whirlwind made everyone happy. Especially Kitten and Zhu Shi, they loved to play around and didn't stop every day. At first, it was Kitten who teased her, but soon, Kitten became the target of teasing. Huh, Uncle Kitten, you are so slow. Good Yen, quickly spank his butt. Zhu Shi was mischievous at the side. After circling around this child for a long time, Long Chen set off again. Now, Long Yan was not afraid of anyone, but she still listened to Long Chen's words. Everyone spoiled her too much, so Long Chen had no choice but to be more serious so that she wouldn't be too lawless. Daddy, are you very powerful? I saw you fighting with someone the other day. You were so fierce. Long Yan turned into a small dragon and wrapped around Long Chen's arm. She looked at Long Chen eagerly. It was easier for her to move in her dragon form. If she was in human form, she could only crawl. Yen, be good. In this world, there are fights, but there are also people who want to live in harmony. We all live in harmony, but there will also be people who want to fight with us. Therefore, I have to protect everyone. When Yen, grows up, I have to protect everyone and protect my parents. Do you understand? Ah, I understand. Long Yen nodded heavily. Her world was blank. Many ideas needed to be instilled by her parents. She had the best talent and future in the world. Long Chen hoped that when she had great power, she could also have an upright and kind heart. He and Lingxi played a crucial role in Long Yan's world. Daddy, I'm going to play with Uncle Kitten. After Long Yan heard this, she immediately ran away again. Looking at her back as she left, Long Chen could not help but smile. This feeling was really wonderful. A family could really make a man more powerful and fighting spirit. Little Shi, come with me. Long Chen waved his hand slightly and brought Lingxi to another corner of the realm of life. It had been a few months since he defeated Di Jun. He had been accompanying them before, but he knew that it was almost time to deal with these serious matters. Previously, he found the Celestial the Arch-Sun refining technique for Mo Shaolang among Di Jun's relics. Now, Mo Shaolang was cultivating the eternal level boundless divine technique. Mo Shaolang was already an ultimate divine emperor. It should not be difficult for him to complete the transformation of his power and reach the eternal level with the Celestial the Arch-Sun refining divine spirit that only ordinary ultimate gods possessed. However, he also learned from the dragon sacrifice deities that the dragon sacrificial dragon continent was destroyed by Di Jun. When he heard the news, he was very disappointed. However, he knew in his heart that it was already a world that would eventually be destroyed. He had to re-establish order and build a new world in order to let the dragon sacrificial dragon continent return. It was just that the once glorious world was now destroyed. Of course, he still felt very sad. In his memory, there were the streets he had walked, the familiar Yang residence, the prosperity of Yuanling City, the road he and Lingxi walked together, the Wuxia Sage dynasty, the primordial cemetery, the true martial emperor palace where he fought, the Sword Soul Mountain when he transformed into a dragon. There were the 5 great dragon cities, the Chaos Galaxy, the 3 Life Divine Stone of the Sea Clan, and the Spiritual Clan's Spiritual Lord residence. But all of this was gone. It was impossible to say that he was not sad. After all, the entire sacrificial dragon continent carried too many of Long Chen's memories. One day, I will make this disappeared world reappear and restore its glory. The entire god nation and the people of the sacrificial dragon continent were somewhat helpless, but they still believed in Long Chen. Just like how they contributed their strength and finally helped Long Chen defeat Di Jun. A new beginning was right in front of them. Long Chen planned to return to the sacrificial dragon continent once before looking for the time tunnel. Although the sacrificial dragon continent no longer existed, Long Chen still wanted to go back and take a look. At least, the Curse Realm and the Divine Star of Destiny were still in their original places. What's wrong? Lingxi had been busy accompanying the dragon these days. Her condition was really much better. Now that the dragon was born, she felt relaxed and seemed to be in high spirits. What do you think? Long Chen smiled and held her in his arms. They lingered in this world of life. After all, it had been a long time since they had the dragon. This time, it was naturally especially exciting. After a long time, it finally ended. Long Chen hugged her. Lingxi's skin was still slightly red and emitted heat. Her laws and Long Chen's communication were very beneficial to her. She was already close to the ultimate deity emperor realm, and now she was even faster. Of the 18 types of heavenly rules, only the last one is left. It won't be long before I comprehend all of them and reach the ultimate deity emperor realm. I hope that by then, I can be of help to you like Xiao Lang. Lingxi lay on his chest and looked at Long Chen with big eyes like the dragon. That's not all. Long Chen suddenly smiled. What? Lingxi looked at him curiously. Seeing that he only cared about smiling, she used her fist to hit his chest and said, "You're not young anymore, you can't be so frivolous anymore. If you have something to say, hurry up and say it." All right. Long Chen sat up straight and said, "When I saw the primordial dragon pagoda left behind by Emperor Jun, I didn't expect such a selfish person to leave it behind instead of destroying it. He probably left it at the last moment without telling me." Lingxi seemed to have guessed something. She pursed her lips and said, "Given his personality of not being willing to admit defeat, he definitely wouldn't do it openly in front of you. That's why he came here in secret. In truth, he also hopes that the divine dragons can return. Otherwise, out of all the unparalleled divine dragons in the future, only the sacrificial dragon's legacy will be severed." That's right, Long Chen found the sacrificial dragon's blood essence and origin dragon's soul in the primordial dragon pagoda. The sacrificial dragon was one of the symbiotic dragons of the second ancestral dragon. It was a pure space divine dragon. Before the epoch, among all the symbiotic dragons, its ability could be ranked in the top 10. It was much stronger than all the inheritance blood and origin dragon souls that Long Chen currently possessed. It was Emperor Jun who couldn't bear to destroy it and left it behind. Otherwise, it would have been destroyed together. What I mean is for you to inherit the sacrificial dragon's blood essence and origin dragon soul. With your current strength, if you become the sacrificial dragon directly, you will be much stronger than Ling Qing. Among the heavenly rules and spiritual techniques, there are many that are related to the laws of space. You are undoubtedly the most suitable. You have already brought out the full potential of Celestial Emperor Ling Su's inheritance. You should be able to develop further. Me. Lingxi was taken aback. In fact, she was never the best at combat. Long Chen had walked further and further on the path of the strong. Lingxi's talent wasn't high. Even with Long Chen's help, it was hard for her to play a role under Long Chen's shadow. Especially after she was pregnant for a long time, she almost didn't participate in combat. And I also don't want to be a weakling. I should work hard. Lingxi nodded slightly. There had been many Supreme Divine Dragon Inheritance blood essences, but she hadn't chosen any of them. Firstly, she was still pregnant at that time. Secondly, she hadn't prepared herself and was worried that she would waste Long Chen's inheritance blood essences. Believe me, no one can bring out its potential better than you. Moreover, I need someone to control the gate of the universe. You are the person I trust the most. Of course, you have to be the one. With the gate of the universe, I can quickly travel to other places in the myriad worlds. Long Chen didn't understand the laws of space. If he controlled the gate of the universe, it would be hard to bring out its potential. With so many resources left behind by Emperor Jun, Long Chen could rely on them to create another Emperor Jun. Now that Lingxi was in her best state, it was time for her to take charge. After all, she also wanted to use her own strength to protect her children and home. Then, all right. Since I've made my choice, I will work hard. I won't let you down. Lingxi thought for a while and finally looked at Long Chen with determination. Don't treat me like an outsider, but I believe you can do it. Just the look of conviction was enough. Previously, Lingxi wasn't ready to inherit the blood essence. But now, she was ready. For hundreds of years, they had been together. She was still Long Chen's most precious treasure. All right, let's start. I will protect you. Perhaps, with your foundation that is close to the ultimate divine emperor, you might not be weaker than Emperor Jun. Emperor Jun originally reached the ultimate divine emperor realm with the help of the dragon sacrifice. Lingxi was already close to the ultimate divine emperor realm. When she inherited the blood essence and the origin of the dragon's soul, Lingxi was much stronger than Emperor Jun. Therefore, even Long Chen wasn't sure to what extent he could help Lingxi reach this time. Making the woman he loved the most powerful was a manifestation of his ability. In the future, they would build a home together. Chapter 30:15. The inherited blood needed some time to adapt, but the origin dragon's soul could do it quickly. Therefore, during this period of time, Lingxi had basically been adapting to the inherited blood essence. There were many people who played with her in the realm of life. With Yang Yu watching over her, there was no problem. While Long Chen was protecting Lingxi, he also placed his focus on the primordial dragon pagoda. A mysterious pagoda. Similar to the origin dragon palace, Long Chen still could not use the origin dragon palace. Of course, he was sure that Di Jun could not control the primordial dragon pagoda. However, Di Jun could at least fuse with the primordial dragon pagoda and use its power to make himself stronger. Without the help of the origin dragon palace, Long Chen naturally would not be Di Jun's opponent under the primordial dragon pagoda. Although I do not know how much Di Jun paid to fuse with the primordial dragon pagoda and how long it took, but if he can do it, I can do it too. Indeed, only supreme existences like ancient gods' savage wilderness can truly use the primordial incipient grade creator divine weapon. I am still far from that level, so it is normal that I cannot truly shake the primordial dragon pagoda. However, I can at least be on par with Di Jun. As long as I am on par with Di Jun, supreme gods and Tai immortal realm experts should not be able to do anything to me. Of course, I will not be able to defeat them either. In the end, supreme gods were still stronger than Di Jun. There were many supreme gods in the myriad worlds. Long Chen held the primordial dragon pagoda. It was a transparent pagoda with invisible dragons moving around it. It was as cold as the origin dragon palace and difficult to communicate with. Long Chen used the 5 types of dragon blood to fuse with the primordial dragon pagoda. Perhaps the ancestral dragon's inherited blood was too powerful. It instantly triggered the pagoda. The blood gathered on the transparent pagoda and formed 5 different colors. However, the center was still transparent. Long Chen squinted his eyes. It seems that in order to truly conquer the primordial dragon pagoda, bloodline alone is not enough. I also need sufficient strength. Of course, I have an advantage over Di Jun. Therefore, when his ancestral dragon blood flowed through most of the primordial dragon pagoda, he could vaguely feel the terrifying power of the primordial dragon pagoda. Every level of the pagoda was like a huge world, and there were a total of 9 levels. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the effect would be if such a huge divine power of creation was used. Long Chen and the primordial dragon pagoda were in a stalemate. Day after day. He was feeling the power of the primordial dragon pagoda and communicating with it. Currently, the consciousness of the primordial dragon pagoda was very vague, like a baby. Long Chen had to gain its trust first. About 2 months later, they had basically become familiar with each other. The primordial dragon pagoda had also adapted to Long Chen's existence. Long Chen had also grasped the majority of the divine power of creation in the primordial dragon pagoda. This power was several times more than his 3 eternal grade fortune divine artifacts combined. No wonder Di Jun's primordial cage's power had increased several times. "I want to fuse with you and borrow your power," Huang Xiaolong said. Long Chen kept making such requests to the vague consciousness. Of course, this was based on the fact that the two of them had more or less reached a consensus. In the beginning, the primordial dragon pagoda refused. However, as time went on, another month passed. Under the premise of Long Chen's own bloodline, he found that the fuzzy consciousness had loosened. He estimated that it would not be long before he reached the same level as Di Jun. It was completely possible. It took a few months. How troublesome and slow. Long Chen couldn't help but sigh. What he didn't know was that Di Jun had persisted for hundreds of years to fuse with the primordial dragon pagoda. Finally, one day, the primordial dragon pagoda loosened completely. It approached Long Chen and fused with Long Chen's body. On one hand, it was like an original incipient grade armor, giving Long Chen a formidable defensive ability. On the other hand, the endless divine power belonged to Long Chen. Once Long Chen used his principles, the power would obviously increase several times. Di Jun's trump card had become his trump card. Swoosh. Not long after that, the primordial dragon pagoda left. Long Chen was just about to go crazy over that terrifying power. It's really too powerful. It would be great if he could control the primordial dragon pagoda completely. Right now, it's not perfect. First, the primordial dragon pagoda isn't very obedient. Whether he can fuse with it or not depends on luck and the primordial dragon pagoda's mood. As time passes and it gets used to it, it will be better. Second, the duration of the fusion is not under Long Chen's control. If the primordial dragon pagoda suddenly doesn't work during a critical battle, it will be a tragedy. Therefore, he couldn't rely on the primordial dragon pagoda too much. It would be great if he could use it at the most critical moment. Di Jun was the same. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used the primordial dragon pagoda this time. Obviously, he couldn't control it completely. This was an unstable trump card. However, at least it was a sign of hope. Once it was used successfully, it would be the end of the enemy. Communicating with the primordial dragon pagoda was a long-term task. It would be fun if it forgot him when he needed it. Phew. Long Chen recovered from that state and put away the primordial dragon pagoda. Ah! He was shocked. In front of him was a sacrificial dragon. Her entire body was silver and sparkled like a gem. She seemed to have fused with space. She could be considered an absolute beauty among the mystical dragons. Such a mystical dragon should be a female. So it was Lingxi. A few sounds of laughter came from sacrificed dragon's body. Then, it transformed into Ling Shi before Long Chen's eyes. She descended from the sky and arrived in front of Long Chen. Right now, her long hair had turned from black to silver. Her eyes flickered with light, making her even more beautiful and moving. She was ethereal and graceful, as if she was the darling of space, one with the boundless heaven and earth. Although he was always with Lingxi, he still felt a sense of awe when he saw her now. Powerful, ethereal, mysterious. Every move, every smile, is the most perfect masterpiece of the heavens. She has fused with the origin dragon soul. From now on, Lingxi is the same as young Lingqing. She is a true supreme mystical dragon. As time passes, they will grow to the peak of the Tai-E God realm and be very close to the progenitor realm. Yes, it's done. Lingxi landed in front of him. Long Chen wrapped his arms around her waist. He felt as though he was in a dream. She had completely transformed. She was no longer the plain maiden of the past. She had an imposing manner and majesty. She was a true supreme divine dragon. She had washed away her weakness in exchange for toughness. However, she did not lose her charm. Her ethereal eyes, cherry red lips, and the ribbons in her hair made her look even more beautiful. Through the threads of 3 lifetimes, Long Chen can actually better sense her current power. That's right, she's already infinitely close to me. Just in terms of power alone, she's already on par with Long Chen. After becoming a true divine dragon, her own power has the nature of the infinite divine technique. What you lack now is the laws. The dragon ritual has many spatial laws. Di Jun also gained enlightenment from it. You are like a young dragon now. In the future, you can slowly understand it. As long as you understand it, you might not be weaker than Di Jun. Long Chen analyzed her current situation. In terms of strength, she is close to the supreme deity realm. After all, Lingxi's starting point is very high. I have many ideas now. Actually, I have been watching your battle with him. There is a similar rule in the sacrificial dragon legacy. Actually, it shouldn't be difficult for me to figure it out. Moreover, God Emperor Ling Su's 18 heavenly rules and spirit arts can be used to great effect now. Lingxi is actually a genius in the area of laws. She has a very good foundation, and with Long Chen's nurturing, it's not surprising that she has such improvements. Big brother Chen, I'm really happy. Lingxi hugged him tightly. Now that she had a daughter, and Long Chen had obtained such a perfect object for her, allowing her to realize her own worth. To her, he was already everything in this world. From now on, I will still be able to live and die together with you. This is truly wonderful. Feeling the warmth in his arms, her burning heart. Long Chen recalled that he had always thought this way. For a person like her, it was worth it even if he had to do more for her. She had always been working hard so that Long Chen would not worry about her. For example, this time, she fused with the inherited blood essence. She did it faster than everyone else. She did it better, and she worked hard. Alright, don't be unreasonable. Long Chen patted her buttocks, causing her to pout coquettishly. The two of them couldn't help but laugh. After a while, Long Chen said, "Strike the iron while it's hot. Since you become a divine dragon, I'll let you control the gate of the universe and bring me through the myriad realms. Then, I'll let you control the myriad realms' divine sword so that you can protect yourself and defeat your enemies." Of course, Long Chen's plan was to turn everyone around him into super experts. On Mo Xiaolang's side, Long Chen had always been working hard. Now that Mo Xiaolang had become an ultimate god emperor, with 3 types of ancestral fire seeds and the chaos devil saber, his strength was close to the top 10 of the god emperor board. As for Lingxi, she had become a sacrificial dragon and had 18 kinds of heavenly rules and spirit arts. She had also comprehended the space laws, and could control the gate of the universe and the myriad world's divine sword. It would not be a problem for her to catch up to Di Jun in a short period of time. Once she controlled the gate of the universe and the myriad world's divine sword, she would definitely be in the top 10 of the God Emperor board. As for Kitten, Long Chen was about to head to the time tunnel to search for his true body. He could become the strongest expert in the team. As for Li Xuanji, Long Chen had not forgotten about her. If there was a better opportunity in the future, he would definitely give it to Li Xuanji. She was Long Chen's demon, and her strength was of utmost importance to Long Chen. Lastly, for Sui Yan, Zhu Shi, and the rest, Long Chen had considered a lot for them. However, Zhu Shi's bloodline was strong, Sui Yan had the devil body of Hua, and there was still room for growth. Yang Lingqing was already a supreme divine dragon, so there was no need to mention. Chapter 30:16. The Gate of the Universe and the Myriad World's sacred sword were both in the Death Realm. Long Chen and Lingxi came to the Death Realm alone. It wasn't easy to make these two divine objects that originally belonged to Dijun submit. Arriving at the death world, Long Chen watched as the gates of the universe and the myriad worlds God's sword turned the death world upside down. My father once said that you might have other fortuitous encounters. Don't be in a hurry to inherit the legacy blood from the Origin Dragon Palace. I'm not sure if this fortuitous encounter is the legacy blood and the Origin Dragon soul. Lingxi said contentedly, fate is unpredictable and cannot be fixed. The so-called encounters are just coincidences. I think it's pretty good now. Long Chen nodded. Actually, if it's better, I can let you give up the inheritance blood and the Origin Dragon's soul and get a new one. Moreover, I need you to control the gate of the universe. Otherwise, it'll be too time-consuming to move around the infinite worlds. The gate of the universe had great benefits. The road ahead was filled with countless possibilities. Just like Long Qinglan, who had traveled 100,000 years to come here, the future was also filled with countless possibilities. Space is one of the nomological laws that I like very much. Currently, Lingxi was completely immersed in the nomological laws of space. Her talent was increasing strangely, especially in terms of nomological laws. Over the past few days, she had actually grasped the various nomological laws of space, and her speed was very fast. Don't you feel like you've changed? How can you be so fast? Even if others became real divine dragons, they wouldn't be able to progress so quickly. For example, young Lingqing hadn't comprehended many nomological laws yet. They were both supreme divine dragons, but Lingxi was way ahead of him. I don't know either. I'll understand in a while. Perhaps it has something to do with you. After all, Long Chen had comprehended nomological laws much faster. Lingxi's plain lady nomological laws could communicate and merge with the man's power. Should be. Of course, he didn't know that it had something to do with Long Qinglan. Then, I'll help you control the gate of the universe. Long Chen landed. The gate of the universe was trapped in his bloodline. When he used it, it was a circular gate, but now it was a bronze bracelet. With Long Chen's current abilities, it was very easy for him to catch it. Don't resist. It's meaningless. Long Chen said to the good fortune heroic spirit. Don't worry, I won't have any grudges with you because of Dijun. I originally belonged to Divine Lord Taihao. Let me ask you, are you prepared to fight Divine Lord Taihao if you dare to control me? That's a real Divine Lord, not Dijun. Long Chen could not be bothered to fight Dijun. He could just return to the death reign when the time came. Therefore, he had no reason to be afraid of revered Divine Taihao. The treasure belongs to whoever obtains it, Long Chen said solemnly. As long as you have the resolve. The gate of the universe admired Long Chen very much. After all, Dijun had reached such a level and still hadn't killed him. However, if you want to control me, and it's not you, then it depends on whether this woman has the will to suppress me. I want to see true ability. The gate of the universe said calmly. It would not go easy on Lingxi because of Long Chen's pressure. No creation divine weapon would want to follow a weak master. Chen, I'll do it myself. Lingxi was very confident. She floated down. Long Chen gave up his position and let her handle it herself. He was not in a hurry. Anyway, Lingxi had a lot of time and energy. With Lingxi's current superb state, she could definitely handle the gate of the universe. However, the myriad world's divine sword would be a little more difficult because it was a semi-primeval level creation divine weapon. It was a level higher than the ghost blood curse and the sacrificial spear. Time flew. Long Chen watched Lingxi fight with the gate of the universe. She was very organized. It was considered to be showing her strength to the gate of the universe. With her current level, it was not difficult. Not long after, the gate of the universe admitted defeat and willingly let Lingxi control it. I didn't expect you to have such a strong talent in the space rules. Your future achievements will surpass Dijun. The gate of the universe originally thought that Long Chen was only strong on his own. It did not expect that the woman beside him also had such abilities. In fact, What Longchen needed the most was for Lingxi to handle the gate of the universe. She could slowly study and conquer the myriad world's divine sword. However, after easily handling the gate of the universe, Lingxi had a stronger confidence. Now that the myriad world's divine sword was in the blood sea, she could even see the scene of them controlling the gate of the universe. I think I should take this opportunity to try it with the myriad world's divine sword. Lingxi turned the gate of the universe into a bracelet and wore it on her wrist. It became a very beautiful accessory. Of course. However, the myriad world's divine sword has been with Di Jun for too long. We have to be careful. Longchen pulled Lingxi and shifted their position in the death world. In an instant, they appeared in front of the myriad world's divine sword. Now, the myriad world's divine sword was floating above the blood sea, splitting into tens of thousands of illusory worlds. Each illusory world seemed like a real world. When Lingxi and the others arrived, these tens of thousands of worlds instantly gathered together. It's you guys. The myriad world's divine sword knew that when Di Jun was defeated, this day was destined to come. It was already prepared. If you want to control me, it's very simple. At the very least, you have to convince me. Not just in terms of strength. At the same time, without space rules, you won't be able to unleash my strength. The myriad world's divine sword was more direct and passionate. They were not loyal to Di Jun. They only recognized strength. This was actually a good thing. Go. Longchen gently patted Lingxi's shoulder. This time, he used the golden-haired Di Jun to create Mo Xiaolang, and the silver-haired Di Jun to create Lingxi. The myriad world's divine sword would definitely belong to Lingxi. Sooner or later. Forbidden Zone of Eternity. Lingxi used her extraordinary talent to teach the myriad world's divine sword a wonderful lesson. Before the myriad world's divine sword was ready, she had already controlled the gate of the universe that she had just prepared and used this move. Although the power was not as great as the time when Di Jun imprisoned Longchen, at least it was much faster. Not only was the myriad world's divine sword swallowed up, even Longchen was shocked. This is Di Jun's space rules. This is Di Jun's law of space. Lingxi is comprehending it too quickly. I originally thought that law was her weakness. I didn't expect it to be her strength. If this goes on, when she controls the myriad world's divine sword, she will not be far behind Di Jun and will catch up to me. The ancestral blood of the dragon's sacrifice and the origin dragon's soul are indeed powerful, but how can she comprehend it so quickly? Now that Lingxi had the space rules, in addition to her 18 heavenly rules, she had become a difficult character to deal with. She had even surpassed Mo Xiaolang. She had already crushed the myriad world's divine sword in the Forbidden Zone of Eternity. Seeing how she controlled the Forbidden Zone of Eternity with such speed, even the myriad world's divine sword would have to yield. Indeed, a few days later, that terrifying space divine treasure became Lingxi's new weapon. After integrating everything from the sacrificial dragon, Lingxi rose to the top in a single step. Space rules, heavenly rules, gate of the universe, and the myriad world's divine sword allowed her to be on par with Di Jun in a short period of time. I am also curious. Why did so many difficult problems suddenly become simple after Yen was born? Lingxi herself was also completely baffled. Suddenly, she thought of something and said, "Could it have something to do with your father? I keep feeling that after coming out of the Origin Dragon Palace, there were some slight changes in my body. However, it was not obvious. These few days, after inheriting the sacrificial dragon's blood essence, the changes became much faster." Is that so? If it was Long Qinglan's explanation, then it wouldn't be surprising. However, he didn't tell her. Perhaps there were some secrets that she couldn't know for now. No matter what, it's great that my little she is so powerful. Above the blood sea, Longchen hugged her tightly. Alright, I miss Yen. Take me to see her. If I keep playing with Kitten and the others, Yen will definitely become more and more mischievous. Okay. Back in the realm of life. Dad, Mom, Uncle Kitten is teaching Yen or how to pick up girls. It's so fun. A small dragon came crashing over. Long Chen's expression darkened. With Lingxi in control of the gate of the universe, everything was ready. It was time to start on the journey again. Staying in the realm of life would wear away his fighting spirit. Long Chen still had many things to do. Mo Xiaolang had already finished cultivating the Celestial Emperor's Sun cultivation art and achieved eternal god power. With Long Chen as the leader, Lingxi, and Mo Xiaolang, the Iron Triangle had formed. More people would join them in the future. Let's go back to the dragon sacrificial continent first. How was that destroyed world now? Yeah. It was Lingxi's first time using the gate of the universe to cross such a long distance. She was still a little nervous. To be honest, it would take several years to reach the dragon sacrificial dragon continent from here. Even with the primordial grade divine worship left by Di Jun, Long Chen entered Lingxi's divine kingdom and let him cross by himself. The others could actually stay in the realm of life because no matter where they went, Long Chen could open the realm of life and return from there. Open the gate of the universe. The gate of the universe could reach all the places it had been to before, but it had never been to the dragon sacrificial continent. Under the influence of the sky-swallowing clan, all the creation heroic spirits had actually lost their memories related to the dragon sacrificial continent and the divine dragon. Therefore, the gate of the universe didn't know the specific location of the dragon sacrificial continent. It could only bring Lingxi to the vicinity of the dragon sacrificial continent and then adjust the direction. The bracelet vibrated violently in front of her and was connected to thousands of spaces. The gate opened, and the inside was full of spatial ripples. This was a large-scale space crossing. Go. Chapter 30:17. The first time they teleported, they traveled too far. Hence, it took them more than a month to reach the vicinity of the dragon sacrificial continent. When Di Jun controlled the gate of the universe for the first time, it took him even longer to reach the third heaven. Of course, he had also obtained the gate of the universe for a long time. It was said that Hierarch Taihao lent the gate of the universe to Di Jun, and Di Jun did something for him. After completing that task, he handed the gate of the universe to Di Jun. Long Chen came out of the divine nation. The nearby space and world levels are indeed too low. This is the weakest place in the myriad worlds. It seems like the spirit essence star ocean is in front. Lingxi's long hair fluttered in the wind as she pointed at the bright star ocean ahead. Yes, the first world we set foot in. The two passed by the spirit essence star ocean. They remembered that this was the first place they defeated Sky Fiend Ji and brought him into the death world. The spirit essence star ocean was still very peaceful at this time. Long Chen didn't disturb their lives. God Emperor Ling Su is really pitiful. She went to the dragon sacrificial continent and met Di Jun. She fell in love with him and gave birth to a pair of children, Lord Spirit and Lady Su. Unexpectedly, Di Jun first killed Mo Sang, then used a scheme to kill God Emperor Ling Su. In the end, he didn't even let his children go. Killing such a person can be considered as taking revenge for God Emperor Ling Su. This was the story between Di Jun, Ling Su, and Mo Sang. It happened in the dragon sacrificial continent during the primordial era. The three of them were a bit like Long Chen, Lingxi, and Li Xuanji. However, Long Chen and Di Jun were never the same. Hence, Long Chen was happy, while Di Jun was destruction. Using the gate of the universe again, they teleported a large distance and arrived at the edge of the dragon sacrificial continent. Long Chen looked from afar and saw two huge planets in front of him. However, one of them was gray and real, while the other was formed by thick fog. The dragon sacrificial continent actually became like this. There was some sadness in Lingxi's eyes. This was also the place where she grew up. Damn it. Long Chen had deep feelings for this place. To him, this was his home, the only place he had a sense of belonging in the myriad worlds. However, this place was destroyed. From then on, they were vagrants, rootless duckweed. Chen, we will definitely rebuild this place in the future. Don't be sad. Lingxi held his hand. It's fine. Let's go and take a look. Long Chen had already guessed that this would happen and was mentally prepared for it. Let's take a look at the Divine Star of Destiny, the Curse Realm, and the origin of the Divine Dragon. He first came to Planet Destiny. Stepping on the ground, the gravity of Planet Destiny was nothing to him now. He leaned against the ground, his eyes piercing through the soil. Upon closer inspection, he saw that the cursed mystical dragons were still hidden here. They were waiting for Long Chen to find a way to break the curse. Don't worry, seniors. I already know the location of the homeworld, and one day, I will do my best to bring back the method to break the curse. He was relieved that the Divine Star of Destiny was safe. Next, he went to the Curse Realm. Everything was the same as before. Di Jun did not destroy this place. They have been sleeping for too long, and they have been cursed for an entire era. How pitiful. The rims of Ling Shi's eyes reddened as she stared at the boundless black stars. She had always been an emotional little woman, and she couldn't bear to see such a thing happen. At the same time, she also understood that Long Chen had a heavy responsibility. Countless mystical dragons, and the hope of the entire legacy, were pinned on him. That day, Long Chen looked at the endless stars. After stabilizing his emotions, he pulled Ling Shi along and entered the huge mass of air that was formed after the destruction of the dragon sacrificial continent. Long Chen directly transformed into the primordial blood spirit dragon and wandered around inside. Everything inside seemed to have been shattered and there was nothing left. What a fragile world. Long Chen could not help but sigh. 100 years later, the dragon sacrificial continent was destroyed. As expected, the dragon sacrificial continent was destroyed today. The Black Jade Dragon Head's prophecy was so accurate. Right, where's the Black Jade Dragon Head? Long Chen looked around. Finally, he saw that at the core of the mass of air was the Black Jade Dragon Head. Under Di Jun's destruction, it was not destroyed. Long Chen saw such a dim black jade dragon head amidst the dust. It was still dead silent, like a stone. Looking at it, Long Chen recalled the first time he stood on this black jade dragon head. I was really young back then, people would always change. The current Long Chen was more mature. He touched the black jade dragon head and thought about it. Since this black jade dragon head was terrifyingly hard, could he destroy it now? Although it was a holy relic. But he had to give it a try. Thinking of this, Long Chen had already gathered the strength of a punch. He roared and punched the black jade dragon head. Boom. There was a tremor. Long Chen retreated quickly. In front of him, cracks suddenly appeared on the black jade dragon head. It really shattered. Rumble. The entire jade black dragon head exploded. It turned into countless fine black sand and shattered. It's really broken. Long Chen was a little absent-minded. This legendary indestructible thing had now been broken. Although this was inevitable, he was already very strong, but in his heart, he still believed that it should be impossible to destroy it. Even the dragon sacrificial continent is gone, let alone this black jade dragon head. He sighed helplessly. Chen, what are you looking at? Lingxi was more attentive. Among the countless black dust, she saw 2 spherical black stones. They were not very big. Long Chen went over in an instant and took control of these 2 spherical stones. These are its eyes. They're actually still intact. The fact that they could not be destroyed under Long Chen's power proved that the black jade dragon head's eyes were extraordinary. There are words on them. Lingxi said in surprise. Long Chen took a closer look. It was the words of the divine dragon from before the epoch. On the left, Long Chen studied it carefully and was ecstatic. What? Chen. Lingxi saw his expression and knew it must be something good. Long Chen said, 7th, Universe Chaos Calamity Dragon, Ancestral Planet. The 7th Ancestral Dragon was the dragon of calamity and calamity. In the dragon sacrificial continent before the epoch, the universe chaos calamity dragon controlled the primordial dragon tribulation and the rules of power of billions of divine dragons. It was ranked before the ancient blood spirit dragon and was almost a pure offensive divine dragon like the ancient blood spirit dragon. Does this mean that the universe chaos calamity dragon's blood essence is in the ancestral planet that we're going to? Lingxi was also very surprised. She did not expect to find the location of the universe chaos calamity dragon's blood essence with just a simple try. Collecting the ancestral dragon's blood essence was also an important task for Long Chen. It was even more perfect since it happened to be in the ancestral planet. What about this one? There were a total of 2 eyes. Long Chen put this one down and picked up the other one. After a closer look, he could not help but laugh and said, "Ninth, Shadow Dream Dragon, in the southern Taihao territory." Other than the first and second ancestral dragons and the last chaotic heaven devouring dragon, Long Chen had inherited 5 of the other blood essences. The location of the other 2 was actually hidden in the black jade dragon head. Back then, if Di Jun had broken this black jade dragon head, then the one who would have known the location of the 2 ancestral dragon blood essences would have been him, especially since the Shadow Dream Demon Dragon's blood essences were actually in the southern Taihao domain, which was simply Di Jun's base camp. The Shadow Dream Dragon was a dragon of illusion and transformation. Among the 10 great ancestral dragons, it was the 9th ancestral dragon, just after the ancient blood spirit dragon. Finding the 2 ancestral dragons' blood essence was originally an important task for Long Chen. Now that he knew the location, at least he was relieved. I originally decided to go to the time tunnel, but it seems like I have to change my plan now. Chapter 3018. Taihao Territory, Time Tunnel, Ancestral Planet. These were Long Chen's 3 goals. These 2 inherited blood essences, Kitten's body, and the time tunnel were all must-have. Long Chen decided the order according to the degree of difficulty. The ancestral planet was definitely the most dangerous. The time tunnel was remote and inaccessible. It wouldn't be too much of a problem to go there later. He still told Kitten. Kitten was playing happily with Long Yen in the realm of life. Hearing Long Chen's words, she waved her hand and said, "I'm not in a hurry. I'll go to the Taihao territory first and get that inherited blood essence." Kitten didn't object, which was even better. These 2 eyes seem to be able to help us find the inherited blood essence. Let's put them away first. Long Chen put away the 2 eyes left behind by the black jade dragon head and came out of the primal chaos. Looking at the state of the dragon sacrificial continent after it shattered, his heart was filled with unwillingness and heaviness. Maybe I don't have much time left. Little Shi, let's go to the Taihao territory immediately and find the inherited blood essence of the Shadow Dream Demon Dragon. Okay. Lingxi began to prepare the gate of the universe. Now that he had the gate of the universe, it was easy to return to the dragon sacrificial dragon continent. The gate of the universe remembered this place and could naturally reach it directly. Even if Long Chen returned to the realm of life and death, he could instantly return here. It was just that the traces left by the rules could only last for 10 days. Therefore, the gate of the universe was still the most useful. This was also the reason why Long Chen let Lingxi inherit the inherited blood essence of the dragon sacrificial dragon and control the gate of the universe. Where is the Taihao territory? Lingxi asked. The Taihao territory was very big, and the gate of the universe had been to most places, so he needed a specific place. In the divine nation, Long Chen called out the 2 white-haired demonic god emperors from the dragon sacrificial dragon deities. The white-haired youth was called Feng Shua and the white-haired girl was called Lu Ji. Introduce me to the Taihao territory. They had just followed Long Chen, and now that he had a use for them, they naturally worked very hard. The vast expanse territory is located in the south, close to the dragon sacrificial continent. There's an eternal realm there, which is the vast expanse divine realm that Hierarch Taihao presides over. There are also many primordial chaos realms. As for the other realms, they should be too small. In the entire vast expanse territory, the only one who can threaten you should be Hierarch Taihao. Moreover, you used his gate of the universe, so he will definitely come to snatch it back. Long Chen thought about it. The black jade dragon head did not clearly describe its location, so it would not be easy to find it. The most likely place is still in the vast expanse divine realm, or a few primordial chaos realms. In this vast expanse territory, there are about 300 realms. I may have to search them one by one. Fortunately, with the gate of the universe, I will definitely be able to find them. As for Hierarch Taihao, Long Chen was actually not worried. After all, he had fought against the Wildlands sect master, who should be about the same as Hierarch Taihao. Anyway, the other party did not have the power to crush him. Even if he did, he, Lingxi and Mo Shaolang might still be able to resist him if they joined forces. If it came down to it, they could just escape into the life and death realms. Let's go to the vast expanse territory first. Any place will do. In this way, Lingxi began to move. The gate of the universe opened, bringing her into a twisted tunnel to the vast expanse territory. If Di Jun had valued me from the beginning and found this gate of the universe, it would have been finished long ago. More than 10 days later, Long Chen arrived at the vast expanse territory. An ancient and barren world. This was the place where Di Jun and the others had stayed after leaving the dragon sacrificial continent. We have occupied a primordial chaos realm world here and renamed it Di Jun Realm. However, after we left, there were no longer any god emperors there. Fang Shua of the demon race said. Then let's go take a look at this Di Jun Realm first. The gate of the universe shifted once again. Di Jun Realm was a primordial chaos realm world that was very close to an eternal realm world. It did not belong to Di Jun in the past. It was Di Jun who occupied and controlled this place. He killed the original god emperors and became the ruler of this place. This was a world in the vast expanse territory that was second only to the vast expanse god world. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen descended on a golden planet. This massive planet was dozens of times the size of Ling Su giant star. It was thick and massive, and its soil was as hard as steel. This is Di Jun Realm. Actually, Long Chen understood that if the 9th ancestral dragon's inheritance blood essence was here, it would have been snatched away by Di Jun long ago. Indeed, after searching for a few days, he found nothing. The 2 eyes left behind by the black jade dragon head also showed no signs of activity. Not here, go to another world. Fang Shua and Lu Ji did not dare to ask what Long Chen was looking for. Besides the vast expanse god world, he could go anywhere else. He did not go to the vast expanse god world for now because he did not want to have a head-on conflict with Hierarch Taihao so soon. He wanted to search all the surrounding worlds first. In the end, if he still could not find it, he could only go to the vast expanse god world. Fang Shua brought a star map for Long Chen. It marked the various major worlds of the vast expanse territory. With the vast expanse god world as the core, Di Jun Realm was actually very close to the vast expanse god world. Then, there were a few primordial chaos realms in the surroundings. The further away from the center, the more remote it was, and the lower the level of the world. There was even a dream-level small world. In such a world, one could become a ruler the moment one became a god. Long Chen searched for a while. The Umbra Dream Demon Dragon is considered more feminine. Then, let's go with this. Fengdu Ghost City. This Fengdu Ghost City was a primordial chaos realm world. It should not be much weaker than Di Jun Realm. The gate of the universe had been to these places before. After opening the gate of the universe and traversing through the starry sky, Long Chen soon arrived at the Fengdu Ghost City. He had seen many worlds, but this was the first time he saw an entire world as a city. This was a world that was even bigger than the Builder Tree. It was very difficult for the living beings that lived in this world to see themselves as living in a huge city. After all, this city was really too big. Even if Long Chen transformed into a divine dragon, he was still a tiny speck of dust to this city. But looking from afar, this was a dark city. Above it, chilly winds howled angrily, and there were layers upon layers of ghostly shadows. The entire Fengdu ghost city was hidden in thick black fog, and one could not see the light of day all day long. Any random room in the city was probably as big as the entire dragon sacrificial continent. The myriad worlds were created by the myriad worlds' ancestor gods. Whatever shape the myriad worlds' ancestor gods wanted to create, that would be the shape. Therefore, Longchen did not regard himself as an outsider. After all, every leaf on the builder tree was a continent. Sacred Leaf Continent. This was just a primordial chaos realm world, and it would not be too much of a threat to Longchen. In this world, there are a total of 37 god emperors, and the strongest is an ultimate god emperor. Together, they are called the 37 ghostly gods by the living beings. They divide the entire Fengdu ghost city into 37 parts, and each of them commands and restrains each other. They call themselves the Ghostly God Clan, but they are actually demons. These demons were not primeval troll, but ordinary gods and demons of the myriad worlds. In the end, these demons were actually just gods with a dark attribute. Long Chen's will swept across this world, and he roughly knew the locations of the 37 god emperors. He and Lingxi had silently descended into this world, and their targets were of course the strongest god emperors. Ultimate god emperors. They definitely knew the most things. There is a god emperor here, and he is ranked 95th on the god emperor list. He is the strongest expert in Fengdu Ghost City, and he is called Ghost Emperor Fengdu. Lu Ji told Long Chen softly. Then let's look for him. There should be no mistake. Fengdu Ghost City was huge, and even a little bit of trouble was troublesome. They could learn about some important places from Ghost Emperor Fengdu, and their chances of success would be much higher. Ghost Emperor Fengdu resided at the highest place in Fengdu Ghost City. He was a loner, and he was invincible. The place where he resided was the holy land of the entire Ghost City. Other than the other 2 or 3 ultimate god emperors, no one else dared to go there. Long Chen and Lingxi arrived easily. The gate of the universe was simply too convenient. Gate of the universe. When Long Chen first arrived, the soil in front of him rose up, and a huge coffin appeared. At this moment, the coffin opened, and boundless black chi soared into the sky. The entire world was shaking. Rumble. Half of his body was made of flesh and blood, while the other half was made of bones. His appearance was very frightening, but it was useless against Long Chen. When he saw the eternal rank fortune divine artifact, the gate of the universe, Ghost Emperor Feng Du had already knelt on the ground. Greetings, Hierarch Taihao. Ghost Emperor Fengdu said respectfully. However, he quickly stood up and looked at Long Chen and Lingxi in shock. How did the gate of the universe fall into their hands? Who were these 2? God Emperors? It seems like you haven't been paying attention to the matters of the myriad worlds for a period of time. Long Chen said. Because he didn't know Long Chen's background, Ghost Emperor Fengdu didn't make things difficult for them. These 2 made him feel a huge threat, and he was observing them in the dark. However, Long Chen definitely didn't trust him. You like to sleep in a coffin. Actually, Long Chen didn't know that everyone in Ghost City had their own coffin. When they slept, they were used to burying themselves in the soil. Who are you 2? Ghost Emperor Fengdu asked, and the sky-burying coffin fell from the sky. The eternal grade gate of the universe naturally imprisoned him within. Long Chen and Lingxi entered the sky-burying coffin. Ghost Emperor Fengdu tried his best to destroy it, but to no avail. It's useless. Don't waste your energy. Long Chen said. What do you 2 want? Ghost Emperor Fengdu realized how powerful they were. They could casually use an eternal grade gate of the universe. It was simply too terrifying. Long Chen and Lingxi exchanged a glance. I will try to use the Eye of Wishes to control him. It will save me a lot of trouble. The Eye of Wishes law, under Long Chen's suppression, succeeded without much suspense. Chapter 3019. Although Long Chen had already reached an extremely high level, his attainments in the Law of Wishes were not too strong. Now, he just happened to control Ghost Emperor Fengdu, the number one expert of Ghost City, the only existence on the Divine Emperor list. After using the Eye of Wishes to control him, Long Chen began to question him. He basically did not hold back, and told Long Chen some of the more crucial locations of Ghost City. Long Chen memorized them all. Forget everything that happened today, and sleep peacefully. Okay. If the Law of Wishes was developed to its most terrifying level, it could display even more unimaginable effects. This was also Long Chen's future development goal. For example, any random law could completely control a person. How strong would that be? Long Chen could do it now, but the stronger one was, the harder it was to control. For example, this Ghost Emperor Fengdu, he could only ask a few questions. When Ghost Emperor Fengdu fell asleep again, Long Chen put him back into his coffin, and let him return to the soil at the highest point of Ghost City. There are only a few places that might exist. Let's search first. The ancestral dragon's inherited blood essence must not fall into the hands of others. Even if others could not use it, if it fell into the hands of others, especially those supreme deities, it would basically be impossible to find. Now that he knew the location, it was time to find it in one go. The ninth ancestral dragon was a dragon of illusions and transformations. Its law of transformations was the mystical side of all things. From stillness to movement, replication, transformation. It was said that apart from the other ancestral dragons, the Shadow Dream Dragon could transform into anything. If Long Chen completely controlled the law, he could transform into anything, and even possess everything of others. That was true transformation. The Umbra Dream Dragon was ever-changing. Long Chen now knew very well that his goal was to fuse with all 9 types of ancestral dragons, apart from the chaotic heaven-devouring dragon. He even wanted to find the origin dragon souls of these 9 ancestral dragons and fuse them all. At that time, he would truly be heaven-defying. No one could imagine how strong he would be at that time. Even the rulers of the sky-devouring race, even the chaotic heaven-devouring dragon, could not compare. Perhaps this was the first ancestral dragon's plan. Therefore, searching for the ancestral dragon's blood essence and origin dragon's soul was, in fact, Long Chen's most important mission. It wasn't just for Long Qinglan, the dragon sacrificial continent, and the myriad worlds, but also for himself. Long Chen felt that day was not far away. Let's start with the dragon with endless transformations, the Umbra Dream Dragon. The Ghost Emperor of Fengdu provided a few dangerous places. Long Chen found a few other experts of the Ghost City of Fengdu to verify them before heading to those places one by one. To this day, if the ancestral dragon's blood essence was nearby, Long Chen would feel it very strongly. Moreover, the thing left behind by the Black Jade Dragon head was also helping Long Chen search. Generally speaking, as long as he approached, there would be a reaction. To Long Chen and his companions, the so-called dangerous places and forbidden areas were just so. Ordinary deity emperors might pose a threat to them. However, Long Chen was like a hot knife through butter. No, regrettably, after searching one place after another, he still couldn't find it. Previously, he thought it was easy, but after coming to the Taihao domain, he realized that it was actually like searching for a needle in a haystack. That's right. Back then, there were 5 types of blood essence on the dragon sacrificial continent. I've been searching for so many years. It's normal now. Therefore, Long Chen wasn't too anxious now. After all, he still had some time. The sky-devouring clan hadn't taken action, and the myriad worlds still existed. This place, even the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu said that he didn't dare to enter. There are the legendary 8 great heavenly ghosts of the Ghost City of Fengdu in the entire Ghost City of Fengdu. Basically anyone who enters will not come out alive. It's an absolute forbidden area of death. The Ghost Emperor of Fengdu did enter, but when he came out, he was seriously injured. Long Chen and Lingxi appeared in the ghost city of Fengdu. It was a very secluded place with no signs of human habitation within 1,000,000 miles. Beneath their feet was a dark swamp with thick black fog. In the deepest part, there was a pool called the Heavenly Ghost Pool. This was the #1 forbidden area of the ghost city of Fengdu to other worlds. The ghost city of Fengdu was undoubtedly a terrifying world. It was vicious, bloody, dirty, and ugly. Therefore, very few outsiders came to this world. A place like the Heavenly Ghost Pool was hidden in the depths of the ghost city of Fengdu. It was even more inaccessible. If the ancestral dragon's blood essence exists in the ghost city of Fengdu, it's most likely to be in this place. Arriving here, Long Chen could already feel the terrifying yin qi in the Heavenly Ghost Pool. Anyway, this place. Lingxi frowned as she looked at it. The Heavenly Ghost Pool was like a dirty cold pool. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to withstand it. You go back first. Long Chen opened the door to the realm of life and let her in. He could handle this place by himself. However, Mo Xiaolang seemed to be interested in coming out to take a look. So, Long Chen went with him so that they could take care of each other. Be a little more careful. Even the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu said that we can't come to this place. I just don't know what the 8 great heavenly ghosts are. Could it be 8 hidden gods and devils? That shouldn't be possible. Gods and devils wouldn't be willing to stay in this place. Perhaps it's something left behind from before the epoch. It's just that too many people have forgotten about it. Then, they randomly named it the 8 great heavenly ghosts. No matter what, we'll know once we go in. Hopefully, the blood essence is inside. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang broke through the layers of black fog and passed through the dangerous swamp. Finally, they arrived above the Heavenly Ghost Pool. The Heavenly Ghost Pool was filled with baleful energy and was extremely cold. It wasn't big and was a little narrow. It felt like they couldn't get out even if they entered. Go in. The two of them entered the Heavenly Ghost Pool side by side. Under the suppression of their power, the pool water was directly forced away. Especially since Mo Xiaolang now had the Chaos Green Flame, which had the effect of purification. Under the burning of the Chaos Green Flame, the cold water of the Heavenly Ghost Pool was constantly evaporating and disappearing. I reckon that if we let you stay here for a little longer, the Heavenly Ghost Pool will dry up. At that time, this place will change from the most dangerous place to a place where tens of thousands of people can play. Tyrannical power could change too many things. The ghost city of Fengdu was originally a world that was countless times stronger than the dragon sacrificial continent. But now, Long Chen and the others were too powerful. Therefore, when they came to the ghost city of Fengdu, they could easily become gods that ruled over this world. The life and death of the billions of living beings in this world was just a matter of a single thought from them. This was the so-called power. Long Qinglan had told Long Chen how powerful he was. With a thought, he could destroy the world and annihilate trillions of living beings. Of course, Long Chen wouldn't do that. The responsibility of the strong was to maintain order and protect the weak. Only then could the myriad worlds prosper. Otherwise, they would be destroyed and everything would disappear. Without the weak, there would naturally be no strong. There really is one. Long Chen stopped and looked down with Mo Xiaolang. After entering, they discovered that the space inside the Heavenly Ghost Pool wasn't small. At this time, after discovering traces of the enemy, Long Chen stretched out his hand and pressed down. An incomparably majestic power from the Trillion Shrine turned the endless pool water into ashes. The appearance of the enemy appeared directly. It's actually a kind of fortune divine tool. Long Chen's eyes saw through the essence of this legendary creature with a single glance. It was undeniable that the creature in front of Long Chen and the others was no weaker than the Ghost God clan. If it wasn't for the fact that it possessed the power to suppress them, it would be very difficult to tell whether it was a real creature or a fortune divine artifact. Long Chen could see that the creature in front of them had a strong body, a green face and fangs. It wore a tattered bronze armor and was covered in a deathly aura. Its flesh and blood were rotting. This was the so-called 8 great heavenly ghosts. It wasn't a living creature, but a fortune divine tool in disguise. However, this fortune divine tool was very powerful. Even Ghost Emperor Feng Du didn't know what it was. After losing to the 8 great sky ogres, he probably didn't know what it was either. He was ranked 90th on the Divine Emperor ranking, not even as strong as Great Emperor Yuehua. Roar. The rough aura, the angry roar, and the majestic baleful yin qi. Its body was the fortune divine tool, and the rotting flesh and blood were just an illusion. What kind of monster is this? Mo Xiaolang couldn't understand what it was. After all, this fortune divine tool was very good at disguising itself. It was Long Chen's first time seeing such a fortune divine tool. It's a fortune divine tool. Long Chen sneered as he watched it approach. He might not be able to obtain the ancestral dragon's blood essence today, but he would definitely gain something. Mo Xiaolang was a little confused. However, Mo Xiaolang was confused. When the heavenly ghost heard Long Chen's words, its expression changed drastically. Its dark green face turned blood red. It roared loudly and brandished its claws. With terrifying power, it charged at Long Chen. Its roar spread across half of Ghost City of Fengdu. At least trillions of living beings in Ghost City of Fengdu trembled when they heard it. Heavenly Ghost, it's the Heavenly Ghost. The Heavenly Ghost is angry. The world is going to end. We're all going to die. Run. The Heavenly Ghost is angry. The Fengdu continent is going to be finished. The people of Ghost City of Fengdu would not call themselves a city, but a continent. It was just that their situation was much more complicated than the average continent. Long Chen didn't know what was happening outside. Let me. At his current realm, Mo Xiaolang didn't have any room to display his strength. At this time, he took out the slender Chaos Demon Saber, held the saber hilt with both hands, and slashed down from the sky. Chaos Green Fire. The Chaos Demon Saber was surrounded by towering emerald green flames. Suddenly, the flames formed an astral saber and collided with the Heavenly Ghost. Immediately, a ravine appeared on the Heavenly Ghost's body. The Heavenly Ghost let out a shrill scream. It was in extreme pain. Chapter 30-20. We can't escape. Mo Xiaolang was the first to rush down, followed by Long Chen. The entire Fengdu Ghost City was panicking over the Sky Ghost's rage, but they acted like nothing had happened as they followed behind the stone steel. The stone steel is the true form of this destinable divine artifact. The so-called 8 Sky Ghosts should have 8 stone steels as one. I'm guessing that the destinable divine artifact that could defeat the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu should be an eternal grade destinable divine artifact. Long Chen gazed into the depths of the Heavenly Ghost Lake. If we can obtain an eternal grade destinable divine artifact like this, we can only say that our luck is too good. In the myriad worlds, all eternal grade destinable divine artifacts were supreme treasures. Back then, Long Chen had spent so much effort to obtain the Ghost Blood Curse. Compared to that time, this time was simply too easy. Even defeating the Chaos Fiendish Demons and Di Jun was not easy at all. They had fought to the death to obtain their eternal grade destinable divine artifacts. We're here. At this time, the huge black stone steel plunged into the ground with a loud bang, causing endless smoke and dust to rise. Previously, Long Chen had seen a ghostly image on the huge stone steel, completely identical to the sky ghost that had appeared before. At this moment, when the black stone steel landed on the bottom of the lake, a total of 7 similar stone steels appeared around it. The only difference on each stone steel was the image of a sky ghost. However, every sky ghost looked different. Some were thick, some were thin, some were tall, some were short, some had 3 heads and 6 arms, some resembled a primeval troll, and some resembled a centipede. The only similarity was that they all had similar heads. There were a total of 8 stone steels, all massive and heavy. At first glance, one could tell that the combined might of these stone steels was not inferior to the sky-burying coffin. Boom! When Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang approached, the 8 stone steels suddenly transformed into 8 sky ghosts. Their appearances were basically the same as the previous images on the stone steel. The sky ghost that had been injured by Mo Xiaolang was also among them. It was these 8 who joined forces to deal with the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu. As soon as this thought flashed through Long Chen's mind, the 8 heavenly ghosts in the depths of the heavenly ghost lake unleashed an earth-shattering roar as if they were facing a great enemy. This time, it was even more terrifying. The 8 great heavenly ghosts appeared at the same time. For a moment, it seemed that the entire ghost city of Fengdu was trembling. Countless people were panicking and running around, scared out of their wits. The experts sleeping in the coffins woke up one after another. The sky ghost's roar was the most terrifying signal in the entire ghost city of Fengdu. I didn't expect an eternal grade fortune divine artifact to be hidden in a primordial chaos realm. It's probably because no one has guessed that this eternal grade fortune divine artifact has existed until now without anyone obtaining it. In the face of the roars of the 8 great heavenly ghosts, Long Chen only felt lucky. Xiao Lang, you should be able to control 2 eternal grade fortune divine artifacts. It just so happens that the Chaos Demon Saber specializes in offense, and this fortune divine artifact can be used for offense, defense, and suppression. It's similar to the heaven-burying coffin. If you subdue it, your battle prowess will increase by leaps and bounds. No problem. Mo Xiaolang's eyes lit up when he saw the 8 great heavenly ghosts. It had been a long time since he had participated in a battle. Today, it was just taking care of an eternal grade fortune divine artifact. If Ghost Emperor Fengdu could rank in the 30s on the Divine Emperor list, perhaps these 8 great heavenly ghosts would be his fortune divine artifact. Unfortunately, he was too weak. Mo Xiaolang was an ultimate divine emperor, and with the 8 ancestral flames and the Chaos Demon Saber, subduing an eternal grade fortune divine artifact without a master was a piece of cake for him. Long Chen watched the battle from the side while Mo Xiaolang rushed down. Listen, I want to control you. The 8 great heavenly ghosts didn't seem to be in their right mind. They didn't care what Mo Xiaolang said and attacked directly. The 8 great heavenly ghosts surrounded him and attacked violently, causing a huge commotion in the heavenly ghost lake. Most of the land around them was already crumbling. Fortunately, there was no one nearby. About a quarter of an hour later, the 8 great heavenly ghosts became 8 stone steels under Mo Xiaolang's feet. Mo Xiaolang's current combat strength could rank in the top 10 on the Divine Emperor list. It was indeed not difficult for him to control an eternal grade fortune divine artifact, just like how Lingxi controlled the Myriad World's divine sword. It's done. The 8 stone steels recognized their master and became a part of Mo Xiaolang. This is an eternal grade fortune divine artifact called the Deity Ghost Celestial Steel. It can suppress, defend, and attack. It can also conjure the 8 great heavenly ghosts. With the ancestral flames working together with them, their power should not be any weaker than the Chaos Demon Saber. Mo Xiaolang was excited. Long Chen had also watched him grow stronger step by step. Big brother, thank you, Mo Xiaolang said solemnly. What are you thanking me for? This is your luck. Mo Xiaolang shook his head. It's not just the deity ghost celestial steel. I feel that without you, I would not have been able to live until now. Although I have confirmed that I am from the Sky Devouring clan, I still have to say that without you, there would be no me. Facing him, Ghost Emperor Fengdu held his breath. What business do you have with me? Divine Taihao asked. Divine Taihao, there is something I must tell you. A few days ago, 2 gods came to Ghost Fengdu City through the gate of the universe. Oh, it's that Long Chen, right? Divine Taihao said indifferently. How does Divine Taihao know his name? Ghost Emperor Fengdu himself didn't know. The entire Myriad Worlds know. You're the only one who doesn't know. Go on, and then? Ghost Emperor Fengdu hurriedly said, They seem to be looking for something. They searched the entire Ghost Fengdu city and have left. I was suppressed by them before. Now that I've regained my freedom, I saw them using the gate of the universe, so I came to you. Divine Taihao, what happened? It has nothing to do with you. However, I still have to thank you for bringing me this news today. There will be a gift sent to you later. If there's any news in the future, just tell me directly. Thank you, Divine Taihao. Also, when Divine Taihao is going to kill those two, please let me know. They also took something of mine. Before he finished, the connection was cut. Ghost Emperor Fengdu was stunned. Long Chen, who is this? I've been asleep for hundreds of years. Did I miss some news? This is a prehistoric world called the Flower Fairy World. There is a kind of flower fairy race, which is actually a type of human race. There are no males in the flower fairy race, only females. As long as the females consume a kind of magical liquid that is produced in the flower fairy world, they can conceive and give birth to daughters. The entire flower fairy world stands aloof from worldly affairs because very few people can reach the border of the Taihao domain. Actually, for the entire myriad worlds, such a world was too small. Just like the dragon sacrificial continent, it was fortunate that it was relatively remote. Otherwise, it would be easily destroyed. Of course, because the level of the world was relatively low, there were no experts who wanted to occupy such a world. It was useless and would only ruin one's reputation. Moreover, as long as it was the Taihao domain, it was also considered the territory of Hierarch Taihao. Regardless of whether it was inside or outside the Taihao domain, they probably wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Let's go in and take a look. After searching this world, we'll go to Hierarch Taihao. Long Chen, Lingxi, and Mo Xiaolang headed towards the Flower Fairy world. As there was no threat, Zhu Shi and the rest also wandered around. Long Chen didn't care much about them. After the search was over, he would take them away. In such a small flower fairy world, no matter how carefully they searched, 2 days was enough. After descending into the flower fairy world, Long Chen felt that it was quite interesting. Every flower petal here formed a continent and living beings lived on it. There were also many flower fairy race living in places like the flower heart. After descending, Long Chen also saw the flower fairy race. They were members of the human race. Their bodies changed slightly and there was a fresh fragrance of flowers. The entire world was enveloped in a psychedelic fragrance of flowers, but it was very beautiful. To the flower fairy race who only had beautiful women, men like Long Chen were very rare. The entire flower fairy world was similar to the dragon sacrificial continent back then. The living beings on it would only think that the flower fairy world was the entire world. They wouldn't have the concept of men in their eyes. Long Chen couldn't be bothered to disturb their simple lives. He found a few gods and asked a few questions before starting to search the flower fairy world. Mo Xiaolang and Soi Yan held one of the eyeballs left behind by the black jade dragon head and searched in another direction for the legacy blood essence. What a comfortable place. Coming here and feeling the beauty of this place was indeed a kind of enjoyment. The entire flower fairy world was filled with all kinds of beauties. They were all as delicate as flowers. It was simply a man's paradise. Long Chen focused on searching for the legacy blood essence. Logically speaking, the legacy blood essence of the Shadow Dream Demon Dragon that appeared in such a psychedelic world should be even bigger than the ghost city of Fengdu. Therefore, Long Chen was prepared to search carefully. If Xiao Lang has any news, he will tell us. It was much simpler to split into 2 teams and search separately. Mo Xiaolang and Soi Yan were together in the flower fairy world. Soi Yan was in Mo Xiaolang's arms and blushing. It smells so good, how come it smells so good here? Soi Yan suddenly smelt the fragrance in the air. Mo Xiaolang raised his head and saw that in the distance, there seemed to be another continent made of flower petals. Surprisingly, there was a colorful smoke rising up into the sky. That strong fragrance was coming from that continent. How was that possible? This fragrance was simply too fragrant. The colorful smoke was also very strange, as if it was burning something. However, just what was being burned to produce such a fragrance that swept through several continents? That world seemed to be in a state of chaos. Countless flower fairies were also looking at the other side of the sky. It's the Xueyu continent, what's going on there? Oh my god, how many people have died because of that thick smoke? Doesn't that smoke come from burning corpses? What's going on in the Xueyu continent? Has the goddess of Xueyu gone crazy? More and more people were talking about the Xueyu continent. Mo Xiaolang and Sui Yan glanced at each other. Without saying anything, they sped up. In a small world like the flower fairy world, it was very easy for them to cross a flower petal. Whoosh! A small world like the flower celestial realm almost couldn't bear the presence of their experts. Thus, Long Chen was very careful when moving around. He didn't want any small movements to cause the deaths of the common people. There's a strong cultivator. After Mo Xiaolang arrived in the Xueyu continent, he suddenly stopped. He was already very close to the colorful smoke. The smell was disgusting. There was a strong cultivator in the smoke. Mo Xiaolang had to be an extremely strong cultivator. Mo Xiaolang wouldn't call him a strong cultivator like Feng Du's ghost emperor. It was impossible for such a strong cultivator to appear in the flower fairy world. At that moment, the entire Xueyu continent was covered by the colorful smoke. There were more than 1 billion flower fairies in the Xueyu continent. They were all screaming and screaming. It was like the end of the world. Mo Xiaolang could hear people screaming. The demons want to burn us to death. So many people are dying. The entire continent of Xueyu was in chaos. The paradise on earth had turned into hell on earth. Mo Xiaolang saw through the thick smoke that there were countless corpses of the flower celestial clan in the center of the continent. They were piled up into a gigantic mountain. At that moment, a huge fire was burning them. In a flash, countless living beings would be burnt to death.